Hello everyone, this is Top Romance Stories. Before watching the video, please take 3 seconds to like the video and subscribe to the channel. This will give me more motivation to create more high-quality videos. Thank you all very much. Have a great day. The bridal procession of the princess of the Northern Viet Kingdom was on its way. Suddenly, the young maidservant walking beside the bridal sedan said, "Princess, once we cross the border ahead, we will reach the territory of the Yu clan." The princess inside the sedan struggled. The maidservant frowned, then took out a knife. That's right, I almost forgot. With that, the maidservant brought the knife towards the princess, whose hands and feet were tightly bound. "Princess, you haven't been obedient the entire journey and keep trying to run away. I can only let you taste a bit of suffering." The princess's mouth was gagged, and she couldn't speak. The maidservant held the knife close to the princess's neck and threatened, "Don't struggle, or it won't be good if I cut something else." The princess could do nothing but nod. The maidservant then cut the ropes, binding the princess. The princess began to cough violently. Cough, cough, cough. She was stunned that I am Sue Lily, a high school student who just transmigrated. Because I lays around at home for too long during summer break, my dad kicked me out for a walk. Unfortunately, I was pushed into a lake. When I woke up, I found I had transmigrated into the body of the unfavored second princess of the Northern Viet Kingdom and was forced to marry the terrifying Yu Emperor in place of my favored third sister. She sadly imagined the image of the monster and grew fearful that he's the cruel and evil Yu Emperor from the legends, his whole body oozing pus, with 8 tentacles, looking just like a mutated monster. One look could blind you for 3 days. This is way too much to handle. We're not even the same species. Sue Lily leaned over, crying, as her hungry stomach rumbled. What kind of political marriage is this? It's clearly a human sacrifice. I'm so hungry. I've been tied up all day without a single grain of rice. Braised pork, soy braised ribs, hamburgers, Coke. The maidservant passed by the sedan and reminded her, "Second princess, mind your posture." Then she drew her sword. "Please play the role of the third princess well. If any flaws are noticed, don't blame me for being impolite." Hearing this, Sue Lily was terrified. Yes. Oh my God, this world is too scary. I want to go back to Earth, Although I spent the whole journey thinking of ways to escape, I still ended up here. At the city gates of the Yu clan, the bridal procession entered. Sue Lily worried. This is a world where one can cultivate. The bridal escort team are all elite cultivators of the human race. How could I possibly escape? She sighed and thought, it's one thing that I don't have a golden finger or a system. But even the body I've possessed is useless. No wonder when Father Emperor told me to marry in place of my third sister, he didn't even bat an eye. Sue Lily glanced around the city gate. There are so many soldiers. She sensed a strange atmosphere. Are they here to welcome the bride or to start a fight? Suddenly, something happened up ahead. What is this? How can you of the Yu clan be so rude? Sue Lily lifted the curtain to peek. At this moment, the Imperial Guard at Gue said, "The Yu Emperor has ordered that only the princess may enter the city. Everyone else must leave." The maidservant was furious that I am the official envoy of the Northern Viet Kingdom's bridal escort. I must pay my respects to the Yu Emperor. A mere barbaric Yu nation, yet so disrespectful. Hearing this, Sue Lily agreed in her thoughts. Right. With this kind of disrespect, what's the point of a political marriage? Hurry up and clear the way for us to go home. Agoué glanced over and then struck the maidservant down with his sword. Sue Lily and the others were horrified. Agoué said coldly, "The Yu Emperor has ordered that only the princess is allowed to enter the city. Violators will be killed without mercy. Get out of the carriage and enter the city." Sue Lily was terrified that he killed someone. The maidservant frowned. "Princess, now that it has come to this, we can only do as they say." Sue Lily was anxious to, "Oh my God, I don't want to go." Suddenly, a voice said, "There's no need." Everyone around gasped. In the sky, that is, each Yuan descended majestically from the sky. The city of my Yu clan is not a place just anyone can enter. The Grand Preceptor, Gu Huai Su, saw this and felt helpless. "Your Majesty, didn't we agree you'd wait in the palace? How did you sneak out the moment I wasn't looking?" The surrounding soldiers and maidservants were stunned. "It's the Yu Emperor. Your Majesty, the Yu Emperor." Su Lily froze. That's the Emperor, and he's in human form. Isn't he supposed to be a green, tentacled bat? He's actually a little handsome. The crowd around them shouted in unison, Your Majesty, the Emperor, long live the Emperor. Su Lily sat terrified in the carriage. The soldiers cheered happily. Emperor, Emperor. At this moment, Ichiyuan raised a finger to his lips. Chill. The soldiers fell completely silent. Ichiyuan then asked, Hey, is the person in the sedan the third princess of the Northern Viet Kingdom? Su Lily covered her mouth, deliberating. The pressure is so intense. He really is the Emperor, but he's clearly a handsome guy. Could he be a monster in disguise? A maidservant replied, Reporting to your Majesty, the Emperor, we are indeed the delegation from the Northern Viet Kingdom, escorting the third princess for the political marriage. As she finished speaking, the girl was struck down and red blood pooled around her. Too talkative. Beside the corpse, many small plants sprouted. Then they blossomed into spider lilies. Everyone was terrified. What a terrifying move. She was also a high-level cultivator hiding in the escort team. Taken out in just one move. Su Lily clutched her clothes at IS. Is this a warning? If I'm discovered to be a fake third princess, will I die? Ichiyuan continued his questioning. Person in the sedan, are you the third princess of the Northern Kingdom? Su Lily was stunned. The Emperor spoke again, or should I say, an imposter. The Clan City gate suddenly fell silent. Ichiyuan frowned. Why aren't you saying anything? Su Lily sat motionless in the sedan. What should I do? Should I lie and say I'm the third princess? But the third princess is a cultivation genius, and I don't have a shred of spiritual power. This substitution marriage will be exposed immediately. She anxiously clenched her fists. Father Emperor was clearly just using me to buy time. He doesn't care at all whether I live or die. Am I really going to die here? No, I can't accept this fate. After all, I'll die one way or another. Then Su Lily spoke up that, reporting to your Majesty, the Emperor, I am indeed not the third princess. I am the second princess of the Northern Viet Kingdom. The bridal escort team gasped, Is she crazy? Su Lily continued, It was I who schemed and plotted to steal the marriage from my third sister. Ague and Gu Huai Su also stood watching. Su Lily began to fabricate a story that I absolutely could not let my third sister marry you. Because I admire you so much. Your Majesty, the Emperor, you are the son of my life, the most perfect husband in my dreams. Ichiyuan frowned as he listened to Su Lily speak. The mere thought of your noble body being sullied by another woman makes me lose my appetite and unable to sleep peacefully. The thought of you having children with someone else, living in sweet happiness, keeps me awake all night. Hearing this, Gu Huai Su was startled. Well, what? Su Lily continued, I stole the marriage because my feelings were uncontrollable. Everything was because I wanted you too much. At this moment, it was dead silent before the Clan City gate. Su Lily sat in the sedan bewildered. Why? Why is it so quiet? Could it be that I flattered him the wrong way? I'm doomed. He's not angry, is he? Ichiyuan spoke up. How interesting. He reached out and swept aside the sedan's curtain. Then he entered the carriage that I'd like to see for myself. What kind of human would like me so much? Su Lily was baffled at it actually worked. A little more flattery, and I might just be able to live. Su Lily looked up at Ichiyuan. Your Majesty, the Emperor. Suddenly, a shadow appeared beside him and flashed past, causing the Emperor to cry out in pain. Ugh! Su Lily was startled. What happened? Why did he suddenly? She gasped in astonishment. Oh my God, what are those things wrapped all over his body? He seems to be in great pain. Ichiyuan clutched his head in agony. Then, he grabbed Su Lily by the neck. To think you can trigger the curse on my body. He said, Who are you? Who sent you? Su Lily trembled, struggling to breathe. Cough, cough, let go. I can't breathe. Suddenly, a light flashed and shot past. Ichiyuan looked over in surprise. The people outside were stunned. Gu Huai Su was alarmed. What was that? Then the light immediately vanished. Su Lily fell down, covering her mouth and coughing nonstop. Cough, cough, cough. I'm saved. If it weren't for that strange beam of light, I would have been choked to death just now. She stared intently at Ichiyuan. What kind of madness does he have? He changes his tune way too fast. At this moment, the things wrapped around Ichiyuan's body vanished. Heavenly Tao bloodline. Su Lily rubbed her face with her hand. She couldn't stop coughing. Ichiyuan reached out his hand, and Su Lily quickly dodged. Ichiyuan pulled her closer. Think the human race would be willing to give me such a great gift. Su Lily was afraid that a great gift? Isn't the second princess just a hardship post? Ichiyuan rested his head on Su Lily. Su Lily was terrified. What is this madman trying to do now? Ichiyuan embraced Su Lily. You just said you liked this king so much that you couldn't eat or sleep well and stayed up all night. How could this king let down the princess's good intentions? Su Lily's heart pounded. Wait a minute. This development is a bit off. She panicked. Doesn't the Emperor hate humans the most? Shouldn't he be moved by me and then let me go? Home. Ichiyuan smirked. Guards, take the princess to Yongning Palace. We will consummate the marriage tonight. After hearing this, Su Lily panicked. That's not what I meant. Give me a chance to explain. That evening at the Yu clan's imperial city, noisy shouts were heard all around. There are assassins. The Imperial Guard, seal all exits. Lock down the palaces. Lock down the palaces. Su Lily hid in a corner. Luckily, assassins attacked the Imperial Palace, so I could use the chaos to run out. She sighed worriedly. I need to find a set of Yu Palace maids' clothes first. Then I'll figure out a way to blend in and get out. Su Lily thought with a determined expression that Su Lily, absolutely cannot marry the Yu Emperor. Just then, a voice called out, "You guys search over there." Su Lily whipped her head around in fear to look. This is bad. I'll hide in the room first. Then she immediately hid in the room. Only then did Su Lily let out a sigh of relief. Phew. Suddenly she saw that the surroundings were filled with red spider lilies. Why are there so many flowers in this room? The room was filled with human corpses weaving around. The flowers. Su Lily was stunned. What? Why are there so many bodies? Suddenly, someone burst in. Your Majesty. Su Lily quickly lay down and played dead. Gu Huai Su hurriedly ran over. Your Majesty, are you all right? Just then, something pierced through the air. Gu Huai Su's face turned pale. Your Majesty, it is I, Gu Huai Su. Su Lily lay there, terrified. Oh my God, what just flew past here? Wait, that person just called him Your Majesty. She looked at the back of someone walking out. How is there another person inside? Was I blind just now? Could this figure be? Ichiyuan turned his head. Is that you, Huai Su? I thought it was the remaining cronies of the assassins. But the Grand Preceptor has improved to be able to safely dodge one of my blows. Su Lily lay there in deep shock. Damn, it really is Yu Huang. Am I the legendary free home delivery? Gu Huai Su was flustered. Your Majesty, please stop joking with your humble servant. We must quickly call people to handle this place. That's right, Your Majesty. Regarding the marriage alliance with the human clan, as expected, there's a trap. The second princess marrying in place of the other was because the third princess forced her and the North Viet Emperor tacitly allowed it. Then Gu Huai Su turned to ask for Ichiyuan's opinion. How should we deal with this second princess now? Ichiyuan said coldly, if she's obedient, keep her. If she dares to run, use her as flower fertilizer. Su Lily was horrified when she heard this. Ichiyuan frowned and glanced over, then walked out with Gu Huai Su. Your Majesty is joking. How would a human with no spiritual power like her dare to run? What's more, the bridal escort from the North Viet Kingdom has already been driven out of the border by Gue. Unless she's out her mind. Su Lily lay motionless. I'm doomed. I don't want to be used as flower fertilizer. Gu Huai Su suggested, Your Majesty, these assassins from the House of Punishable Crimes should be left to the Imperial Guard to handle from now on. No need. Their lives must be taken by my own hands. After saying that, the two left the room. Your humble servant will order people to handle this place. Your Majesty, please follow me to Yulwan Hall to rest. Only then did Su Lily dare to open her eyes. That's great. Have they finally left? Hearing the door close, she felt relieved enough to sit up. Phew. Luckily I wasn't discovered. I have to get out quickly before someone comes. Su Lily fumbled around, looking left and right. I don't even know the way out of the palace, and I still have to find a place to change out of this wedding dress. Just then, Ichiyuan approached from behind. Princess, why are you in here? Were you bored waiting alone in the bridal chamber? Su Lily's mouth fell open in shock. Hadn't he already left? She answered nervously. Yu Huang, Your Majesty, so you were here. I was looking all over for you. Ichiyuan leaned on Su Lily's shoulder. Oh, is that so? I didn't expect the human princess to be so enthusiastic and proactive. He placed his hands on her shoulders and then picked her up. Su Lily was terrified. Her heart wouldn't stop pounding. Your Majesty, this is? No, it's not that. Ichiyuan reminded her. Should be quiet. Su Lily thought to herself. What does he want to do now? No, it can't be. A moment later, Egun set Su Lily down. I've heard that you humans like the color red the most, especially for the wedding night. You must hang red silks, saying it looks festive. Egun put his arm around Su Lily's shoulder. Tell me, is this bridal chamber, which I've dyed red with blood, festive enough? Does the second princess like this bridal chamber? Su Lily's eyes widened as she thought. Pervert. Oh my god, this guy is a pervert. Then Egun reached out and touched Su Lily's neck. Su Lily was filled with fear. What do I do? What do I do? If I answer wrong, will he snap my neck? No. Su Lily, you have to calm down. Quickly think about your persona. Then Su Lily said, Oh, my heavens, Yu Huang, your majesty, you treat me too well. I am truly so happy. Egun smiled. It's good that you like it. Su Lily was stunned to hear that. Huh, I passed the test that easily? Suddenly, Egun pointed. Come, let me show you something else interesting. Something interesting. Egun performed a spell, and a person appeared, wrapped in a mass of vines. This is the gift I prepared for you. I specially left a bit of life inside these assassins for you. The assassin begged in pain. Kill me. Egun explained. See the flower vines on him? That is the netherworld spider liliard, a spell I'm most fond of. While the netherworld flower vines take root and grow inside the body, the host's consciousness can remain lucid. He will clearly feel the pain of every vine piercing his body, slowly feeling his own body gradually dying. Not even a chance to faint midway. Is there? Isn't it beautiful? Su Lily lowered her head in fear. Egun said with a slight smile. But the most miraculous thing is people under this spell become extremely honest. Now, no matter what I ask, they will tell me everything. For example, do you have other accomplices? The assassin quickly answered. Yes. Who is it? The assassin stared intently at Su Lily. Su Lily looked up with a start. The assassin then said, It is Her Highness, the second princess. Su Lily was dumbfounded. Huh. Her face turned pale as she thought. Haha, I'm an accomplice of the assassins? Since when? The memories I inherited don't have this at all. Egun glanced at Su Lily. Oh, she grew anxious. I'm doomed. Am I really going to die here today? I don't want to die. The vines wrapped around the men in the hall. This marriage alliance is a conspiracy. The man hanging in midair repeated 3 words in a weak voice. Kill. It was a joint plan between us and the human clan. The human clan said they would send the second princess as a substitute for the marriage alliance. Egun tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest. And we were responsible for sending assassins to assassinate him. The human clan said, as long as Yu Huang meets the second princess, his vital energy will be severely damaged. His blood vessels will burst, leading to demonic transformation. If the assassination on the wedding night is successful, even if Yu Huang doesn't die, he will definitely be gravely injured. Su Lily frowned. Damn, this is some seriously bad luck. Could it be that something was really done to this body? Thinking back, the first time Yu Huang met me, he really did suddenly go crazy. Egun said with a slight smile. Interesting. It seems the second princess is also the core of the conspiracy. Su Lily trembled all over. Egun then asked, So what's so special about that second princess? The second princess is indeed the core of the plan. As Egun listened, he brushed Su Lily's hair aside. She is a secret weapon specially arranged by the human clan. He sniffed her hair lightly and let out an "oh." As for the specific details, I am merely a death warrior. I don't know anything. Su Lily broke out in a cold sweat. The second princess is actually a secret weapon of the human clan used to deal with Yu Huang. Then isn't this certain death? Even if I explain that I transmigrated and don't know anything, only a fool would believe me. This transmigration is just too tragic. Bullied by the handmaidens on the way to the marriage, not even given food to eat, I finally managed to escape the bridal chamber with great difficulty, only to immediately become a member of the Grand Flower Fertilizer Project. Just then, she realized something. Wait, something doesn't seem right. Su Lily stammered. If after your plan succeeds, what arrangements are there for the second princess? If the plan succeeds, the second princess will be killed by the demonically transformed Yu Huang. If she's lucky enough to survive, then under the orders of the human clan's third princess, she is to be killed amidst the chaos. Su Lily's hands clenched. That's right. I knew it. If the second princess was a secret weapon, why was the handmaiden's attitude so terrible? As expected, she's a disposable pawn. This is also a good opportunity. Su Lily trembled all over, her eyes welling up with tears, while biting on a handkerchief. Outrageous. Truly outrageous. They're so vicious, with such vicious hearts. How could they use my love for Lord Yu Huang to harm His Majesty Yu Huang? A man as beautiful as a celestial being descended to this world. Yun looked at her, confused. Su Lily immediately stood up, flailing her arms and legs wildly. Father Emperor, Mother Empress, third sister, why are you so against the one in my heart? Why? Why does the whole world want to stop Lord Yu Huang and me from being in love? What a tragic and beautiful love this is. Su Lily glanced at the stunned Yu Huang and rejoiced inwardly. It's working. She continued her performance, but after going through so much pain and torment, fate has finally brought me here. Fate has finally let us meet. Su Lily raised her hands high and shouted, Yu Huang, Your Majesty, just seeing your incomparably beautiful face, just smelling that intoxicating scent on you, my heart receives infinite healing. She knelt before Yu Huang. Yu Huang, Your Majesty, you are an angel walking on earth, the embodiment of beauty, the greatest miracle in the world. Your Majesty's sweat is not sweat, it is the dew on a rose. Your Majesty's beard is not a beard, it is the thorns of a rose. Your Majesty's legs are not legs, they're the roots of a rose. Yu Huang, Your Majesty, you are the honey peach of the human world, an arsonist of a maiden's heart. Listening to Su Lily, Yun's expression gradually changed from anger. He smirked slightly. Little brat, I'm going to gross you out to death. Su Lily was still immersed in her performance. I want to swim in the mist of Your Majesty's collarbones. I want to slide down Your Majesty's nose. Yun looked like he was spinning. It seems I've overdone it and made myself nauseous. Already, Su Lily continued her assault. Your Majesty, tonight is our wedding night. He told himself, calm down, persistence is victory. I will definitely serve you well. At this point, Yu Huang couldn't take it anymore and took a cloth to cover her face, conveniently picking her up. His face was dark. Su Lily glanced over. SUC, success. Look at those eyes. It's exactly like looking at a mushy pile accidentally pooped outside the toilet bowl. Is he covering me with toilet paper? She continued to lay it on thick. Oh, Your Majesty the Nether King, I truly love you. Yun got goosebumps. Shut up. Su Lily was delighted. Yes. Throw me out of here. Then I'll take the opportunity to run away. Just then, Su Lily suddenly fell hard onto the ground. She dazedly scrambled up. What happened? Aren't we outside the hall yet? Did he already throw me down? If you're going to throw me, at least do it properly, right? My face really hurts, you know. She looked up at the Nether King's figure, stunned. At this moment, Yun's face was pale. His hands kept going to his head. His Majesty, the Nether King's appearance wasn't quite right. And oh, he's not going to have another flare-up like before, is he? Su Lily panicked. Run. I have to run now, or this little life of mine will be gone for good. Just then, Yun, his face dark, approached her. Oh my God, my legs have gone soft and won't obey me. She retreated in fear. Don't come over here. Yun then collapsed on top of her. Su Lily stammered. Your Majesty, are you all right? What's going on? She looked awkwardly at his peaceful face. Did he suddenly die? My apologies. Su Lily called out softly. Your Majesty? He's still breathing. It seems he just fainted. What a pity. Wait, that's not right. Big brother, if you're gonna faint, don't faint on top of me. You're trying to frame me, you know? Su Lily was bewildered by the situation. What kind of illness does this Nether King have? How could he just faint like that? He's seriously heavy. Su Lily looked at Yun, a little angry. She rested her head somewhere and looked at his handsome face. This guy's skin is really nice, and his eyelashes are so long. Besides, he looks so well-behaved when he's sleeping, even though he's fainted. The more she looked, the more Su Lily's face flushed. He really is incredibly handsome. Su Lily shook her head. Am I crazy? Swooning over a psychopathic pervert like this. She continuously and repeatedly pushed at the Nether King's body. I have to escape before he wakes up. Su Lily used all her strength to shove Yun off. Get up. At that moment, his hand was still gripping hers tightly. Su Lily was suddenly pulled forward. She was stunned. A shrill scream accompanied a backward fall. Su Lily landed on top of Yun, their lips almost touching. She stared blankly at his face, then shyly and quickly recoiled. That was so close. Her heart pounded. Her face was flushed. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Su Lily looked at Egun's hand, which was still gripping hers tightly, unable to be pulled away. Didn't he faint? How does he still have this much strength? Su Lily grabbed his hand and tried with all her might to pull her own arm free. Let me go. Just then, Gu Huayu opened the door and walked in. Your Majesty, how did you run back here the moment I wasn't paying attention? Your humble servant. Huh. Seeing the scene before him, Gu Huayu froze. Su Lily also looked up. It was a scene that could easily be misunderstood. Gu Huayu quickly tried to slip away. My apologies for interrupting. Su Lily desperately wanted to explain. It's not. But the door had already closed. Then, Gu Huayu frantically returned. No, that's not right. Your Majesty, are you all right? Ague, capture the second human princess. Protect His Majesty. A figure flashed past very quickly. Ague rushed forward, pointing his sword at Su Lily. How dare you harm the Nether King? Su Lily was still dazed. She hurriedly grabbed the Nether King's collar and pulled him up to shield herself. Su Lily screamed in fear. I'm being framed. I didn't harm His Majesty, the Nether King. Ague was shocked by her action. His face turned pale, and his voice trembled. You, how dare you? How dare you? How dare you use His Majesty, the Nether King's body? Kill, I must kill you. Let go with your filthy hands. Su Lily hugged Egun even tighter. Only a fool would let go. Ague was furious. You still dare to hug His Majesty. Get away from His Majesty for me. I won't get away. Su Lily quickly explained. His Majesty, the Nether King, suddenly fainted. I don't know what happened either. Before he fainted, he grabbed my hand and wouldn't let go. I couldn't do anything. After hearing this, Ague became even more enraged. You scoundrel! How dare you hold onto His Majesty, the Nether King's hand and not let go? You lowly, filthy human! How dare you defile our most sacred and noble king? Su Lily's ears were ringing from his words, and she was about to lose her temper too. Hey, are you even listening to what I'm saying? Are you an idiot? Ague jumped up, wanting to charge forward. But Gu Huayu quickly stopped him. Ague, calm down a little. Don't stop me. I'm going to chop her into 1,000 pieces. Gu Huayu stood in front of him. His Majesty's situation is unclear right now. Don't act rashly. Second Princess, please lay His Majesty on the ground first. I guarantee we will not harm you after everyone has calmed down. Gu Huayu then went to check the Nether King's condition. When did His Majesty fall unconscious? Su Lily replied, just now, 10 minutes. Oh no, a moment ago. As she spoke, a chill ran down her spine. This guy named Ague, he's the one who guards the city gate, the one who kills people at the slightest disagreement, right? Nether King, you absolutely must not have anything happen to you. My little life is depending on you. She then asked Gu Huayu, Ow, how is he? Gu Huayu's expression turned to one of surprise. Strange. Su Lily was anxiously awaiting the result. His Majesty the Nether King seems to be simply sleeping. After hearing this, both of them were stunned. Ague, still in disbelief, asked again, His Majesty is just sleeping? Judging from his pulse, that is indeed the case. Gu Huayu looked at Egun. Not only that, the uncontrollable killing intent in his body has actually subsided. After His Majesty killed so many assassins just now, his killing intent should be difficult to control. Moreover, the old wounds on his body have actually taken a turn for the better. Gu Huayu looked over at Su Lily, this second human princess. What on earth is her background? But His Majesty's body is fine. We can temporarily. Ague cut off Gu Huayu's train of thought. If His Majesty's body is temporarily fine, then let's chop this woman's arm off. As he spoke, his eyes turned cold, and he drew his sharp sword. His Majesty is holding that arm of yours. It's tiring. Su Lily was terrified. Why? Gu Huayu looked at Ague. That's reasonable. Chopping it off would allow His Majesty to lie more comfortably. She immediately shouted, Reasonable my ass. Then she scrambled to her feet. Young hero, don't be rash. We can think of another way. Ague swung his sword with a fierce look in his eyes. Su Lily screamed, Treason! You are committing treason. I never thought that you, who were so loyal to His Majesty the Nether King, would do such a rebellious thing behind his back. Ague and Gu Huayu were both stunned. What nonsense are you talking about? Su Lily puffed out her chest defiantly. Do you know who I am? I am a woman who is determined to offer myself from the inside out, from head to toe, all to the great His Majesty, the the Nether King. If His Majesty has kept me, then I am His Majesty's property. Only His Majesty the Nether King can decide everything about me. You, without His Majesty's consent, are arbitrarily disposing of His Majesty's property. This is overstepping your authority. To put it more seriously, it is a rebellious plot. After hearing this, both of them stared wide-eyed in astonishment. The space suddenly became unusually quiet. Su Lily thought smugly to herself, I spouted a bunch of nonsense, and it actually scared them. I can't believe it. She coughed lightly a few times and continued. So, before His Majesty wakes up, none of you have the right to deal with me. Otherwise, it's treason, a rebellious plot, you understand? In her heart, she silently prayed. Don't hesitate. Hurry up and believe me. So we're not chopping it. Gu Huaiyu then stepped forward and said, Our apologies. We were reckless just now. Matters concerning the princess will be decided after His Majesty wakes up. The stench of blood here is too strong. It's not suitable to stay long. We invite the princess to follow us to another courtyard. Su Lily breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. I've finally escaped a calamity. Although that's what I thought just now. What is this situation? Su Lily lay dazedly beside Egun. Her eyes were staring intently at her. Gu Huaiyu then said, Before His Majesty wakes up, Ague and I will always be by the bedside, keeping watch. Please rest assured, Princess, and wait for His Majesty to wake up and decide. Su Lily forced a smile at this friendly gaze. Ague had his sword at the ready. Gu Huaiyu had a few throwing darts ready in his hand. Just be sure not to make any unnecessary movements. In case we make any misjudgments, that wouldn't be good. Su Lily was terrified. This is a blatant threat. I'll just close my eyes and sleep. Let's see how you can misjudge that. In this kind of situation, it was impossible to sleep. At this moment, her stomach was rumbling continuously. She was so hungry. She hadn't eaten for more than a day. A whole array of food appeared in her mind. Steamed buns, siumai, pineapple buns, hamburgers, fried chicken nuggets, roasted chicken legs. I want to eat so badly. Su Lily very quickly closed her eyes and fell sound asleep. After a while, her hand reached out to the side, but the person was nowhere to be found. Egun stood beside the bed, looking at her with a cold gaze. A hand gently reached out and grasped her beautiful neck. Su Lily woke with a start. She screamed loudly and sat up. Su Lily panted continuously, her hand instinctively touching her neck. Was it a dream? She looked outside. It was already morning. Last night's nightmare was truly terrifying. Su Lily looked to her side. The Nether King has disappeared. At this moment, a palace maid entered cheerfully. She's awake. The princess is awake. Greetings, Your Highness the Princess. You're finally awake. We servants have been waiting here to serve you for a long time. Su Lily then asked, Who are you? Reporting to Your Highness the Princess, this servant is Chio He. I'm a first-rank palace maid of Ingning Palace, ordered to come here and serve Your Highness well. As she said this, the expressions of all three changed simultaneously, unable to hide their malicious smiles. Su Lily was startled seeing this. The scene changes to another location. Egun asked again to be sure. From the inside out, from head to toe, offer everything. She really said that. Gu Huaiyu replied, reporting to Your Majesty, yes. Egun leisurely soaked in his bath, that's right. She's truly capable of saying such shameless words. Anyone with a heavenly Tao bloodline is bound to be different from ordinary people. But usually, the difference lies in cultivation talent, opportunities, and luck. A way of being different from ordinary people like hers, I have truly never heard of. He then asked, How is the investigation into the second princess coming along? Your Majesty, the spies have sent back news. Chu Huai Su held the documents. It's just that her intelligence report has many questionable points. The other day, Your Majesty clearly saw the mark of the heavenly Tao bloodline on the second princess's neck. But before that, she showed no signs of the heavenly Tao bloodline. The second princess's birth mother was an official servant of lowly status, who was coincidentally favored by the king of the Northern Viet Kingdom. She gave birth to a daughter, but the second princess was born immortal, unable to cultivate, and was abandoned by the king. From a young age, she had a gloomy and eccentric personality, often torturing, beating, and scolding her servants, frequently changing her personal maids, and furthermore, she harbored an extreme hatred for other races, once torturing a servant from the Yin Yu clan to death. The corners of Ichi Yuan's lips curled up slightly. Chu Huai, Su continued. Your Majesty, this second princess seems to be more than she appears. Ichi Yuan slowly stood up. The human race? Being two-faced is just one of their usual tricks. However, this short-lived prisoner, I have grown tired of playing with her. Pass down my orders. Loosen the restrictions on her on the surface, but secretly send people to monitor her. Within 3 days, find out her purpose. If it's not clear after 3 days, kill her. A few palace maids gathered around, stripping Su Lily to change her clothes. Princess, we servants will bathe and dress you. No need, no need. I'll do it myself. That would be very much against the rules. Su Lily jumped into the water, resurfacing with a splash. So cold. Is this ice water? But then she was pushed down by several hands. She sank deep to the bottom that we came especially to serve the princess. Is the princess satisfied? Su Lily struggled to reach out her hand and cried, help! After bathing and changing, Su Lily frowned and cursed inwardly. Damn it, they wanted to drown me in the bathtub, didn't they? They also forcibly combed my hair, pulling out so much of it was killing me. While dressing me, they even secretly pinched my chest dozens of times. She looked at her arms. Her body was covered in bruises, then looked down at her stomach. Moreover, she was so hungry. She hadn't eaten in over 2 days. Su Lily glared furiously at the 3 palace maids. Her eyes were filled with anger. These 3 scoundrels stealing my dowry right in front of me. They see that I can't cultivate and can't fight back. Easy to bully, right? She could only calm herself down. Calm down, calm down. Let's not even mention they're all cultivators. I can't even beat 3 ordinary people. I have to think of another way. With that thought, Su Lily spoke with a warm smile. Dear sisters, I've really troubled you to help me with my hair and makeup. These are some of the finest items for my dowry. Please consider them a meeting gift from me to you. Just now, I didn't understand the customs of the Yu Kingdom and almost misunderstood your good intentions, sisters. I'm truly sorry. Hearing this, the 3 palace maids were stunned, especially Thursday Ha. Good intentions? Is this woman an idiot? Su Lily continued speaking. A good-for-nothing who can't cultivate like me, and a lowly human at that, is fundamentally unworthy of becoming a consort to His Majesty, the Yu Emperor. For me to even think of such a thing is blasphemy against His Majesty. Thursday Ha said loudly, that's a matter of course. The only one worthy of His Majesty is the current holy maiden of the holy temple. How could a lowly wench like you be worthy? Su Lily nodded vigorously. Sister, you are absolutely right. I feel the same way. She sighed. The holy maiden, who is the holy maiden? Never mind. That's not important. Then Su Lily enthusiastically acted. Actually, I especially admire you sisters. Thursday Ha took her seriously. You admire us? Su Lily continued. Not only are you sisters cultivators of excellent aptitude, but you are also as beautiful as flowers, with an extraordinary aura, just like fairies. His Majesty should be served by people like you sisters. Unlike me, with my lowly mortal body, I'm about to starve to death after not eating for 2 days. So, my 3 fairy sisters, could you give me a little something to eat? Thursday Ha snorted smugly, seeing as you know your place. The 2 behind her whispered amongst themselves, as expected of a lowly mortal. If it's not eating, it's sleeping. What's the difference between her and those menial workers? Then Thursday Ha said, if you want to find food, follow me. That's great. Thank you, fairy sisters. The palace maids led Su Lily to a building that NRU clan's imperial palace, let alone the guards. Even the maids are cultivators. We hardly need food, and even if we want to supplement our diet, we eat pure spiritual food that doesn't need to be cooked. The palace kitchen is only for the lowest-ranking menial workers to use. It's been abandoned for many years. You can use it if you want, but before that, you must clean the kitchen garden completely. Then Su Lily was given a broom, 0.2 flintstones. Not a single dry branch, weed, or speck of dirt or stone can be left. Everything must be swept clean. Even if it's a kitchen for lowly menial workers, it's not for a princess to use as she pleases. The 3 palace maids laughed smugly, then threw a bag at Su Lily. Almost forgot. These are ingredients left here from a few years ago. The pile of food was already emitting a foul stench. The palace maids were even more satisfied. Her Highness the Princess can eat if she wants, but be careful not to eat yourself to death. Su Lily's face darkened, but there was nothing she could do. The 3 palace maids laughed loudly. Good luck. Get to work, Your Highness the Princess. Su Lily wanted to curse as she cleaned. 3 shameless villains. I can't get provoked. The most important thing now is to survive. It's just that my stomach is so empty it feels stuck to my back. If I don't eat, I'm afraid I'll really faint here. At that moment, she saw something. What is that? This is an oyster mushroom. Sue Lily joyfully plucked them that I didn't expect this world to have oyster mushrooms too. Just then, the 3 palace maids came over again. Princess, the sun is too strong here. It's too hot. We're gonna rest in the shade for a while. If you haven't finished cleaning in an hour, don't even think about using the kitchen. Sue Lily's lips curled into a slight smile. Got it. I have a good idea. The palace maids returned very quickly. Thursday Ha shouted, "Hey, are you done with your work?" Sue Lily was calmly grilling mushrooms. She turned and said, "Oh, the sisters are here." Thursday Ha yelled, "What are you doing there instead of working?" Sue Lily replied, "I found an amazing treasure here." Hearing treasure, Thursday Ha asked curiously, "What treasure? What is that?" "This is a very delicious slate grilled dish." Thursday Ha looked disdainful. "Do you take us for fools? What is this strange thing? It looks like a low-grade, leafless herb that can treat diarrhea, nothing to do with cultivators like us." "No, it doesn't look like the usual leafless herb." Then the 3 palace maids moved closer to Sue Lily. Not only was it not strange at all, it actually looked a little appealing. Sue Lily spoke up, "This dish? It's incredibly simple to make. Pick fresh oyster mushrooms, cut them into suitable pieces. Slowly grill them on a clean stone slate. When the mushroom slices gradually turn golden, sprinkle a little magic on it, salt. The unique sweetness of the mushroom combined with the smoky aroma of the firewood will burst forth with a boom. Slate-grilled oyster mushrooms complete. The palace maid's eyes lit up. So fragrant. It feels like my entire nasal cavity is filled with this indescribable aroma. What on earth is? Sue Lily picked up a piece and put it in her mouth. She ate it with relish. So savory and delicious. Hearing that, the other 3 all started drooling. Savory. Thursday Ha quickly covered her mouth. Delicious. That's right, this aroma is the smell of savory deliciousness. No, that's not right. What am I thinking? I'm a cultivator. I'm not interested in this kind of mortal food. Sue Lily brought a few slices of mushroom in front of her. Fairy sisters, you should try some too. This is a snack from my hometown, completely natural and delicious. The 3 of them watched and gulped audibly. Well, in that case, seeing all 3 of them eating, Sue Lily was delighted. Thursday Ha shyly turned to one side. "Ate it, I ate it. I didn't expect it to be so rich and juicy." Sue Lily then asked, "Do you sisters like it?" Thursday Ha was still immersed in the flavor of the dish. Her nose, her mouth, even her chest was filled with savory deliciousness. "I want to eat a little more." Sue Lily then sighed. "Although I'd like to make an even more delicious dish than grilled oyster mushrooms to treat you sisters, unfortunately, the ingredients are insufficient. It's a real pity. If there was meat to stew with the oyster mushrooms, it would be 2 or 3 times more delicious. That is the unparalleled taste of my hometown. It's such a shame you sisters can't taste it." Hearing Sue Lily say that, the 3 gluttonous maids' eyes lit up and they led her to the kitchen. Such abundant cooking ingredients. Sue Lily couldn't help but exclaim, "Sister, you're amazing to have found so much meat and so many spices." Thursday Ha said smugly, "That's a matter of course. Except for a few things I didn't understand you saying. Everything else is here." The maid beside her whispered, "Sister Thursday Ha, weren't we supposed to teach her a lesson? You don't understand this. The kitchen is a place only the lowest-ranking menial workers use. She's a princess, cooking to serve us. Isn't that humiliating enough? Makes sense." They stared intently at Sue Lily cooking, while she paid them no mind and enthusiastically showed off her skills. The maid was still worried, but what if she doesn't make it well? Thursday Ha replied confidently, "She wouldn't dare. I have plenty of ways to deal with her." Very soon after, Sue Lily excitedly brought out the pot of oyster mushroom and meat stew. Everyone's been waiting. The 3 of them drooled at the sight. "Heavens, this is my specialty dish. Sisters, please hurry and try it." The 3 of them dug in without hesitation. This flavor, the savory taste of the mushrooms, is completely infused into the broth. The stewed meat is incredibly tender, melting instantly. The juices in the meat immediately explode in the mouth. Thursday Ha's eyes welled with tears. This is bliss. So eating can be such a happy thing? It's like stepping into a fairyland. The fragrant meat broth coats the entire tongue. A warm feeling gradually spreads throughout the body. The savory flavor of the mushrooms is like a little sprite flitting about in a fairyland. So many sprites are dancing. I can't help but want to dance with them. At this point, the three of them were already dancing and twirling wildly. Thursday, how was dazed, huh? Why? Can I really see little sprites? Just then, she clutched her stomach. My stomach hurts so much. What's happening? Sue Lily stood there, smiling faintly. Only then did they realize, could it be? Sue Lily asked softly, is it good? Thursday Ha was stunned. It was the second princess's trick. In her daze, that girl Thursday Ha asked herself, when was the last time I ate a proper meal? Those difficult memories were hard to recall. Just then, a familiar, almost forgotten voice from her childhood called out to her. Thursday Ha, time to eat. Now, she trembled and replied, I'm not hungry. Serving the Holy Maiden and His Majesty the Nether Emperor is the highest honor in the clan. We all have to cultivate desperately. That voice pointed and scolded her. You must eat even if you're not hungry. Otherwise, you won't be qualified to serve the Holy Maiden and His Majesty the Nether Emperor. Now, Thursday Ha's whole body trembled, holding the hard-to-swallow bowl of soup, her face gradually turning unsightly. To increase my spiritual power, my food since childhood has been various spiritual herbs. Even if they made me want to vomit, I had to endure and swallow them down. Only then could I improve faster. Compared to His Majesty the Nether Emperor, I hoped even more to serve Her Highness, the Holy Maiden. I had to cultivate desperately, striving to meet Her Highness the Holy Maiden one day soon. Finally, I successfully achieved foundation establishment, became a first-class handmaiden of the Nether Palace, had the spiritual power to eat proper food, and escaped those days of eating nauseating spiritual herbs. Moreover, I finally had the chance to see Her Highness the Holy Maiden at close range, the figure I had worshipped and admired since childhood. Standing just a few steps away from me, Thursday Ha was so happy she wanted to scream, her voice trembling. Oh, Holy Maiden, I've finally met you. The Holy Maiden turned around gently. Oh, so you're Thursday, huh? I've heard about you before. All the effort and hardship you've gone through for me. I know it all. I'm deeply moved. The Holy Maiden moved closer to her, her tone still gentle. You must continue to work hard in the future. Contribute more to the Holy Temple. As she spoke, the Holy Maiden's hands moved closer to her. Thursday Ha was overjoyed. I will. Her Highness the Holy Maiden, what a good child. And a stinging slap landed on her cheek. It was followed by several continuous slaps. Thursday Ha was stunned. Huh? She stammered. Holy Maiden, Your Highness, why? A direct knock landed on her head. So painful. Sue Lily held a small pouch, clicking her tongue in disappointment. 3 poor devils, with only this little stuff in their chinkoan pouches. Thursday Ha now came to her senses. It's you. Sue Lily looked at them coldly. No wonder you even wanted to rob my dowry. What loss, wasting so much of my poisoned food. The 3 were beaten black and blue, their bodies covered in bruises and lumps. Then they were tied up together, struggling continuously. You wretch, how dare you poison the food? Hand over the antidote now. Sue Lily replied nonchalantly. Antidote? The poisonous mushroom soup has no antidote. Nonsense. You clearly ate it too. Hand over the antidote, or else I won't spare you. Sue Lily took out 2 types of mushrooms to enlighten the 3 of them. I didn't eat the poisonous mushrooms. I used 2 different types of mushrooms for the 2 meals. Look, this one is called Jian Shou Qing, and this one is an abalone mushroom. Thursday Ha cursed angrily. You're despicable. Sue Lily moved closer and said with a slight smile, Of course I have to be despicable. I can't beat you in a fight anyway. The girl was furious but couldn't retort. You. Sue Lily continued. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Aren't you usually like this? She tilted her head slightly, scratching her ear with a mischievous look. I'm just a little bit more wicked than the average person. That's all. That girl Thursday Ha screamed. You bitch, just you wait. You're too noisy. Saying that, Sue Lily stuffed gags into the mouths of the 3. Sue Lily still had the conscience to comfort the 3 girls. Don't worry, your bodies are so strong. This little bit of poison won't kill you. After saying that, She leisurely walked out, but she suddenly stopped, turned back to wink at the three of them, not forgetting to add, "Oh, I forgot to mention, although this mushroom isn't lethal, it will give you diarrhea." Hearing this, the three girls' faces turned pale with fear, wanted to scream, but couldn't. Scream. Su Lily walked away coolly, thinking with contempt. Three idiots. I can't provoke an inhuman pervert like the Nether Emperor, but can I handle a few handmaidens? Before escaping the Nether Palace, I have to take my dowry with me. The Chinquan pouch is really convenient. I can't just give the dowry from my nominal Emperor father to the Nether Emperor for free. Su Lily rummaged for a while and took out a brown, earth-like lump. There was still spiritual power in the Chinquan pouch. I've seen this before in the bridal procession team. They said one bite could keep you from being hungry for days. Sounds like a good thing. Su Lily took a bite, and her face gradually contorted. Luckily, I didn't lose any teeth. It just wears down the body. Her whole body felt like it was about to collapse and faint. She had to lean against the wall a few times for support. In her heart, she couldn't help but curse silently. So hard to eat. It's hard, dry, and astringent. My teeth are about to chip. It has no flavor at all, like chewing on a plastic bottle. I'd better find some ingredients and cook for myself. Su Lily searched everywhere, looking left, right, east, and west. After walking back and forth a few times, she realized with a daze, it seems I just passed by here. Could it be that I'm lost? Just then, something fell from the sky, hitting Su Lily right on the head with a thud. Su Lily flared up. So painful. What is this thing? She stared at it in astonishment. A watch? Why is there a watch in this world? A line of text immediately appeared on the watch. It asked if she wanted to return to Earth. Su Lily was stunned. A voice from the watch continuously asked, "Do you want to return to Earth?" Su Lily was still in a daze. Well, what? Then follow my instructions. At this point, she still couldn't process it. Earth? What on earth is going on? It didn't answer, but told her, "Now look to your left." Su Lily dazedly complied. Left? There's nothing on the left. Seeing her dazed look, it immediately scolded her. "You idiot, that's the right." She now found the correct direction and looked over. The watch continued, "You will see a white building. That is the grand sacrificial hall of the Nether tribe. You must sneak in." Su Lily looked at the watch suspiciously. Could it be this watch is the mastermind behind my transmigration? The watch screen continued to display instructions. Take the most important item in the sacrificial hall. Well then, good luck. There was even a smiley face emoji, and then with a beep, it went silent. At this moment, inside the shrine, a guard patrolled the area with great pride. This is the sacrificial hall of our Nether tribe, the most sacred place in the clan, the most heavily guarded for hundreds of thousands of years. It has never been infiltrated by outsiders. Today, I will also continue to protect the peace of the sacrificial hall and one of the noblest sacred relics in the Nether tribe, the waning moon crown. It has always symbolized the status of the Empress of the Nether tribe. On the day of the imperial wedding, it will be personally placed on the Holy Maiden by His Majesty, the Nether Emperor. Now, His Majesty, the Nether Emperor, is the strongest emperor in all dynasties, and the Holy Maiden is also the most suitable woman in history. They are truly a match made in heaven. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. The guard's face flushed red, his fists clenched, showing his determination. Even if I have to give my life, I must protect this symbol of divine love. Suddenly, Su Lily fell from who knows where, down with a piercing scream. She slowly sat up and looked around. Damn it, what did I fall into? There's actually a hole in the ground. The terrified guard turned to look at her, then stammered and shouted, You intruder." Su Lily, still dazed, reached around randomly and grabbed the crown. She looked at it blankly, not understanding anything. "What is this thing? It's hurting my butt." The guard, though scared, still charged forward with his sword, shouting with a trembling voice, Die. Su Lily was bewildered. There's actually a guard here. The path here was clearly clear of any obstacles. At this moment, a familiar voice appeared. After a few flashes, Ichiyuan, along with Gu Huaihu and a Gue, made their reappearance. "Is this your scheme?" Su Lily stared foolishly at the three of them. Ichiyuan, his face as cold as ice, slowly walked over and said, "So you wanted to make a move on our Nether tribe's sacred relic. The second princess has truly put in a lot of effort." The guard was startled to see His Majesty. "Your Majesty." But Su Lily still didn't understand what was happening. Why did the Nether Emperor suddenly appear here? Ichiyuan stared at her. His voice was cold. "Although I don't know what the human tribe wants with our clan's sacred relic, but this is where it ends. The time you've had to live has been long enough." Ichiyuan continued, "Second princess, confess honestly. What exactly is your human tribe's scheme? The guard beside them was flailing about wildly, continuously wailing. This subordinate has failed your majesty's trust. This subordinate will commit suicide to atone for my crime. Ague frowned at him. So noisy. Ichiyuan had no time to pay attention to that guy. He continued, confess the truth, and I might grant you a quick death. Su Lily smiled brightly, playing dumb. What is your majesty talking about? How could I betray someone with such a heavenly appearance? Ichiyuan swung his hand, and Su Lily luckily dodged it, her face full of fear. He glared at her angrily with sharp eyes. If you dare say one more word. Su Lily's face turned pale. I'm doomed. Flattery is useless. She quickly explained loudly. A misunderstanding. This is truly a misunderstanding. I got lost and wandered in here. A sacred relic? Some scheme? I really don't know anything about it. If I'm lying then. Su Lily looked at the crown in her hand, which suddenly began to glow. She was shocked. What is happening? The sparkling crown flew into the air by itself and placed itself on Su Lily's head. The crown, it's on its own. Ichiyuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Gu Huaihu and Ague were also shocked by this scene. No, impossible. The waning moon crown has actually acknowledged a master on its own. Su Lily's face turned pale. Huh? Acknowledged a master, what? Gu Huaihu continued. It's supposed to acknowledge a master only after the ceremony is performed. Master. It is also the property of the Nether Tribe's empress. It should have been inherited by the holy maidens of each dynasty after their grand wedding with the Nether Emperor. Once it acknowledges a master, it cannot be taken off. Su Lily panicked. What? It can't be taken off? Gu Huaihu became even more worried. How are we going to explain this to Her Highness Lan Yueti? She is also the future empress, His Majesty's childhood sweetheart. Ichiyuan had been silent until now. He recalled the past, a gentle woman calling him, Anoa, run slower, don't fall. Then the Nether Emperor finally spoke coldly. What's there to panic about? Isn't it just acknowledging a master? If we kill her, we can take it off. Su Lily was stunned. Ichiyuan flicked his finger lightly. Demon Vine. A stream of black energy flew towards Su Lily. She carelessly slipped, but Talai nimbly dodged to one side. The blast of energy shot straight past her, creating a loud explosion, and the ice shards shattered into pieces. Talai looked over, her eyes filled with fear. Wai Kai Yin said, what a surprise. He moved closer to her. Oh, think you managed to dodge it. But this time, I won't let you be so lucky again. Wai Kai Yin raised his hand again. Talai stood up and grabbed his hand. Yes, that's so. I've had enough of you. I was suddenly brought to this world, and what with the political marriage, assassinations, and conspiracies, I've suddenly shouldered a mountain of trouble. Have I, from head to toe, ever done anything to harm you? People? Yes, I'm small and weak. Any of you cultivators can casually crush me to death. I pretended to be an idiot. I pretended to be boy crazy, doing everything I can just to survive. I just want to live. I don't want to just die for no reason. Talai gripped Wai Kai Yun's hand tighter and tighter as thick black smoke billowed out. Eye in your eyes. Someone like me is just an ant by your feet. You step on me if you want, crush me if you want, acting all high and mighty, controlling the life and death of others. Wai Kai Yin looked at Talai in confusion. The Loingwen had been activated. Talai Li's face was full of grievance, her eyes welling with tears. What in the world do you people think other people's lives are? You bastards. Then she poured all her strength into her arm and punched Wai Kai Yin. Black energy radiating from her hand. Wai Kai Yin stared blankly and coughed up blood. What's happening? Talai Li's whole body glowed, and a stream of black energy emerged from Wai Kai's. Yin's body. Kukoi, who and Akui were worried. Your Majesty, what happened? The Loingwen in Your Majesty's body has had a deadly outbreak. Wai Kai Yin was enveloped in black, his pupils turning completely white. Talai was stunned. Did I cause this? Could it be that I have a golden finger? The entire palace began to shake violently. Kukoi, who was startled. The ritual hall is shaking. What's happening now? Could this be the ritual hall's defensive grand array? The Blood Moon killing realm has been activated. Akui and Kukoi who rushed to Wai Kai Yun's side. Your Majesty, we can't stay here long. We must get out before the killing realm swallows the grand hall. Talai looked down. On the ground was a black vortex. The watch on her wrist spoke up. Quick, jump into this vortex. Talai was overjoyed. This watch can talk now. The watch snapped at her. Your focus is on the wrong thing. Hey, Wai Kai Yin said coldly, covering one eye. ignore the blood moon killing realm. His eyes were filled with fury. Capture her for me at any cost. Hearing this, Talai clicked her tongue. The watch reminded her, if you want to live, jump in now. At that moment, she pulled something out of her chinquin pouch and threw it straight at Wai Kai Yuyan. Akui rushed forward and slashed it to pieces. Akui's expression then turned to panic. Damn it, she jumped into the blood moon killing realm. Talai even stuck out her tongue teasingly. You want to catch me? Wait for your next life. Then she slowly sank into the darkness, with only her hand visible, as if. Akui was furious. Damn it. Kukoi, who was also in shock. Is she insane? To actually jump into the blood moon killing realm on her own. Wai Kai Yuyan was filled with rage. That woman actually took the Dean Noyet crown. Amidst this extremely chaotic scene, Akui spoke up. The blood moon killing realm is a place that even we cannot enter easily. The second princess will surely be reduced to bones this time. Kukoi, who said coldly, it's fine if she dies, but the Dean Noyet crown absolutely cannot be lost. In a few days, it will be the grand ceremony of 100 clans. If the Holy Maiden doesn't have the Dean Noyet crown, Wai Kai Yuyan spoke faintly, but it's fine, I'll go down and find it. Kukoi, who was alarmed, but your majesty, this humble servant can explain things to the Holy Maiden. Akui also quickly volunteered that Akui wants to go too. Wai Kai Yuyan said coldly, no, I alone am enough. Kukoi, who tried to persuade him, but your majesty, your Loingwin just acted up. The blood moon killing realm is extremely dangerous. It would be best to summon a few great masters from a clan. The Yu Emperor walked towards the blood moon killing realm and said resolutely, rest assured, I am the emperor of the Yu clan. Even if something were to happen, I would be dying for the rise and fall, the glory and shame of my Yu clan. I will not waste my life on such a matter. His two subordinates shouted in alarm. Your Majesty, Wai Kai Yuyan ignored everything, closed his eyes, and slowly sank into the dreamscape. He thought to himself, the Dean Noyet crown is an important treasure of the Yu clan, but to me, it's the only thing my mother left behind, so it absolutely cannot be lost. In the blood moon killing realm, Talai was free-falling slowly into a bottomless abyss. Although she couldn't open her eyes, she could still seem to feel the air around her, feeling herself sinking into the darkness for a long time. After hitting the Yu Emperor, all the strength in her body had been drained. Moreover, she was so hungry. Ever since coming to this world, she hadn't had a single proper meal. Lost in thought, she didn't notice the purple bubbles gradually surrounding her. Talai kept wailing. So hungry, so hungry. Suddenly, a system voice rang out, detecting host's strong desire. Initializing system. Hearing the sound, Talai's eyes widened in a daze. Her eyes lit up as a large ball of light appeared before her. The system voice sounded again. Host, personalized system customization successful. Preparing to launch. The light got closer and closer to her eyes. Talai was blinded and squeezed her eyes shut. What the heck is this? A moment later, Talai slowly opened her eyes. She was now lying on snow. Where am I? A mysterious object appeared on her hair, emitting a beep. Talai didn't notice it. She propped her head up and sat up, seeming to have heard them call it something. Talai looked at the magical scenery around her. The blood moon killing realm? What a strange place. I wonder if it's dangerous. Suddenly, a sound came from her hair. Talai became alert. The voice of Little Rice Cake rang out. That you're finally awake. Talai said loudly, Who's talking? Little Rice Cake flew up from her hair into her line of sight. It laughed cheerfully, then said seriously, I have many titles. Some call me an angel, some call me a bodhisattva. It's a pity you don't have those beliefs. If we go by a logic you can understand, you can call me daddy. As it spoke, its eyes sparkled with self-satisfaction. Talai paid no mind to the title and asked, Was it you who made me transmigrate? Little Rice Cake answered proudly, Of course. You were the one I chose from tens of millions of people. It hadn't finished showing off before it was smacked in the face. Talai, furious, yelled, So it was you who arbitrarily threw people into another world. Little Rice Cake broke into a cold sweat at this display of force, stammering for a long while, without forming a sentence. Actually. Talai continued to shout, her hands ceaselessly kneading the rice cake. You stinky rice cake, send me back to earth right now. Little Rice Cake was kneaded continuously, unable to speak clearly. I'm just a customer service. Talai screamed, I want to go home. Send me home right now. She was so angry she brought it to her mouth and bit it. Little Rice Cake sobbed and struggled that I'm just an after-sales customer service representative. The matter of your transmigration wasn't my responsibility at all. Hearing this, Talai became even more furious. Then what use are you, you stinky piece of rice cake? Little Rice Cake replied in a small voice, I'm here to tell you the conditions for returning to Earth. As it finished speaking, a system panel appeared in midair with the words, Super Conscience System. Little Rice Cake continued, look at this. This is our systems exchange panel. Little Rice Cake quickly flew up and gestured at the screen to explain that 8T, the very top, is the exchange option to return to Earth. The price is clearly marked, no scams here. Talai couldn't help but exclaim, it's real? What is that resource? That's an outrageous number of zeros. Little Rice Cake replied helplessly, the cost of interworld travel is also very high. Suddenly, Talai let herself fall back onto the snow, letting out a sigh of relief. This is great. I never thought I could go home again. Thinking about it, Talai was moved to the verge of tears. After falling into the lake, I came to this world. I probably drowned back on Earth, right? I never dared to think about how heartbroken Dad would be. To think I can still return alive. This is wonderful. Little Rice Cake quietly listened to her confession. Its expression was profound, but only for a fleeting moment, before it returned to its cute and innocent appearance. After pouring her heart out, Talai's mood was high and full of fighting spirit, and she held out her hand. Anyway, I'm far away from that perverted emperor now. Later, I'll find a safe place to gather enough of that resource. Her beautiful dream was immediately shattered by a single sentence from Little Rice Cake. It's not that simple. The blue spider lily, one of the items needed to return to Earth, is something only the Emperor knows the location of. Talai turned to stone, then screamed in horror. What? I have to go back and find the Emperor? Somewhere else. The light was everywhere, gentle and soft, as if incubating cotton candy trees within it. A young lady with flowing pink hair was bending down to pick flowers, a very charming scene. At this moment, a handmaiden approached. The high priestess invites you to the holy temple. The pink-haired girl spoke that, I'll go over right away. She smiled. Please give these flowers I picked to His Majesty, the Emperor. The handmaiden quickly accepted the order. Yes. Lam Noyet Tich thought to herself, I wonder what brother Ahwin is doing. Spirit grade Gwyn chestnut, a first grade Huang rank spirit plant, non-toxic edible, composition similar to chestnuts on Earth. Resource index 5. Dewdrop leaf, a mortal grade plant, non-toxic, not recommended for consumption. Composition similar to lotus leaves on Earth. Resource index 0, cannot be converted. After hearing these precise appraisals, Talai couldn't help but exclaim, your appraisal function is really useful. Little Rice Cake was pleased out of course it is. It's a great bargain, given for free. Talai asked, so how do I get these resource points? Little Rice Cake replied, that's simple. You just need to eat them. Your current body is equivalent to a conversion tool. As long as you eat things with resources, you can convert them into resource points. Sue Lily marveled that I can increase my resource points just by eating. Is there really such a good thing? But one fruit only gives 5 resource points. How long will I have to eat to go home? Little Rice Cake explained. The number of resource points is related to the spiritual energy and rarity of the item. Generally speaking, the resource points of spirit beasts are higher than plants. But the difficulty of obtaining spirit beasts is much higher than plants. Just then, a spirit beast appeared before the two. Little Rice Cake began its appraisal. Earth Phoenix Rock Filth Chicken, young, level 1 yellow rank spirit beast, non-toxic, edible, meat composition similar to chicken on Earth. Resource points, 50. Sue Lily happily walked towards the chicken-like spirit beast. Although I'm very hungry right now. It's just too cute. I just can't bring myself to do it. As she spoke, her eyes lit up with excitement. Maybe we should just go pick some spirit plants to eat. While speaking, she gestured and hesitated, reaching out to touch it. Just then, the spirit beast suddenly roared, revealing a mouth full of dense, sharp, serrated teeth. Sue Lily screamed in terror and reflexively raised her hand, swinging a stick hard towards the spirit beast, knocking it out directly to a dead chicken can't be revived. I'll just have to accept my grief and adapt. Sue Lily suppressed her grief and started cooking. First, she prepared the necessary seasonings, which she had tricked from the 3 foolish maids. In this world, it seemed there were only herbs. She washed and plucked the rock filth chicken, rubbed seasoning all over its body, and stuffed the kiong li into the chicken's belly. Wrapped the chicken with dewdrop leaves and wove clean grass into a rope. Then, she used clean mud from the river and water, mixed it into a paste, and coated the outside of the dewdrop leaves, about 4 centimeters thick. The preparation stage was complete. It should be ready to eat after roasting for about 50 minutes. The fire flickered against the snow as Sue Lily sat beside it, tending to the fire with a serious look. "Oh, right, little rice cake, the blue spider lily. Does really only the Netherlord know where it is?" Little Rice Cake handed her some firewood and replied, "That's what the data in the system records." Sue Lily frowned. "This is going to be tricky then. I hate that guy." She then launched into a tirade that he acts so high and mighty, always has a sour look on his face, and wants to kill people at the drop of a hat. Just thinking of his face now makes me angry. What's the use of being handsome? Sue Lily's anger flared up. She snapped a piece of firewood and growled, "Forget tricking him into telling me. It's already a feat if I can stop myself from hitting him." That punch from before wasn't enough to vent my anger. Sue Lily yelled, "The Netherlord is a paranoid, sadistic psycho. I clearly have no grudge against him." Little Rice Cake gently interrupted, "You can't be sure you have no grudge. Aren't you occupying the body of the second princess of Northern Viet of the human race? The second princess came to assassinate the Netherlord." These words struck Sue Lily like a bolt of lightning. Little Rice Cake continued, "Moreover, you have indeed taken a treasure of the Nether clan. It's also the marriage token between him and his childhood sweetheart." Sue Lily broke out in a cold sweat listening to this. So what? She crossed her arms, regaining her composure. "That I don't care. I just hate him anyway." Little Rice Cake spoke up, "Actually, the Netherlord isn't as bad as you think." Sue Lily's face darkened, and she glared. "Whose side are you on, anyway?" Little Rice Cake stammered, "Oh, of course I'm on your side." After a moment, Sue Lily asked hesitantly, "The Moonfall crown, can it really not be returned?" Little Rice Cake replied, "Of course not. I've been slumbering in the Moonfall crown for hundreds of years. I've long since become its artifact spirit. Besides, the Moonfall crown itself has recognized you as its master. Unless you die, it can't be taken off. Its form has also changed." Sue Lily looked at it suspiciously. Little Rice Cake immediately avoided her gaze. Insufficient authority. Sue Lily frowned at it and probed, "That watch before, and how I entered the sacrificial hall without any obstacles. That was all you're doing, wasn't it?" Little Rice Cake looked guilty, avoiding her gaze at it. "It was just a coincidence. None of that is important. We should focus on finding the blue spider lily first." Sue Lily pondered. The blue spider lily, the Netherlord. The Moonfall crown, his childhood sweetheart's marriage token. I don't want to get entangled in a romantic relationship with the Netherlord. Although I hate the Netherlord, his childhood sweetheart. That girl has no grudge against me, yet I've wronged her like this. But I want to go home, and I can't do it without the Moonfall crown. Plus, the Moonfall crown can't be taken off. This is so annoying, she thought, clutching her head in distress, that I don't care anymore. There's no trouble that a good meal can't solve. The clay-baked chicken stuffed with kiong li was now cooked. Sue Lily immediately grabbed a chicken leg and savored it. Then, both she and Little Rice Cake's eyes widened in excitement at how delicious it was. So good. The chicken skin is crispy and the meat is tender, with the fragrance of the dewdrop leaves. The kiong li in the chicken's belly has also absorbed all the chicken juices, making it soft and sweet. The lazy argument of the two foodies began. "Aren't you a system? Why are you eating?" Little Rice Cake retorted with its mouth full of meat. "Who says systems don't eat?" Sue Lily shouted, "Don't snatch it from me." A moment later, the chicken was reduced to a pile of bones. Sue Lily and Little Rice Cake fell back onto the snow, satisfied. "I'm so full. This is the first full meal I've had in days." Suddenly, specks of light began to emanate from Sue Lily's body. She was stunned. "Are these light spots coming out of my body?" Little Rice Cake cheered. "The resources have been converted." Sue Lily was surprised. This is what resources are. My body feels lighter, full of strength." At this moment, the system panel appeared. Resource account, 200. Sue Lily's jaw dropped in astonishment. The rock filth chicken and the kiong li only added up to 70 resource points. How is this possible? Little Rice Cake explained that it's because of the preparation. The combination of ingredients and cooking method increases the resource conversion rate. The system panel changed. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the skill lottery ability. Would you like to spend 199 resource points to draw a low-level skill? Sue Lily was furious. 199. I have a total of 200 resource points. This scammer system, Little Rice Cake said smugly. The cultivation world is fraught with danger, and your body is that of a mortal. Exchanging 199 for a low-level skill is already a great deal. Sue Lily grumbled as she pressed the agree button. I know, you scammer. The moment she pressed the agree button, countless streams of blue light appeared. The system panel appeared, system activating. Lucky wheel. Congratulations, host, for obtaining low-level earth manipulation technique. A simple spell to control soil, sand, and rock. 1-star rating, beginner difficulty, simple. Remaining resource points, 1. Seeing the single, round number, Sue Lily couldn't help but feel frustrated. This is so annoying, you scam dash. Mayor. A moment later, the light disappeared. Sue Lily began to feel it out. Earth manipulation technique. Doesn't sound very mystical at all. Oh well, at least I have a useful spell now. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed, startling them both. Behind them, a gigantic spirit beast had appeared, its sharp eyes staring intently at the two. Unaware of the terrifying thing behind her, Sue Lily asked blankly, "Did you feel the ground shake a little just now?" Little Rice Cake trembled. Yes. And then they both turned around at the same time and gaped at the spirit beast. That's so big. The appraisal panel appeared. Adult Earth Phoenix Rock Filth Chicken. Level 8 Yellow Rank Spirit Beast. Resource points. 500. Sue Lily was intimidated. This is way too big. I can't eat this much. Little Rice Cake broke out in a cold sweat. I think you should be more worried about how to fight it. A little. The two small figures began to whisper in fear. Wait, this isn't the father or mother of the chicken we just ate, is it? It's possible. Sue Lily exclaimed in shock. It's so big. Is this really the same species as the chicken from before? How long would this take to roast until it's cooked? Little Rice Cake said, sweating, I think you'd better run. Sue Lily cracked her knuckles and said, although I'm full now, making a bento box to take with me wouldn't be bad. I'm the one who knocked down the Netherlord with one punch. I'm a woman with a golden touch. Hey, wait. Before Little Rice Cake could stop her, she had already run up to punch the chicken, shouting, take this punch. But the chicken just stood there, unfazed. Then it bent down to peck at her. As she dodged, she yelled, why didn't it have any effect? Little Rice Cake explained, knocking down the Netherlord was because you have the Heavenly Tao bloodline, which has a suppressive effect on him, someone who bears the Heavenly Tao curse. It has no effect on ordinary beings. Sue Lily immediately questioned, why didn't you say so earlier? Little Rice Cake said, I don't know where you got your confidence from. Run. Didn't you just get the earth manipulation technique? You can use it. Sue Lily remembered, that's right. Little Rice Cake spoke up. The earth manipulation technique can also build a very sturdy wall on the ground. Even if you can't defeat the chicken monster, you can at least block it for a while. Sue Lily nodded, okay. Little Rice Cake began to guide her. Just imagine the effect of a spell in your mind, and you'll be able to use it. Sue Lily shouted, got it. And she gathered her energy and shouted, earth manipulation technique, construct defensive wall. A tiny little dirt wall appeared on the ground. Sue Lily turned and ran, questioning Little Rice Cake. Is this a scam? What kind of evil system is this? $1.99 for this useless skill. Little Rice Cake quickly said $1.99 was a discounted price. It's only natural for the skill to be a bit weak. Inside a pile of dirt, Sue Lily asked, we won't be discovered, right? Little Rice Cake replied, use the earth manipulation technique to create a hollow pile of dirt to hide in. Sue Lily, that's a good idea of yours. She then scolded it. You still have the nerve to speak, you unscrupulous merchant, you terrible customer service. Little Rice Cake said, sweating, you get what you pay for. Good things aren't cheap. She threatened it again. Stinky Rice Cake, believe it or not, I'll throw you out for the chicken to eat. Then she remembered and asked it, all right, what was that Heavenly Tao bloodline you mentioned earlier? And what's the Heavenly Tao curse? Little Rice Cake explained to her, the Heavenly Tao bloodline refers to someone who is acknowledged and blessed by the Heavenly Tao of this world. This kind of person is extremely rare. You can count the number of people with the Heavenly Tao bloodline in the entire world on one hand. The Heavenly Tao curse, on the other hand, is a curse cast by the Heavenly Tao on certain people. The Netherlord is an example. Normally, the Heavenly Tao bloodline can soothe the flare-ups of the Heavenly Tao curse. But Lily, your Heavenly Tao bloodline, is a bit different. Besides soothing it, you can also actively trigger the curse. Upon hearing this, Su Lily bloomed with joy. No wonder I could send the Nether Emperor flying with one blow. Little Rice Cake quickly threw cold water on her. That's because the Nether Emperor underestimated his enemy. Now that the Nether Emperor is on his guard, it'll be a problem for you to even touch him. Just those two attendants could casually reach out and crush you to death. Hearing this, she huffed and poked a hole to peek outside, asking, "Why hasn't that chicken left yet? It's really relentless. Is that another one of its chicks at its feet?" Then she was startled to see it eat the chick on the ground. "What's going on? That's not its child." Little Rice Cake exclaimed, "I felt something was strange just now. An adult stone filth chicken doesn't look like this. This is clearly a mutated and demonized stone filth. It hunts and kills every creature it sees around it." The information panel appeared. Demonized Earth Phoenix Stone Filth Chicken. Extremely toxic demonic energy contamination. Resource index -500 inedible. Trait: will eat frantically without limit until it has killed every living creature in its vicinity. Hearing this, Su Lily cried out in alarm. "W-it?" Little Rice Cake whispered, "You're too loud." "Oh no, it's discovered us." The chicken pecked down at the mound of earth, shattering it. Su Lily and Little Rice Cake jumped up, yelling, "Oh my god, quick, run." The stone filth chicken's beak can peck through even rock. If it pecks us, we're done for, right? While running, Su Lily suddenly fell. Little Rice Cake shouted worriedly, "Lily." As Su Lily fell, she screamed, "A cliff? How can this be?" "Calm down, earth control technique." As soon as she shouted, she created a branch to catch herself. But the branch immediately broke, causing her to fall. She continued to use the earth control technique. Her body was covered in wounds. She sat up and coughed. "Barely escaped with my life." Little Rice Cake asked with concern, "Lily, how are your injuries?" Su Lily cried out, "It hurts so much, my whole body hurts from top to bottom. My bones feel like they're about to break." She looked up and said, "I actually fell from such a high cliff. Thank goodness for the earth control technique." Little Rice Cake comforted her. "Consider yourself lucky to be alive." Su Lily looked around and said, "It's so dark here, there's black fog everywhere. This smell is the stench of blood. Could all these things be corpses?" Little Rice Cake was startled. "This is the true blood moon killing realm. When we teleported in, I tampered with it to land us in a relatively safe area. We should quickly climb back up the cliff." Su Lily was worried, but that demonized chicken is up on the cliff. Little Rice Cake quickly exclaimed, "What's that chicken compared to this? Every corpse here was stronger than it when they were alive. The fact that even they died shows that there's a monster here." The two looked to the side and saw a green monster killing another monster. The two were terrified, even more terrifying. We've been discovered." As soon as Su Lily and Little Rice Cake saw the monster, a sign with a notification appeared before them. "Danger. Extreme vigilance required. Species unknown. Level unknown." After reading it, Su Lily and Little Rice Cake trembled. "That's so powerful. Even the system can't identify it. This is bad. We have to escape quickly." Su Lily tried to move her body, but it was trembling uncontrollably. So Su Lily said helplessly to Little Rice Cake, I don't think I can move. My limbs won't obey me." Just then, the monster rushed towards Su Lily. It launched an attack. Little Rice Cake immediately moved forward to protect her. Seeing this, Su Lily cried out in shock, "Little Rice Cake." Little Rice Cake tried to form a green shield. It blocked the monster's attack. "Run. I can't hold on for long." Understanding the situation, Su Lily immediately ran. Little Rice Cake flew after her. Su Lily then asked it, "What on earth was that thing?" Little Rice Cake replied, "I don't know, but it's filled with killing intent. It must be related to demons." Su Lily looked back and didn't see the monster, so she said, "It seems like it didn't follow us." But right above her, the monster flew closer and launched an attack at Su Lily's back, injuring her. Little Rice Cake immediately shot up to create a protective layer, but it still couldn't block it. The system issued a warning. Critical damage. Critical damage. The injured Su Lily fell. Just as the monster was about to kill her, her body suddenly began to glow. A golden soul of Su Lily suddenly appeared, radiating a golden light, and attacked the monster, causing it to be injured in the chest. It clutched its wound in pain as its power gradually faded. It reverted to its original form, Ichiyuan, and also fell beside her. The next day, Su Lily woke up and wondered, Where am I? Little Rice Cake's voice sounded, Lily, you're finally awake. Hearing this, she asked in surprise, Little Spirit, where are you? Little Rice Cake answered her, my body suffered severe damage, so I can only take temporary refuge inside the waning moon crown. But once I gather enough energy, I can reform my physical body. Hearing this, she nodded, it's good that you can reform. Where are we now? Little Rice Cake replied, I'm not sure. After my physical body was destroyed, I fell into hibernation. But there's no aura of monsters here, so it should be safe for now. Sue Lily wondered, I don't know who brought me here either. It hurts so much. Seeing her injuries, Little Rice Cake hurriedly shouted, Lily, your injuries are not light. You must treat and bandage your wounds quickly. Just as she was about to pull her hand back to check her wound, she was startled to see a child holding her hand. Who is this child? Sue Lily wondered, who is this child? Why is he covered in blood and lying here? It was Ichiyuan, who had shrunk after being injured. Sue Lily looked at his face and praised, what a beautiful face. If he participated in something like Produce 101, he would definitely debut in the center position. She held his hand and thought, his hand is still warm. He must still be alive. Wait, could it be that he saved me from the monster? So she asked Little Rice Cake, Little Rice Cake, can you check his injuries? After a moment, Little Rice Cake replied, he currently has 24 minor wounds, 7 severe wounds, and 1 fatal wound on his body. If he's not treated in time, he might just kick the bucket. Hearing this, Sue Lily asked in shock, WH what? Oh my God. She took off the child's shirt and was startled. Such terrifying wounds. Could these be from fighting the monster? She quickly took out her Chinkoan pouch and mumbled, I remember there seems to be some medicine in the Chinkoan pouch. I have to apply it to him quickly. Then she sprinkled the medicine on the wound. Little Rice Cake quickly reminded her, Lily, you can't apply it directly to the wound. Using it recklessly is like sprinkling chili powder on the wound. Sue Lily asked in a panic, will he die? Meanwhile, Ichiyuan was recalling a memory from his childhood when he was injured and crying out. It hurts so much. Big brother, I'm in so much pain. Ichima, carrying his younger brother on his back, shouted, Anua, hold on a little longer. Ichiyuan, on his back, was still crying and wailing in pain. Ichima had to coax his younger brother. We're almost home. Hang in there. In the evening, a palace attendant saw them return and shouted, the 2 princes are back. His Highness the second prince is seriously injured. A stretcher, quickly carry him in. Ichiyuan was placed on the stretcher. He turned to see his royal brother being scolded by their mother empress. The mother empress sighed and stroked his royal brother's head. He saw that scene and closed his eyes. The empress sat beside Ichiyuan, sighing worriedly. Ichima entered after being bandaged. Suddenly, their father emperor burst through the door and said something loudly. The empress immediately bonked him on the head. Then she stroked his head and said, Anua, don't be afraid. Mother Empress is here. He silently called out, Mother Empress. No, that's not right. Mother Empress has long since. He opened his eyes, and Sue Lily said cheerfully, you're awake. That's great. How are you feeling? Ichiyuan thought to himself, where am I? It's the second princess of the human clan. He was startled to see her holding a knife in her hand. He shot up, thinking, as expected, you're from the human clan, sent to kill me. He ignored her telling him to be careful of his wounds, and thought defensively, you're quite patient. The human clan can't stop my nether clan's army. They can only resort to these kinds of tricks. Do you really think my life is so easily taken? Then he was shocked. What's happening? My body can't mobilize any spiritual power. Not only do my wounds hurt, but I can't even use my strength. So dizzy, it's a trap. Hey, are you okay? I've fallen for it. The Nether Emperor warily asked Sue Lily, what are you trying to do? Sue Lily raised the knife and asked, do what? Then she noticed the knife in her hand and said, sorry, I was just cutting vegetables and forgot to put the knife down. I scared you, my apologies. The Nether Emperor frowned. What on earth is this woman doing? Sue Lily smiled and said, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Sue Lily. What's your name? The Nether Emperor was suspicious. You don't know who I am? Hearing this, Sue Lily was dumbfounded. Huh? The Nether Emperor looked at his reflection in the water and couldn't believe it. Why have I turned into my teenage self? What on earth is going on? I only remember chasing this woman into the Forbidden Land, killing many high-level demonic beasts, and being unable to suppress the killing intent in my body. The curse flared up, and then I lost consciousness. I only vaguely remember a golden shadow, which I think I also saw the first time I met this woman. This shadow has a familiar feeling. Could it be related to that part of my memory I lost? I'm afraid this woman is not that simple. Thinking back, the curse has flared up twice before, and both times it stopped. Before, I fell into a deep sleep. This time, my spiritual power is gone and my body has shrunk. All of this is inevitably related to this woman. I always feel that the golden shadow, and she also have, some resemblance. There must be something strange about this. Sue Lily noticed he had been staring at the water for a long time. Is he that concerned about his appearance? Though he is indeed handsome. So she sat down next to him and said, "That thing didn't injure your face. Don't worry." Yu Huang heard her and thought, "It seems she doesn't recognize me as you." Huang. Su Lily looked at him and thought, he seems very confused. I just asked for his name and he didn't answer. Oh my God, don't tell me the monster hit him in the head and gave him a concussion. Oh my God, how pitiful. If you have a concussion, trying to use your brain could cause even more serious damage. I can't let him keep thinking. So she quickly changed the subject. Oh right, I haven't thanked you for saving me from a monster. Yu Huang stood up and asked, "You're from the human race, right?" Su Lily nodded. "Yes, that's right." "What?" Yu Huang replied, "Thank you for bandaging my wounds, miss, but the situation is unclear right now, and all of my spiritual power is gone. The Dark Clans and the human race are mortal enemies. I shall take my leave of you here." He thought to himself, while the second princess hasn't discovered my true identity, I should stay away from her for now. It won't be too late to uncover her true colors after my spiritual power recovers. After hearing this, Su Lily fell silent, then walked over and pushed him down. Yu Huang was in disbelief. Huh? What's happening? My body won't obey me. Su Lily approached with a knife and asked, "Mortal enemies? Is that so?" Yu Huang thought in terror. This is bad. A squishing sound was heard, followed by red liquid. It turned out Su Lily was slicing a tomato, while Yu Huang was forced to lie down, covered with a blanket and a cloth on his forehead. While slicing the tomato, Su Lily snorted coldly and said, "Besides looking down on other races, can't you people think of anything else? Judging others based on their race is foolish. You're so heavily injured, you even had a high fever. Running around now is just asking for death. Of course, if you want to die, you can. As long as you can get somewhere I can't see you. Go die however you want." As she spoke, she beat eggs, fried them, and kneaded dough. Hearing this, Yu Huang thought to himself, is she angry? But isn't the second princess supposed to hate non-humans the most? What does this smell? It smells so good. Su Lily's pot was opened, and a fragrance wafted out, making Yu Huang curious. What is she making? Seeing that she had his attention, Su Lily smiled smugly. Su Lily held up a spoon and shouted, "It's ready." A bowl of fragrant tomato and egg noodles made from red heart pulp fruit and snake fruit eggs appeared. Seeing this, Yu Huang was surprised and curious. What is that? Su Lily sat next to Yu Huang, picked up her chopsticks, and started eating the noodles, praising them as she ate. So delicious. Yu Huang was extremely curious. What on earth is she trying to do? The sound of her slurping noodles echoed in Yu Huang's ears, confusing him. Why is she eating right next to me? What is this food? It looks quite. Su Lily exclaimed, "So delicious." Yu Huang immediately turned his head away and gritted his teeth that I'm not interested. Seeing this, she laughed. You think turning away will work? So she exclaimed, "This soup is so hot." Then she blew on the bowl of soup, causing the aroma to drift towards Yu Huang. He was immediately drawn in by the scent. It smells so good. This vicious woman. Then Su Lily drank the soup and ate everything cleanly. A dark aura emanated from Yu Huang. She didn't even leave a single drop. It's just a bit of food. Just wait until I get out of this forbidden land. Su Lily placed a bowl of beef noodles down and spoke. I accidentally made an extra bowl, but I can't eat anymore. What should I do with this? Yu Huang turned his head away and thought, I don't want it. But the growling of his stomach betrayed his feelings. Su Lily knew he was feeling shy, so she spoke first. How about you help me eat a little? He blushed shyly. I'll just help you with a couple of bites. Then, as he ate the noodles, he praised. Delicious, so delicious. The savory broth followed this plant called noodles into his mouth, a chewy, fresh, and rich sensation, paired with the fluffy egg soup and the sweet and sour red fruit. It's just too delicious. Is all food from the human race this good? Then he handed the bowl to Su Lily and said, "Thank you, I'm full." Su Lily took the bowl, looked at the empty bowl beside her, and fell silent. "My food reserves are all gone. Forget it, forget it. He did save my life, after all. It's fine if he ate a lot. I need to go find some food." She said, "This place is quite safe, so I'll use it as a base. I need to go stock up on some food now and look for an exit from this deadly realm. You can stay here and recover. If you have other plans, feel free to leave." He spoke up, Sangja. "That's my name. Since I ate all your food, I'll go with you to find more." Seeing that he was willing to talk to her, she smiled smugly and asked, "Is your body okay?" Sangja rubbed his shoulder and replied, "It's much better, no problem." He thought to himself, "My spiritual power really has recovered a little. Could it be related to those noodles?" Su Lily looked at him and asked, "But are you planning to go out in these clothes? And barefoot? Let me see if I can find some suitable clothes for you. This outfit feels not bad." Sangja asked her, "Did you change me into these clothes?" Busy searching for clothes, Su Lily nodded and said, "Yes, why?" Then she blushed, threw the clothes at Sangja, and ran off. These clothes are for you. Go change into them yourself." Seeing this, Sangja thought to himself, "The second princess of the human race's North Wei kingdom, surnamed Jiang, named Huaiwei, has a violent temperament, quick to beat, and kills servants, and hates non-humans the most. If she gets a non-human servant, she will definitely torture them in every possible way. Jiang Huaiwei. Su Lily, is the intelligence wrong? Or is this appearance just a disguise?" Su Lily leaned against a tree and thought to herself, "Who is Sangja, really? Why was he locked up in the Forbidden Land?" She then asked Little Rice Cake, "Little Rice Cake, can you look up information on Sangja for me?" Little Rice Cake replied, "I can only check his race and attributes. I can't see his past experiences, but I did just check his physical condition. He's severely injured, and his spiritual power is weak right now. His state is even worse than yours." Hearing this, Su Lily thought happily, "Even weaker than me. Since coming to this world, this is the first time I've met someone weaker than me." Then she asked Little Rice Cake, "But if he's weaker than me, how could he defeat the monster?" Little Rice Cake replied, "It's probably because his severe injuries caused his cultivation level to regress. As for repelling the monster, he most likely used some kind of magical artifact." Sangja coughed and said, "I've changed. Let's go." Seeing him, Su Lily blushed, "Huh? Oh my God, those are clearly women's clothes. How's he look so handsome in them?" Noticing her staring, Sangja asked, "What's wrong?" Su Lily thought, "Are all beautiful people androgynous?" Then she immediately shook her head. This is not the time to be boy crazy. Business is more important. So she said to Sangja, it's nothing. Let's go." As the two walked, Su Lily introduced, "This is the fleshy mai grass. If you peel the outer layer and grind it, it becomes flour, which can then be made into noodles. The red heart pulp fruit tastes like a tomato. It can be eaten as a fruit or used as a vegetable. The tomato and egg noodles from before were made with it." Hearing her introductions, Sangja thought to himself, "How does she know so many types of low-level plants?" Su Lily put all kinds of fruits into her chinquin pouch and said happily, "What a harvest! The chinquin pouch is so useful. It can hold so many things." Sangja, someone who had lost all his spiritual power, thought to himself, "My high-level storage space is much more useful than this shabby pouch, but requires spiritual power to open." Su Lily smiled and asked him, "Do you know where this chinquin pouch came from?" 3 clueless palace maids from the U Palace, relying on their higher cultivation, forced me to take a cold bath, robbed me of my belongings, and even told someone as dizzy from hunger as me to go weed the courtyard. Unfortunately for them, they were still taught a harsh lesson by the outwardly beautiful, inwardly clever, pure, and intelligent me. This storage pouch is my spoil of war. Impressive, right? Sangja asked her, "You killed them?" Su Lily asked him back, confused, "Huh? Are you crazy? Do people in your world have no regard for human life? I just gave them diarrhea. That's all." Although I couldn't help it, they were tied together when they had diarrhea. All right, let's keep looking for food." Sangja frowned. She was bullied by palace maids. Such things happen in the U Palace. I only ordered for her to be monitored. Who is so bold as to act on their own? I don't quite remember who manages the palace affairs. I'll ask the Imperial Preceptor after I get out of the Forbidden Land and see. Also, just now she seemed to say your world. What a strange way of speaking. The two came across a few plants with leaves resembling 3 snake heads. The snake fruit egg, a non-toxic, yellow rank, 3rd-grade spirit plant. The center of the snake fruit egg is edible, like a chicken egg. The 3 snakeheads will attack any creature that tries to steal the egg. She shouted happily, found 4 snake fruit eggs. Sangja, stand back. It can attack people. It's very dangerous. Sangja looked displeased on being looked down on. Su Lily drew a sword from her Chinquan pouch. Get the snake fruit egg. You have to chop off the 3 snakeheads first. But plants are all stupid. You just need to aim for the right opportunity. But before she could aim, she was attacked by them. So fast. I'm gonna die. Seeing this, Sangja was stunned. So stupid. Is she really the second princess of a human race? So he took his sword and, with one slash, cut off all the plant's leaves. Su Lily praised, so amazing. Turns out your swordsmanship is that good, even though your spiritual power is very weak. Outwardly, Sangja replied, it's all right. But inwardly, he thought, you don't even know who I am. Suddenly, a sound was heard. Su Lily shouted, Babala grass, a yellow rank, 3rd grade spirit plant. After maturing, it can leave the ground and walk around. It has low attack power, but there are many of them. They will attack the buttocks of people with beautiful faces. What the hell? Hearing this, Sangja was also startled. Huh? She hurriedly said to Tanya, let's stand a bit further apart to split their fire. Tanya immediately replied, okay. She continued to instruct, chop off the leaves on their sides. They'll lose their mobility. But as soon as she moved aside, the group of Babala grass immediately rushed towards Tanya, making her think to herself, what do you guys mean? Am I the clown here? Meanwhile, Tanya shouted, why are they all coming to me? One of them used its leaf to hit his butt. He immediately blushed. How dare you? Stop it, you despicable thing. Su Lily stood aside, wondering, what is this sudden feeling of unhappiness? After a while, Tanya held his sword and yelled, you despicable things. Su Lily approached and said, all done. After the Babala grass's leaves are chopped off, they will retreat back into the ground. Now, take the pineapples from the top of their heads, chop off the top, and inside is a yellow liquid that smells incredibly sweet and fragrant. Su Lily picked one up and drank, surprised, it's pineapple beer. Tanya also picked one up and drank along. Su Lily looked around happily. There's so many here, maybe we can even sell them for money. This is such a great deal. Tanya came over and pulled her by one hand. Then she turned to ask Tanya, what are you doing? You, how did you drink so much in just a moment? Tanya chugged several of them, then blushed and yelled, woof. Su Lily was frightened. He's drunk. Hearing Tanya bark, woof, Su Lily wondered, what the hell? She approached and asked him, Tanya, are you drunk? How many fingers am I holding up? Tanya barked confusedly, woof do. Then he moved closer and started sniffing her. She was confused. What are you doing? You're just like a dog. Then he gave her a lick, making her jump. Back and push him away, huh? What are you doing? What's with this guy going crazy from drinking? Little Rice Cake laughed and said, people from other worlds probably have some strange instincts, huh? But his body is too weak to handle alcohol, so it's quite normal, right? Just wait for the alcohol from the pineapple beer to wear off, and he should be fine. Hearing that, Su Lily asked, so we should just leave him alone and not care? Suddenly, his wound started bleeding, making her scream, the wound has opened up. You'll lose too much blood and kick the bucket. Little Rice Cake told her, Lily, the leaves of the Babala grass can sober one up quickly. She nodded and said okay, then ran to pick a leaf. She approached him and called, Tanya, here, eat this. Seeing it, Tanya acted like a puppy with its fur bristled, confusing Su Lily. Huh? Tanya bit the leaf, threw it away, and then ran around happily. Su Lily chased after him with the leaf, calling, Tanya, stop messing around. Only eating this can sober you up. She kept chasing him and then tripped and fell flat on her face. Meanwhile, Tanya grabbed the moon relic and took it away. Su Lily got annoyed and gritted her teeth. You're dead meat. When she turned around, she couldn't see the person acting like a dog anywhere. But Tanya was holding the moon relic up to his nose, sniffing it. Su Lily noticed he was about to pick up a rock to smash it. But unexpectedly, Tanya started crying, mother, father, older brother. Seeing this, Su Lily patted his head and said, all right, don't be sad anymore. Big sister is here. While Tanya was dazed, Su Lily saw it as a good opportunity and immediately stuffed the leaf into his mouth, causing him to only be able to make sounds. A while later, Su Lily was roasting the meaty Mai grass puffs. Meanwhile, Tanya lay there thinking, what did I do? I can't remember anything. Su Lily stretched and exclaimed, I'm dead tired. Tanya, you're really a handful, but it was a lot of fun. I haven't relaxed like this in a long time, but you should still drink less in the future. Hearing this, Tanya felt embarrassed. Su Lily looked at him and recounted, I've never met my mother. She passed away not long after giving birth to me. My dad raised me all by himself. He was a very dedicated father, although he often worked overtime late into the night, with only a chubby white cat to keep me company. But whenever Dad was free, he would take me to the amusement park and even play games with me. I really want to go home too. Hearing this, he was stunned, although he didn't quite understand some of it. Isn't the relationship between the second princess and the king of the Beiwa kingdom very tense? Otherwise, why would she be sent here to her death? A sound was heard, and Su Lily exclaimed, Ah, the puffs are done popping. Meeting my puffs, she handed a piece to Tanya, and they ate together. It even has a milky scent. How magical, it's so delicious. She turned to ask him, by the way, Tanya, where are you from? Why are you in the killing realm? Hearing this, he silently asked himself, who am I? The direct bloodline of the Ichi clan. Ichi Yuan, Emperor of the Nether clan, Lord of the Dark Division of all clans. This life is destined to be bound by the title of Nether Emperor. So he replied, I'm a prisoner of the Nether Emperor. Hearing this, Su Lily asked again, a prisoner? Were you locked inside by the Nether Emperor? Tanya nodded, I'm a hostage from the Dark Moon clan. He frowned, thinking, the human princess hates the other clans the most. She once tortured a Dark Moon clan servant to death. So, with a member of the Dark Moon clan appearing by your side, what will your reaction be? Unexpectedly, she said, Dark Moon, your clan's name sounds so nice. Hearing this, he was surprised. Why does she have no reaction at all? Her expression is also very natural. Is she really the second princess of the Beiwa kingdom? Not only does her personality completely mismatch the intelligence reports, her mastery of the moon relic is also astonishingly proficient. If she isn't the second princess, then who is she? Was she sent to the Nether Kingdom just to be the second princess's body double? Using a heavenly Tao bloodline as a substitute for death is too wasteful. But if she really is the Beiwa second princess from the intelligence reports, then everything she's showing now is an act. If that's really the case, her scheming mind is truly terrifyingly deep. This woman is extremely dangerous. So he asked her, so Miss Su, what about you? Where are you from, and why did you come to this killing realm? She immediately replied, I was sent here as the second princess of the Beiwa kingdom. Hearing this, Tanya was suspicious. She's not planning to hide her identity as the second princess? But Su Lily is not the second princess's name at all. What's she trying to do? Meanwhile, Su Lily reminded herself, it's better not to tell others about the transmigration. If I'm seen as a demon and burned to death, I'm done for. I'll borrow the second princess's identity to get by for a while. A young man from another clan like him probably doesn't know the human second princess, right? By the way, what was the second princess's real name again? So she recounted, I accidentally barged into the joint ritual hall. After that, I fell in here. Tanya asked her, so, is the moon relic crown still on you? She pointed to the clip on her head and said, it is here, it's this one. It changed its shape. The rice cake, oh no. The spirit. When it said it changes shape based on the owner's personality, does that mean I'm not worthy of such a beautiful crown? Hearing this, Tanya was startled. No, impossible. The moon relic crown actually changed its form, but this aura is indeed the moon relic crown. The legends of the Nether clan also mention the moon relic crown's resonance. It will change its state according to the wearer's will. But in 1,000 years, no one has ever been able to do it. At most, it was just like how my mother became its master in the normal way. The moon relic crown is not only my mother's relic, it is also related to the future of the Nether clan. This matter is important. I must observe for a while first. Su Lily said sadly, I heard that once the crown acknowledges a master, unless I die, there's no way to break the contract. The Nether Emperor almost killed me to get the moon relic crown back. Hearing this, Tanya felt a pang of guilt. It was I who was reckless. So he took the opportunity to ask her, the Nether Emperor wanted to kill you just like that. You must hate him a lot, right? She said fiercely, You mentioned the Nether Emperor, of course. I naturally, just then. Little Rice Cake reminded her, Lily, we don't know if this Tanya is a friend or foe yet. Later, you still have to ask the Nether Emperor for the whereabouts of the blue lycoris flower. You can't reveal your true feelings. She was startled. Right, that's right. So she told Tanya, of course I don't hate him. Why would you think that? His Majesty the Nether Emperor is also the god in my heart, my lifelong idol. He is charming, dashing, unrestrainedly open, causing chickens to fly and dogs to run. Oh no, I mean exceptionally intelligent. How could His Majesty the Nether Emperor be a bad person? It's all a misunderstanding. Besides, everyone in the Nether Kingdom adores His Majesty the Nether Emperor. That scene was scary to death. She hastily made up lines that were a bit forced. An emperor who can be so beloved by his people must be a good person. After hearing this, Tanya fell silent. She thought worriedly, why does the atmosphere feel so strange? Tanya asked her with a cold smile, you actually think the Nether Emperor is a good person? Have you not heard the legends about him? She immediately shook her head. No, I haven't. Tanya recounted. They all say that to ascend the throne, he killed his own father with his own hands. He also slaughtered his own master and his master's family. On the day of his coronation, all the royal clans that opposed him were purged. Their corpses paved his path to the throne. A sea of blood built the Nether Emperor's platform. You still think he's a good person? She asked him back, so Tanya, what about you? What do you think of the Nether Emperor? Tanya replied, woof. I hate him, he thought to himself, but I cannot not become him. So Sue Lily imagined the image of a low EQ girl making a mistake who would rush over and say, Tanya, you're so right. I also really hate him. But she was a high EQ girl demonstrating the correct move. So she said, you can't look at the issue so one-sidedly. The Nether Emperor probably has his own hardships. Actually, it's not incomprehensible that the Nether Emperor wanted to kill me. After all, I took the marriage token between him and the Saintess. Even though, for whatever reason, I really hate him, they were also childhood sweethearts, mutually in love, if it weren't for the sake of survival. Tanya interrupted her. How do you know the Nether Emperor definitely likes the Saintess? On what basis must childhood sweethearts definitely be mutually in love? Sue Lily suddenly realized, something's not right. Something's not right with Tanya. Thinking back, something has been off about Tanya from the start. He's very handsome, and he's extremely concerned about his own appearance. When he said he hated the Nether Emperor, his eyes were full of complexity and loneliness. And when he talked about the Saintess, that intense jealousy, that disdainful and hostile expression, could it be that Tanya is deeply in love with the Nether Emperor? What's wrong? Oh my God. Oh dear Lord. Merciful Guanyin Bodhisattva, save me from this suffering. Sue Lily thought with a start. Tanya is deeply in love with the Nether Lord, but something always feels off. Tanya asked her, what are you thinking about? Your expression is so strange. Sue Lily thought, it doesn't feel like simple admiration. But she still told Tanya, no, it's nothing. Sue Lily began to speculate. Tanya is a hostage from the Crescent Moon clan, held in the Nether Kingdom, and was even swallowed by the Nether Lord into the dangerous killing field. When I said the Nether Lord was a good person before, Tanya's reaction was beyond my expectations. This couldn't be the shocking Stockholm Syndrome. Then, Sue Lily imagined a melodramatic, cliché story. For the sake of the Crescent Moon clan and peace, little Tang, you became the Nether Lord's hostage. He was imprisoned by the perverted Nether Lord, suffering brutal torture day and night. Tang, you was completely unable to resist the powerful Nether Lord. There was only endless despair. In this dark and gloomy prison, little Tanya's spirit was on the verge of collapse. A small favor from the Nether Lord became the only light in his life. Gradually, little Tanya developed a strange feeling for the Nether Lord, even becoming jealous of the Saintess by the Nether Lord's side. He clearly knew the culprit was the Nether Lord. He should hate the Nether Lord to the bone. But that twisted love occupied his heart. Like a hostile force that was hard to remove, he didn't know why it was like this. He could only sink deep into self-loathing, silently enduring the painful torment. How pitiful. She made up a story and felt heartbroken by it herself. This child is truly too pitiful. That perverted Nether Lord is your enemy. So she took his hand and said, from now on, you'll stick with your big sister. I'll definitely protect you. It's decided. Tanya, you are now my little brother. We must work together with one heart to build a beautiful future. Tanya was confused, Sue Lily thought to herself, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. The anti-Nether Lord alliance must unite. She pulled him along and said, little brother, let's go. Let's find the exit of the killing field. Tanya quickly said, wait, who wants to be your little brother? Suddenly, a sound was heard. The two turned their heads and saw the Earth Phoenix Rockfilth chicken. Sue Lily said hurriedly, it actually chased us all the way here. What a persistent pest. Little Rice Cake warned her, Lily, be careful. This Earth Phoenix Rockfilth chicken's level has gotten higher. It probably devoured many demonic beasts along the way. Tanya stepped in front of her and said, Get back, this thing is not easy to deal with. Let me hold it off. You go find a safe place to hide. He thought to himself, although my spiritual power has recovered a little, it's not even half full. I might as well take this opportunity to separate from her and recover quickly. Unexpectedly, Sue Lily stepped forward and asked, "What are you acting tough for? Did you forget your wound just split open?" There's no way a boss would hide behind her little brother. Step back a bit and don't get in the way of my performance, fatty chicken. It's time for us to end this. With the spiritual power I've accumulated from eating all that food along the way, I can use my upgraded earth control technique. Now, she gathered her spiritual power and shouted, "Earth control technique, ultimate art. Let me give you a taste of the ultimate move I created." In front of the chicken, 3 rocks appeared, forming a smash the golden egg illusion game. The 3 rolling rocks said, "Guess where I am?" The chicken got annoyed and pecked all 3. Suddenly, Sue Lily appeared from behind and leaped up. "You guessed wrong. I'm behind you. Guess wrong and you'll be punished." Rockthorn Toad Strike. Several rocks attacked the chicken from behind, causing it to fall in pain. Sue Lily asked proudly, "I won, aren't I amazing?" Tanya's expression didn't change as he thought. She won, but she's so foolish and also very brutal. Sue Lily ran to the chicken, thinking, these chicken feathers might be useful. I'll collect them. It would be great if I could sell them for money. Seeing her like this, Tanya thought, but she's also very interesting. What am I thinking? Then he composed himself. Leaving the killing field and restoring my spiritual power is what's important. Suddenly, the sky changed color, surprising Sue Lily. Why did it suddenly get dark? The sky suddenly turned dark, and there was a red moon. Seeing this, Tanya exclaimed, "This is bad. The blood moon has been activated. Sue Lily, get away from that chicken." Before Sue Lily could understand, the chicken stood up. She asked, trembling, "What's wrong?" Tanya quickly led her away and said, "Never mind, run." On a cliff, Ichima smiled and mumbled, "So you're here." Tanya quickly told her, "Follow me." Sue Lily looked back and said, "It doesn't seem to be chasing us." Seeing Tanya stop, she also stopped and asked, "Why did you suddenly stop?" Tanya raised his hand and opened a barrier. "There's a hidden barrier here. It's very safe inside, and we won't be discovered by demonic beasts." Then he held out his hand and told her, "Let's go, hold on to me." The 2 of them stepped into the barrier together. Sue Lily looked around and praised, "It's so beautiful. Is this a paradise?" "Those are tombstones." 2 tombstones appeared in front of them. Tanya explained, "This is the burial place of my father and mother." Hearing this, she thought to herself, Tanya's parents are gone? But why are they in the Netherlord's blood moon killing field? Could it be that Tanya's parents were also trapped here until... Tanya turned and said, "Let's go. Getting to the exit of the killing field is what's important." She quickly told him, "Wait a moment." Then she placed a lily on their graves and paid her respects, saying, "Hello, Uncle and Auntie. It's our first time meeting. My name is Sue Lily. I came in a hurry and didn't bring a proper gift. Please rest assured, Tanya is doing fine. Since I've accepted him as my little brother, I will definitely protect him well from now on and absolutely won't let bad people bully or harm him." Tanya approached her and asked, "On what grounds am I the little brother?" Who agreed to that? Sue Lily replied, "Because I'm taller than you." Tanya said, annoyed, "Get down from there." Sue Lily stood on a pile of dirt and said with a laugh, "You found me out." Tanya looked at her and sighed, "This girl really." As Sue Lily turned to leave, she noticed, there's another tombstone over here." Tanya looked at it and said, "I'm not sure about this one either." He thought to himself, "I did indeed set up this tombstone with my own hands, but I have no memory of it at all. Not only is there nothing carved on the tombstone, but the grave is also empty, with only a silk ribbon inside. Who could it be?" Suddenly, Sue Lily's call pulled him out of his memories. Tanya in the sky. Seeing her so scared, he asked, "What's wrong?" She pointed up and asked, "What are those things?" Monsters are heading this way, and they're frantically attacking the barrier. We should go back quickly." Seeing this, Tanya was shocked. Impossible. Under the influence of the blood moon, the demonic beast's consciousness is completely gone, leaving only crazed instincts. Why would they gather to attack the barrier here? They can't possibly get in unless that person. So he told her, "Sue Lily, go straight west until you see a blood-colored rock with a red spider lily on it. That's the exit of the killing field. Break the red spider lily and you can get out." Sue Lily asked worriedly, "Wait, what about you?" He replied, "My father and mother are resting here. How can I let these demonic beasts disturb their peace? Thank you for your care these past few days." "Well then," Sue Lily immediately said, "then I'll stay too." He told her, "If you stay, you'll just be seeking death. Don't worry, I'm stronger than you think. Don't mind me, just run." Su Lily snorted coldly and left. He watched her retreating figure and thought, hurry and run. You must not get dragged into this. This barrier was created with my bloodline power. It absolutely cannot be broken except by the royal bloodline. And here, there are only the graves of my royal father and royal mother. He held his sword and asked the person riding the monster that appeared, what exactly do you want to do, big brother? The beasts obeyed Ichima's command. The Nether Lord raised his sword to fight back against the monsters. Every slash brought back a childhood memory. Anua, hide behind me. I will never let my family get hurt. Again, don't worry, big brother will definitely protect you. Ichima, wearing a mask and a black cloak, appeared and said with a laugh, long time no see. Anua, how did you let yourself become so disheveled? Ichiyuan looked at him and asked, Ichima, what are you doing here? Ichima laughed and said, Anua has grown up. You won't even call me big brother anymore. The crybaby tag-along from back then was a little cuter. My little brother has become rebellious. As your big brother, I'm very heartbroken. Ichiyuan said coldly, big brother, stop joking around, Lord Nethertamer of the Tower of Punishable Crimes. Ichima, I know you hate me. I don't care how many assassins from the Tower of Punishable Crimes you send to kill me, but you shouldn't have colluded with the human race. This is a grudge between the two of us. Don't drag the Nether Kingdom into it. Ichima laughed and said, you're wrong, Anua. This isn't just a grudge between the two of us. As soon as he finished speaking, the monsters obeyed his words and charged. As Ichiyuan blocked them, he thought, damn it, my spiritual power had only recovered a little, and I just used up too much of it. Suddenly, a burst of spiritual power struck back the monster that was about to attack Ichiyuan. Su Lily appeared, holding several pineapples and shouting, you hideously ugly bugs. Your granny is back. How dare you bully the person I'm protecting? Let me give you a taste of the great Su Lily's power. Everyone, it's party time. Seeing her, Ichiyuan scolded, you idiot. What did you come back for? Seeing her, Ichima wondered, Jiang Yuehua, what is she trying to do? Su Lily didn't answer him, but threw the pineapples. Take this. Earth control technique. Bobby Elati boom boom rain. Ichiyuan reached out and caught a few drops, thinking to himself, this is the demonic beast state isn't right. They're actually showing signs of breaking free from my control. Little Rice Cake praised her. Well done, Lily. These magical beasts have been affected by the blood moon and have lost their minds. They can't resist the temptation of the pineapple beer at all. Next, all we need to do is, Ichiyuan said annoyed, trouble. Then a fish monster flew towards her. Ichiyuan hurriedly shouted, run. Su Lily thought in fear, dodge. I can't dodge. A loud explosion rang out. Ichiyuan called her name, Su Lily. As the smoke cleared, that fish monster, Ichiyuan, and Ichi-Emo were all stunned. A golden silk ribbon had pulled her away. She mumbled, I'm fine, what is this? Ichi-Emo immediately sensed it. This silk ribbon has the aura of a god. Damn it, how did it suddenly fall into her hands? Ichiyuan looked at the silk ribbon and thought to himself, it's the silk ribbon from the Nameless Tomb. I've used my spiritual power to probe that tomb many times before. That silk ribbon was just an ordinary item. How could this be? Meanwhile, Ichi-Emo frowned and thought, what the hell is the human race up to? Shouldn't Jiang Yuehua have died long ago? Why did she appear here and even have a connection with the divine relic? The monsters were engrossed in drinking pineapple beer. Su Lily landed on the ground, looked at the silk ribbon, and wondered, what is this? It's so beautiful. Little Rice Cake answered her. The specific information about this item exceeds my current authority. Anyway, it's enough to know that it's a rare treasure. She frowned and said, I'll ignore it for now. Hey, you ugly and stupid bugs. How does the pineapple beer feel? Hearing her call, the bugs raised their heads. Su Lily held a pineapple beer and said, if you want to drink more, then follow me. Then she started running. Seeing this, the bugs immediately chased after her. Their momentum startled Ichiyuan. She looked back and thought in fear. This is a bit too enthusiastic. Dangerous. Ichiyuan immediately scolded her. Su Lily, are you crazy? Su Lily told him, don't worry, don't mind me. I'll lure these monsters elsewhere. Don't act on your own. When Ichi-Emo was about to give chase, Ichiyuan stopped him. Stop. Ichi-Emo immediately asked him, Why do you want to protect her? You must know she's problematic, right? Ichi Yuan said, it's none of your business. Stay away from her. Ichimo's face darkened as he asked, Nua, do you really want to oppose me to the very end? Meanwhile, Su Lily led the horde of monsters to an ice pit. She looked back and exclaimed, there really are a lot of monsters chasing me. Little Rice Cake told her, Lily, ahead is the end of the valley. 3, 2, 1. She landed on the ice and shouted, trap collapse. It's not over yet. Earth control technique, meteor shower. The monsters fell into the pit accordingly, covered in blood. Su Lily shouted, I won. Little Rice Cake praised her, not bad. Su Lily lay on the ice and said happily, I won. I'm dead tired. Digging such a big trap and manipulating the entire slope. Now I can't even conjure a single mud ball. Little Rice Cake advised her. Lily, it might not be safe here. It's better to find an exit quickly. Su Lily replied, just let me lie down for a little longer. After being chased for so long, I can't move anymore. It's worse than running 3 800-meter races in a row. Suddenly, the ice cracked, causing her to fall, and the silk ribbon immediately pulled her along. She looked at it and said, this silk ribbon saved me again. Suddenly, the stone filth chicken appeared, making her panic. What? Why is it still you? So annoying. It's relentlessly persistent, can't be killed, and is so tenacious. Little Rice Cake told her, the stone filth chicken can peck through rock. It probably dug a hole to get out of the trap. Run quickly. She immediately ran while thinking, no, this is bad. I'm running out of strength. Little Rice Cake called out to her, Lily, be careful. There's a lake ahead. Su Lily immediately fell in. She quickly cried out, I can't swim. I drowned before. Behind her, as the chicken was about to peck down, Sanya appeared and blocked it. Su Lily shouted, Sanya, and they both fell into the water. Sanya swam down to find her. Su Lily was sinking. She saw the modern world and thought, I like this world. I like the beautiful buildings in the city, like the interesting new electronic devices. I like the friends I played with at school. And I also like all kinds of delicious food like this. Second cup half price, of course. The one I like the most is also the dad. Best in the world. Her dad held a pan and scolded, Su Lily, it's almost time for dinner, and you still bought so many snacks. She added, of course, I also like my kitten at home. She held up the ice cream cup to her dad. The second cup is half price. I specially bought it to eat with you, Dad. Actually, I already finished 2 cups on the way. Underwater, she thought, I want to go home so badly. If I drown here, maybe I can go back. Sanya called her, Su Lily, wake up. She opened her eyes and thought to herself, Sanya, I'm still in this world. Sanya asked worriedly, are you all right? She sighed and thought, as expected, how could it be so easy to transmigrate back? She said to him, I almost thought I had drowned. Thankfully, I had you, Sanya. Sanya immediately scolded, Su Lily, why didn't you run? Didn't I tell you the exit was right nearby? Why did you run back? She laughed. What are you talking about? You're my little brother too. Of course I did, because you're my first friend, and also my only friend in this world. Hearing this, he was stunned. As for her, she pushed him away. How long are you going to stay in this position? Get up. Sanya said hurriedly, so sorry. She sat up and asked, where did the chicken that was chasing us go? Sanya replied, just now the blood moon faded. Its strength weakened. I took care of it. Seeing this, she thought to herself, why does the atmosphere feel strange? While Sanya recalled her words that he was her first and only friend in this world, and smiled. Meanwhile, Su Lily noticed the silk ribbon and wondered, what is this silk ribbon doing? Is it trying to convey some message? It keeps twisting there. He shook his head and replied, I don't know. Suddenly, he sensed something. My spiritual power has fully recovered. Su Lily pulled him and called out, Sanya, help me up. I'm a little unsteady. As soon as she finished speaking, she collapsed. Sanya hurriedly caught her and asked, Su Lily, what's wrong with you? He opened his palm and saw blood. He became frightened. Could her previous wound have opened up? She doesn't seem to cultivate, and she was just soaked in the river water. Her body is so hot. He called out urgently, hey, wake up. At the U Palace, in the communal worship hall, Gu Huai Su spoke up, I'm telling you, Gu Wei, if you want to practice martial arts, go to the training grounds. What are you doing bringing iron puppets to the communal worship hall? Look, the remains of the iron puppets are all piled up. Even if you're worried about His Majesty, don't cause a ruckus here. Being scolded, Ague didn't listen and continued. Drinking his tea, Gu Huaisu sighed. It's so noisy that I can't concentrate on reviewing the official documents. His Majesty has been inside for several days and hasn't come out, nor has he allowed us to go in for support, all because of the human race. It was originally agreed to send the 3rd princess over as a hostage, but the human race unilaterally changed it to a marriage alliance and secretly swapped the person. Now this incident has occurred. A person ran over and shouted, "Grand Preceptor, the new official documents have been brought for you." Suddenly, a crack appeared in the space. Gu Huaisu and Ague were both astonished. Your Majesty. Ichi Yuan appeared and shouted, "Send the imperial edict, quickly." In the Northern Moon Nation, a subordinate ran into the hall, knelt, and reported. "Reporting to your Majesty. The delegation for the marriage alliance to the Yu Nation has sent back news. The Yu Emperor only kept the treasures and the second princess. The leading Zhu Dark Guards were killed. The others have been sent back." Zhu caused a bit of a disturbance. The Yu Emperor seems to show no abnormalities. The Yu army occupying all the cities of the northern border is still mobilizing. Their momentum has not diminished. Hearing this, the Emperor of the Northern Moon Nation snorted coldly in annoyance. He slammed his hand on the dragon throne and questioned, "Weren't we told that the plan would succeed as long as we sent this finished product, the second princess, over? You planned for so long, used so many reagents, only to get this result. Now, Ichi Yuan is completely unharmed. He must have discovered our tricks. And the grand heavenly venerable of the Yanhua sect is always in seclusion. If Ichi Yuan is angered and attacks, who in this world can stop him?" Sky-treading emissary Xia Ji continued to sit and drink tea, ignoring him. "Speak." The old man scolded angrily. "Initially, we should not have agreed to your plan. Had I known it would come to this, it would have been better to directly follow Ichi Yuan's request and send the third princess to him." The empress, who had been sitting beside him, suddenly spoke up and questioned, "Emperor of the Northern Moon Nation, what is the meaning of your Majesty's words?" "My daughter, the third princess Jiang Lingwei, is exceptionally talented. She is the only royal descendant of the Northern Moon Nation to become a disciple of the immortal venerable sect. Do you intend to offend the great immortal venerable? As I see it, your Majesty arbitrarily changed the hostage to a marriage alliance for the sake of face, which made it even easier to anger Ichi Yuan." The Emperor of the Northern Moon Nation retorted, "What can a woman like you understand? Do you want to sell my Yuer to that madman, Ichi Yuan?" The sky-treading emissary continued to enjoy sipping his tea, listening to the two argue while praising good tea. Hearing the Empress's questioning, the Emperor argued back, "Who wants to sell her? This is only temporary. We are about to lose our nation now. If we don't do this, what other way is there?" The Empress said loudly, "I don't care. Anyway, if you dare to touch my daughter, I will." Before she could finish, the emissary covered his teacup and spoke, interrupting the argument. "Your Majesty, Your Highness, there is no need to panic." Xia Ji placed the teacup on the table and said, "The second princess is but one step in the plan. She cannot affect the entire game. My sin-picking tower has always kept its word. Since we have agreed to protect the Northern Moon Nation's peace, we will definitely make it so the Yu Emperor Ichi Yuan cannot even fend for himself. The power of our sin-picking tower covers the entire world, and the Yu Nation is no exception. It was merely to stop the Yu Emperor from continuing his attack, which wasn't difficult at all. But the second princess, Jiang Huaiwei, is a creation meticulously orchestrated by our lordship. There should have been absolutely no mistakes, yet she has now become ineffective. Our lordship also views this matter with great importance. What exactly went wrong with Jiang Yuehua? My Zue Tower will definitely get to the bottom of it." Meanwhile, at the Qiong Palace of the Yu Nation, Ichi Yuan, sitting by the sickbed where Su Lily lay, asked, "Imperial physician, how is she?" The imperial physician coughed and explained about this. The second princess's back injury was caused by scratching. Afterward, she underwent strenuous activity and was then soaked in water, which led to the wound splitting open, becoming infected, and causing her body to weaken. The wound has been treated now. Her body is fine. From now on, she just needs to rest and must absolutely avoid strenuous activity. Ichi Yuan, who was frowning as he listened, was taken aback. Behind him, the imperial physicians were gossiping. It's only been a few days since the marriage alliance. How did she end up like this? Young people really don't know their limits when they play. She'll recover after having some nourishing soup. Ichi Yuan frowned in annoyance and thought to himself, forget it. The matter of her entering the killing realm cannot be exposed. So he said to the imperial physicians, "Thank you for your trouble. You may leave." The imperial physicians replied yes. The Grand Preceptor came forward to report, "Your Majesty, regarding our truce with the human clan. The human clan not only unilaterally changed the agreement from a hostage exchange to a marriage alliance, but also secretly swapped the person and even colluded with the Zue Tower to assassinate your majesty. Should we resume the war as punishment? Ichiyuan shook his head and replied, no. This war was to reclaim the territory seized by the human clan back then. Now that it has been reclaimed, continuing the war will only cause more losses to the soldiers of our nation. However, we must maintain our current military strength. The Beiwa nation is in turmoil. In their desperation, they will surely seek help from the Zue Tower. Those rats have been hiding in our nation for a long time. They're hidden too well. This is a good opportunity to root them out and eliminate future trouble. The Grand Preceptor, startled into realization, replied, yes, this subordinate understands. By the way, your majesty, there's one more thing. This second princess was sent here under the pretext of a marriage alliance. Should we now change her title from marriage alliance princess to imprisoned hostage? Ichiyuan brushed Jiang Yuehua's hair aside and said, no need. The Grand Preceptor, Gu Huaisu, was startled to hear this. Ichiyuan continued, let's keep it. The title of marriage alliance princess is also very good. Huaisu, there are still many unclear things about this Jiang Yuehua's past. Continue to send people to investigate thoroughly. Gu Huaisu replied yes. Ichiyuan, remembering something, instructed, also go and check if there is anyone in the Beiwa nation named Su. Lily. Elsewhere, Chiohe and a few other maids were kneeling on the ground, cursing with dark faces. Hateful. What a humiliation. That human bitch dared to treat us like this. I've never suffered such humiliation in my life. If I don't chop her into 1,000 pieces, I, Chiohe, swear I'm not human. Please give me a chance, Lady Tianyin. The head of internal affairs, Zhang Sun Tianyin, smiled upon hearing this. Ichiyuan went to visit Su Lily again. He sat by the bed and thought to himself, her pulse has stabilized quite a bit. She should wake up in the next 2 days. This Su Lily's body is truly strange. The heavenly slaughter bloodline and the heavenly Dao bloodline both reside within her. In this world, I'm afraid you can't find a second person like her. Is it really just a coincidence? That's right, the mark on her neck. It appeared both times the curse on me was activated and then soothed. He brushed her hair aside and saw that the symbol had disappeared. He thought to himself, forget it. I'll check carefully after she wakes up. This room seems a bit simple, and it's quite far from my Yuan palace. At this moment, Su Lily, on the bed, frowned and opened her eyes, wondering, where am I? A bed? In a room? Have I left the Forbidden Land? How'd I get out? Where's Sangya? Then she saw Ichiyuan in the room and was startled. As if sensing her gaze, Ichiyuan turned his head, but she had already closed her eyes in time. He silently stared at her. Seeing this, Su Lily cursed internally. Damn it. Little Rice Cake. Rice Cake, where are you? What is this situation? Why is the Yu Emperor sitting on my bed? Little Rice Cake appeared and said, you're awake. Su Lily asked it, how on earth did I get out of the Forbidden Land? Where's Sangya? What is the Yu Emperor doing on my bed? Little Rice Cake said bluntly, the Yu Emperor is staring at you without blinking. Su Lily jumped while what the hell? Ichiyuan noticed the change in her expression and placed his hand on her forehead, asking, why has your face suddenly turned pale? There's no fever, but why are you breaking out in a cold sweat? He immediately ordered, go and bring the imperial physician. 2 palace maids replied yes, while Su Lily cried internally, I'm doomed. I'm doomed. Do I have to keep pretending to be asleep like this? What if the imperial physician finds out? Just then, the Grand Preceptor rushed in to report, Your Majesty, an envoy from the Holy Temple has suddenly arrived, saying they have an important matter that must be reported. To Your Majesty, although the matter of the Du Crown and the Forbidden Land has not been disclosed, Your Majesty was in the Forbidden Land for several days. They probably discovered something and have come to probe. I urge Your Majesty to quickly proceed to the Yalu Palace. As for the second princess, this humble servant will make proper arrangements. Your Majesty need not worry. Ichiyuan nodded and said, all right, let's go there first. As he walked out, he asked the Grand Preceptor, have you arranged for personnel around the second princess? The Grand Preceptor replied, reporting to Your Majesty, the maids around her have all been replaced with trustworthy people. In addition, I have dispatched 2 shadow guards to protect the second princess's residence. Ichiyuan asked again, Two people. The Grand Preceptor nodded. This humble servant feels that with such arrangements, no one would dare to act. Ichiyuan frowned slightly and thought no. The secrets Su Lily holds may be far greater than imagined. There are likely many people with designs on her, and none of them are simple. So he said to the Grand Preceptor, tell the people from the Holy Temple to wait a moment. I'm going back to make some arrangements. Then he left. The Grand Preceptor hurriedly called after him, Your Majesty. The door opened, and Su Lily, who was climbing out the window, yelped in surprise, turning her head to meet Ichiyuan's gaze. Su Lily froze in her posture of climbing out the window, then tremblingly called out, Your Majesty. Ichiyuan asked coldly, and where do you think you're going? Seeing this, Su Lily cried out in fear, I'm doomed. Su Lily opened her bag, and inside were the gemstone from the edge of the medicine box, a piece of cloth, some expensive-looking tonic medicine, and an expensive-looking vase. Su Lily hurriedly knelt down. You Emperor, Your Majesty, I was wrong. I didn't mean to take the Du crown and jump into the killing realm. She thought to herself, just now, I was muddle-headed for a moment and wanted to pack up and run. For better or worse, I've learned the earth manipulation art. I wonder what the success rate of escaping is. %. Just then, Little Rice Cake appeared and said, Host, you're hilarious. Forget 1%. Even 0.00001% is impossible. Hearing this, Su Lily cursed internally. Damn it. Meanwhile, the Emperor saw this and wondered, why is she so afraid of me? It seems that when we first met, I killed the high-level assassin hiding in her entourage, then killed all the assassins in an entire hall, interrogated the assassin leader, and finally even wanted to kill her to take the Du crown. Although she told Sangya she doesn't hate me, she's probably a little scared, right? I should try to be a bit gentler in my attitude. So he cleared his throat and said, you can take those things if you want them. Leave the Du crown with you for now, but don't tell anyone. The Emperor tried to force a gentle smile, but it came out stiff. However, in Su Lily's eyes, that smile was a sinister. One, I'll spare your little life for now. I'll come for it myself later, after I've fattened you up. Seeing this, Su Lily cried internally, my life is over. So she knelt down again and continued, Your Majesty, I was truly wrong. I shouldn't have hit you before. I will definitely take off the Du crown. Your Majesty, please spare this lowly one's life. She cried internally, Su Lily, you idiot. Of all things, why did you have to bring that up? The Emperor froze, recalling the first time he met Su Lily. What do you people take other people's lives for? The Emperor was silent for a moment, then said, Raise your head. Su Lily tremblingly looked up, and the Emperor touched her forehead. This is... The Emperor moved closer to her and replied, a punishment. Su Lily asked, startled, a pun? Punishment for what? The Emperor smiled and replied, take a guess. It's probably a punishment that will make you explode if you run away. Hearing this, Su Lily jumped. Well, what? The Emperor instructed, you'd better be careful. Don't run around. When the imperial physician comes later, be obedient. With that, he smiled and turned around. Su Lily clenched her fists and spoke up. Your Majesty, saying, Sangya, the hostage from the EU clan in the Killing Realm. How is he? The Emperor was puzzled. Isn't she terrified of me? How does she dare to ask about this? He replied, he's fine. Su Lily mustered her courage and asked, then, can I go visit him? Ichiyuan leaned against the door and asked, you want to see him that badly? He thought to himself, she's scared to death of me, yet she cares so much about Sangya. He questioned her, is he that important to you? Su Lily quickly replied, Your Majesty must be joking. He and I were merely strangers who met by chance in the Killing Realm. He helped me with a small matter. So I was just curious and asked. There are no such feelings involved. I've troubled Your Majesty. It's fine if I don't see him. She cursed herself internally. That was reckless. My life could end at any moment now. It's better not to involve Sangya. Ichiyuan was silent for a moment, then replied, approved. After a while, Su Lily lay on the bed, muttering, I'm so doomed. How am I going to escape in the future? I don't want my head to turn into popcorn. Little Rice Cake appeared to encourage her. Lily, don't be discouraged. When the cart reaches the mountain, a path will appear. Su Lily replied, although the Emperor allowed me to go find Sangya, I don't even know where he is. How do you think this time bomb on my head can be removed? Little Rice Cake replied, I'm afraid only the Nether Emperor knows about this. Just then, someone came and announced, Your Highness, the second princess, this humble one is Chang Sun Tianyan. I have brought the guilty servants to visit you. Chang Sun Tianyan arrogantly walked over and said, This humble one is Chang Sun Tianyan. I have specially brought the guilty servants to visit the second princess. Chang Sun Tanyin smugly walked towards Su Lily, followed by a group of servants who came and knelt. The maidservants Dan Shui and Dan Rue, arranged by State Preceptor Gu Huaisu, came to receive the guest. Dan Shui said to Chang Sun Tianyin, "The second princess is unwell, and it is not convenient for her to receive guests. Miss Tianyin, you should go back." Hearing this, Chang Sun Tianyin raised her voice to question, "I came to visit because I heard the second princess was unwell. Could it be that the second princess looks down on us of the Nether tribe and doesn't want to see guests?" Seeing her speak ill of her master, Dan Shui warned, "Miss Tianyin, watch your words." Tianyin held a handkerchief and asked with a contemptuous smile, "Oh, Dan Shui, Dan Rue, you've already sided with your human master so quickly. Truly two good dogs protecting their owner. My care for you back then was not in vain." Hearing this, Dan Rue angrily cursed you. Dan Shui quickly stopped Dan Rue and advised her, "Don't be rash." Just then, Su Lily coughed twice and asked, "Is there a guest?" "My apologies. I haven't been feeling well these past few days. It is indeed remiss of me not to be able to personally greet a distinguished guest. This is my first time at the Nether Palace, and I haven't had a chance to go out. Please forgive me. I wonder who this older sister is?" Su Lily got out of bed, parted the curtain, and walked out. Seeing Su Lily's question, Chang Sun Tianyin replied, "This humble one is Chang Sun Tianyin, the manager of internal affairs of the Nether Palace." Chang Sun Tianyin looked Su Lily over and assessed. She does have some looks. One look, and you can tell she's used to playing pitiful to seduce others. The human tribe truly has no good intentions. Why would His Majesty, the Nether Emperor, keep her? She frowned, showing a look of disgust towards Su Lily. After hearing Chang Sun Tianyin's introduction, Su Lily said, "So it's Miss Tianyin. Please have a seat." Su Lily sat down and asked Chang Sun Tianyin, "I wonder what brings you here, miss?" Chang Sun Tianyin also sat down and replied, "It's nothing major. This humble one happened to learn that these 3 guilty servants offended the princess a few days ago, so I personally brought them here to apologize to the princess." She looked towards the 3 maidservants kneeling on the floor. Qiu Xia, kneeling below, raised her head and said resentfully, "Your Highness the second princess, please forgive us." Chang Sun Tianyin smiled and turned to ask Su Lily, "I wonder how the princess wishes to punish them." Su Lily replied with a gentle smile, "You're too kind, Miss Tianyin. I have already given them a small punishment before. There's no need for an apology." Chang Sun Tianyin, her 2 accompanying maidservants, and the 3 kneeling maidservants fell silent upon hearing small punishment as they recalled past events. Then, Chang Sun Tianyin coughed to compose herself and smiled. "Actually, I came here today for another matter. This humble one manages the internal affairs of the Nether Palace, which is to say, I coordinate items and personnel. But the second princess's side has put this humble one in a very difficult position. The second princess was originally sent as a hostage from the human tribe and should have been locked in a prison. Who knew your emperor would be so shameless as to arbitrarily change it to a political marriage and send you here? His Majesty the Nether Emperor is magnanimous and has not pursued this matter for now. But with your ambiguous status, how am I in internal affairs supposed to make allocations?" Chang Sun Tianyin openly disparaged Su Lily's background and insulted her nation to make Su Lily lose face. But after hearing this, Su Lily understood. "So I was supposed to be sent here as a hostage. There's so much to the story. The princess of a nation sent to be his prisoner. This Nether Emperor is too much." Thinking this, Su Lily showed a look of disgust for Ichiyuan, then leisurely picked up her teacup and took a sip. As she drank, she thought to herself, "But to me, being a hostage or a marriage candidate is all the same. Sooner or later, I'll escape anyway." Chang Sun Tianyin had been staring at Su Lily. Seeing her not responding, but just sitting silently and drinking tea, she was startled and assessed. This second princess doesn't show the slightest bit of humiliation. As expected of the fox spirit sent by the human tribe, she's a formidable character. Seeing Su Lily didn't answer, Chang Sun Tianyin continued to speak to her. "Although this humble one is untalented, I entered the palace quite early. So I'll give the princess a word of advice here. Although His Majesty the Nether Emperor is merciful and hasn't dealt with the princess for now, it absolutely does not mean he agreed to the political marriage. His Majesty and the Saintess share a deep bond. The future Nether Empress will definitely be the current Saintess. Even the position of a Nether consort absolutely cannot be taken by a daughter of the human tribe, the enemy of our people. Don't think you have some kind of chance or harbor improper thoughts just because His Majesty, in a moment of interest, let you stay in the Nether Palace. We of the Nether tribe value etiquette. Marrying a wife and taking concubines all have their rituals. Not just anyone can stay in the Nether Palace. Even for the people of the Nether Emperor's harem. Changsun Tianyan's words implied that Su Lily shouldn't dream of being able to seduce Ichiyuan and do whatever she wants. As for Su Lily, she was stunned after listening for a while, then she frowned and wondered. What does she mean by all this? What the hell does the Nether Emperor, marrying a wife, and taking concubines have to do with? Me? Suddenly, Little Rice Cake spoke up. Lily, have you forgotten your image? Little Rice Cake's words hit Su Lily's mind like a heavy blow, and only then did Su Lily remember. Right, that's right. To save my life, it seems I pretended to be a fangirl of the Nether Emperor. I even crazily confessed to the Nether Emperor in front of everyone. So she immediately flipped her performance switch. Su Lily coughed once and spoke in a feigned, gentle voice. What are you saying, Miss Tianyan? How could I have any improper thoughts? His Majesty the Nether Emperor is like a male god in my heart. Being able to occasionally see His Majesty is already my blessing, and now that I can be by His Majesty's side, I'm already satisfied and ask for nothing more. How could I care about empty titles like Nether Empress or Consort? She blushed as she spoke, her face showing an expression of infatuation for Ichiyuan. After her performance, she asked smugly with a smile, Little Rice Cake, how was my acting? Little Rice Cake immediately praised her. That was absolutely brilliant. Lily, you don't need to think anymore. Just act like this in front of the Nether Emperor too. Su Lily gritted her teeth and asked, what do you mean? Do you want us both to be taken by the Nether Emperor and used as flower fertilizer? As for Changsun Tianyan, she was stunned after hearing Su Lily's words. Damn it, this fox spirit. His Majesty must have been bewitched by these sweet words. Not only did His Majesty specially keep her, but he also visits her often. She clenched her handkerchief and thought angrily to herself, no, I can't lose. If I don't eliminate this woman, she will definitely be a great disaster in the future. Su Lily continued, by the way, Miss Tianyan, may I ask what your status is? The two maidservants following her immediately began to flatter Changsun Tianyan. His Majesty the Nether Emperor has yet to marry a wife or take concubines, so there is no one to manage the harem. As the manager of the harem's internal affairs, Miss Tianyan is the person with the highest status in the harem today. Naturally, she is also the most trusted person in His Majesty's harem. Being praised, Changsun Tianyan coughed shyly. As for Su Lily, who now understood, she said with feigned delight, oh my, it turns out this little sister had eyes but failed to see Mount Tai. Sister Tianyan's status in this harem is the highest. Then isn't she the representative of the harem and also the representative of the Nether Kingdom's harem's face? Even the image of the entire Nether Kingdom. No wonder they chose a beautiful and charismatic beauty like Sister Tianyan to be the manager of internal affairs. Sister Tianyan is truly amazing. The two maidservants behind Changsun Tianyan spoke up. That's a matter of course. That goes without saying. As for Changsun Tianyan, she thought to herself, why do I have a bad feeling about this? She feigned modesty and said, it's all thanks to the affection of my sisters. Su Lily then said, I have long heard that the Nether Emperor values etiquette. Today is the first time you and I have met, sister, and you've brought your subordinates to apologize to me for their offense. This gift can't be missing, right? A person of high status like you, sister, your every move represents the face of the entire Nether Palace, the entire Nether Kingdom. This apology gift, plus a meeting gift for your little sister, cannot be refused no matter how many excuses you have. So what is this generous gift? This little sister is really looking forward to it. Seeing Su Lily demand a gift, Changsun Tianyan was stunned and looked at Su Lily with an expression of disbelief. Su Lily asked Changsun Tianyan with an expectant look, what kind of gift will Sister Tianyan give me? I'm so looking forward to it. Hearing Su Lily's question, Changsun Tianyan's face darkened with anger, and she broke into a sweat, thinking to herself, damn it, I just wanted a to warn this woman to stop coveting things she shouldn't. I didn't expect her to be not only impervious to reason, but to even dare ask me for a gift. Her skin is thicker than a city wall. But since things have come to this, wouldn't it be incredibly humiliating if I really can't produce something? The two maidservants behind Changsun Tianyin also showed expressions of disbelief at Su Lily's demand for a gift. Changsun Tianyin continued to ponder. It wasn't easy to obtain this position if I let others grasp a weakness. Changsun Tianyin imagined the noble ladies smiling contemptuously at her and gossiping. I told you she was fundamentally unfit for this position. We should replace her while it's still early. Imagining this, Changsun Tianyin broke into a sweat. The noble ladies of the imperial city who are eyeing the position of internal affairs manager will definitely seize this opportunity to find fault. I have no powerful backing I have to rely entirely on. No, I absolutely cannot become a laughingstock here. So, Changsun Tianyin spoke up. The second princess is learned and knowledgeable. This humble one dares not be arrogant. The Frost Ice Blade, a high-grade magical weapon forged from Arctic ice crystals. It is extremely sharp, cutting through iron like mud. Moreover, it carries a frost attribute. It's just a humble gift. I hope the second princess won't dislike it. She took out a shimmering, light-emitting blue dagger made of ice from her storage space. Changsun Tianyin endured the heartache and took out this precious magical weapon. Seeing the dagger, Su Lily gasped, her eyes lighting up as she stared at it. Little Rice Cake scanned it and then said to Su Lily, "This Changsun Tianyin isn't bluffing. It's indeed a very precious grade 8 high-grade magical weapon." Hearing this, Su Lily's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "Oh my God." Little Rice Cake said happily, "Lily, you've hit the jackpot this time." So she happily told Changsun Tianyin, "I don't dislike it. I don't dislike it at all." "Thank you, Sister Tianyin." She took the dagger and said to Changsun Tianyin, "The Yu Kingdom truly is a place that values etiquette. Seeing it today is indeed extraordinary. Sister is worthy of being a representative of the Yu Kingdom's imperial harem. You are truly generous." The two maids following Changsun Tianyin heard Su Lily's words and started gossiping. The Baiwei Kingdom is just a small state. She's never seen the grandeur of a great nation. That's right. How could Lady Tianyin's gift be something a minor princess like you has ever seen? Seeing Su Lily put away the cold frost, Changsun smiled smugly and said, "It's good that the second princess likes it." She thought to herself, "Forget it. At least I made this second princess lose face for her inexperience. Losing a high-grade magical artifact is worth it." As she was feeling smug, Su Lily asked again, "Where's the rest?" Hearing this, Changsun Tianyin was stunned and asked, "Huh? What rest?" Su Lily said innocently, "The second gift." Changsun Tianyin was startled. "What?" Su Lily rested her chin on her hand and interrupted her. "Sister Tianyin, don't hide it anymore. I already guessed that you've prepared a second gift for me. A second one. This cold frost ice ring is precious, but I'm just a mortal who has never cultivated, so I can't use it at all. To me, it's really just a flashy object." Hearing this, Changsun Tianyin was in disbelief, standing there stunned as she thought, "Well, what? This second princess isn't just thick-skinned. She's utterly shameless, isn't she?" Su Lily continued, "If it were someone else, it would be fine, but you are the highly respected Sister Tianyin." She thought smugly, "A tree without bark will surely die. A person without shame is invincible in this world." So Su Lily continued, "To handle this position well, one must be meticulous and thoughtful. Sister must have considered these things. So where is it?" Changsun Tianyin angrily gritted her teeth and praised, "The second princess is truly clever. You even guessed this. Here, this is a marrow cleansing pill. It's very beneficial for cultivators. Even for a mortal who hasn't cultivated, it can strengthen the body and prolong life." Changsun Tianyin took out the marrow cleansing pill from her storage space. Dan Xue immediately stepped forward with a tray to receive it, taking the marrow cleansing pill for Su Lily. Su Lily's eyes sparkled as she watched the marrow cleansing pill. Changsun Tianyin enduring the pain of being fleeced, suppressed her anger, and asked, since we're talking about etiquette, the second princess must know about reciprocity, right? She gritted her teeth and thought, if I don't get back at you here, I won't be able to swallow this anger. So Zhang Sun Tanyan continued, since the second princess is representing Baiwei in the Yu Palace, shouldn't you also? Su Lily's eyes lit up, staring at the marrow-cleansing pill as she exclaimed, let me see it quickly. Dan Xue had no choice but to bring it to her. After a moment, Su Lily smiled and said, that's a matter of course. Since Sister Tianyin gave me such a precious gift, I must naturally return the favor formally. It's just that. Su Lily stood up, holding a teacup, and said, Sister just mentioned that I was sent here as a hostage. All those tributes have been offered to His Majesty, the Yu Emperor. Right now, even my own person doesn't belong to me. I truly have nothing on me. I can only offer this cup of tea in return to express my utmost gratitude to Sister Tianyin. A gift of a feather from 1,000 miles away. The gift is light, but the sentiment is heavy. Please, sister, accept this cup of tea as a return gift from me, a human from 1,000 miles away. Su Lily happily brought the teacup to Zhang Sun Tianyin. Seeing this, Zhang Sun Tianyin was stunned. Then her lips twitched as she said, fine, fine. She cursed inwardly. So shameless. Su Lily continued, actually, no matter how precious sister's gift is today in my heart, it's not as precious as the lesson you've taught me. That is, the Yu clan values etiquette, marrying wives, and taking concubines all follow proper ceremony. Not just anyone can casually enter the Yu palace, even if they are part of the Yu emperor's harem. That sentence of yours was just too brilliant. Zhang Sun Tianyin's face darkened with anger, being criticized by her own words. So she left in frustration with her maids. Two maids close to Zhang Sun Tianyin also discussed angrily. This second princess is too much of a bully. Our Lady Tianyin can't let her get away with this. Tianyin gritted her teeth and snapped, shut up. Her face darkened as she thought, this bitch actually dared to humiliate me. In front of everyone, she immediately took out a handkerchief and flicked it. Chiohe recognized the signal and secretly left with two other palace maids. Zhang Sun Tianyin gritted her teeth and thought, just you wait and see what happens to those who dare to oppose me. Zhang Sun Tianyin. Su Lily looked at the purple pill in the box that she had just extorted from Zhang Sun Tianyin and praised admiringly. That person named Tianyin really has a lot of good things in her pockets. Su Lily picked up the purple pill and examined it in her hand. Little Rice Cake explained to her the quality of this marrow-cleansing pill is not bad. After taking it, you can increase a lot of origin power. It should be enough for me to restore my physical form. Su Lily asked Little Rice Cake, how do I take this pill? It's so big, I probably can't swallow it. Little Rice Cake suggested to Su Lily, you can crush it. Su Lily did as Little Rice Cake said. After she ate it, her face immediately turned pale and green. Su Lily hurriedly reached for the glass of water on the table, but missed. Her hand, without thinking much, feeling that much water wasn't enough, Su Lily grabbed the whole bowl of water and drank it down frantically. After drinking, Su Lily collapsed to the ground, her face pale, and said, I think I just saw heaven. This nauseating taste, don't tell me this pill was actually made for. Sampling. The system's ding sound rang out. Little Rice Cake appeared in its original form in front of Su Lily and comforted her. Bitter medicine cures the disease. Although it's hard to swallow, it can greatly increase your origin power. Little Rice Cake even cheered happily. Having a physical body feels so good. Unlike Little Rice Cake, Su Lily's face darkened as she said angrily, next time there's something this monstrous, I'd rather sell it than drink it. Su Lily slowly stood up and asked Little Rice Cake, right. Little Rice Cake, how much origin power is in my account now? The system screen conscientiously appeared in front of Su Lily. Little Rice Cake stammered, Su Lily looked at the screen and saw that her account only had 3 origin power points left. Su Lily yelled angrily, why are there only 3 points left? Little Rice Cake replied sorrowfully, although you've eaten a lot of things, Lily, their quality wasn't high. Plus, we upgraded the earth control technique and helped me restore my body. Su Lily lamented, we're so poor. When will we ever save up enough travel funds to go home? Little Rice Cake took out a handkerchief to wipe its tears and comforted her. Lily, don't be discouraged. Even though our pockets are empty, we got something good this time. This right here. A high-grade magical artifact, the Cold Frost Ice Ring. The Cold Frost Ice Ring appeared in front of Su Lily. along with the system's conversion screen. Little Rice Cake explained enthusiastically. With this, our system can activate a new function. There's now a special exchange section in the exchange shop. Su Lily looked at the screen and frowned, saying stop. Su Lily looked at the general exchange section. It listed return to Earth, requiring 1 followed by 30 zeros. Destroy the world, required 1 followed by 26 zeros. Su Lily angrily pointed at the screen, grabbed Little Rice Cake's head, and asked, what's this about destroying the world? Why does it cost more origin power to return to Earth than to destroy the world? Little Rice Cake sweated profusely and stammered guiltily, don't mind such details. Little Rice Cake quickly changed the subject. Ahem, let's talk business, let's talk business. Little Rice Cake continued to explain the use of the cold frost ice ring. Since you, Lily, cannot cultivate and have no spiritual power, you can't directly use this world's magical artifacts. Therefore, the considerate system provides this service to exchange magical artifacts for use as automated skills. Simple and easy to use. The system screen showed the exchange information for the cold frost ice ring. Ice Thorn, single target attack, costs 30 origin power. Frost Ring Wild Dance. Group attack, costs 50 origin power to Frostbound Dragon Slash. Ultimate skill. Su Lily looked at the prices on the screen and pouted in disdain. TSK, why does everything need origin power? What a trashy, scamming system. Little Rice Cake comforted Su Lily. What system on the market isn't like this nowadays? Su Lily held out her hand, looked at it, and said in a somber tone, to be honest, the current Earth control technique is interesting, but its attack power is too weak. It can only fight a stupid chicken. She thought to herself, I'm still too weak right now. If the Emperor wants to kill me one day, I won't even be able to run. Little Rice Cake suggested to Su Lily, if you want to become stronger, you can consider using this happy spin. The rewards inside are all permanent magical techniques, not single-use items like in the exchange shop. Little Rice Cake began to explain, the rewards are divided into 3 tiers. The higher the tier, the better the skill you can get. The happy spin has the following tiers. Beginner prize costs 299 origin power. Intermediate prize costs 29.99 origin power. Advanced prize costs 299,999 origin power. Little Rice Cake added, the Earth control technique you got before was a beginner prize, so of course its power isn't strong enough. Su Lily looked at the price list and exclaimed, wait, why does the price for intermediate just add a 9 to the beginner's price, and the advanced adds 2 9s to the intermediates? That's too big of a leap. Little Rice Cake explained, because the magical techniques in the advanced prize pool are more than just 1 level stronger than the intermediate ones. Su Lily crossed her arms, pondering and calculating. Although the advanced prize is very tempting, a poor person like me should just save up origin power for the intermediate prize. Little Rice Cake praised a wise decision. Suddenly, a voice came from outside. Your Highness, the second princess, the royal physician has arrived. Dan Xue and Dan Xue entered and politely explained to Su Lily. Previously, when His Majesty the Emperor saw that you were unconscious for a long time, he ordered us to call the royal physician. Although your Highness is awake now, to be safe, you should still let the royal physician examine you. From outside the door came the voice of a palace attendant. Your Highness, this way, please, and a man's voice replying, all right, not far away. Chiu He and her accomplices were observing the situation. One of them asked Chiu He, Sister Chiu He, the royal physician is here. How should we make our move? Chiu He said calmly, no rush. We'll wait here until she's alone. It turns out that a day ago, when the 3 of them knelt to confess their failure to Zhangsun Tianyin, they were scolded by someone beside her. You 3 pieces of trash. You can't even handle a mere mortal who doesn't cultivate. You've completely disgraced the Yu clan. Zhangsun Tianyin frowned deeply, then walked over to Chiu He, extending her hand and saying, stand up. Chiu He gratefully took Zhangsun Tianyin's hand and stood up. Zhangsun Tianyin comforted Chiu He, actually, you can't be entirely blamed. The human clan has always been cunning, and that second princess is no saint. I grew up with her ladyship, the saintess, as her companion since childhood. I long ago swore an oath to protect her ladyship, the saintess, forever. Zhangsun Tianyin continued, feigning sorrow. In 2 years, her ladyship, the saintess, must marry into the Yu palace and take the position of empress. Her ladyship is pure and kind, but this second princess is malicious. She will surely be a threat to her ladyship in the future. After that, Zhang Sun Tianyin took a small bottle from her sleeve, handed it to Qiu He, and said, "For her ladyship, the saintess, and for the Yu clan, we absolutely cannot let this threat remain." Qiu He took the bottle. Zhang Sun Tianyin didn't forget to add, "After this is done, I will also put in a good word for the three of you before." The saintess. Qiu He had always admired and yearned to serve the saintess. Naturally, she wouldn't pass up this opportunity. She replied firmly, "Qiu He understands." Back in the present, Qiu He looked at the bottle Zhang Sun Tianyin had given her, thinking smugly, bone fragrance, colorless and odorless. Once poisoned, you will pass away unknowingly in your sleep. It will be very difficult to trace afterward. This kind of death is too good for that wretched human. Suddenly, a man's voice came from behind the three of them. Hey. Startled, Qiu He spun around and shouted, Who's there?" Seeing a Gue leaning against a pillar and watching them, Qiu He stammered, Gue? Commander." The faces of all three turned pale, and cold sweat broke out as they all thought to themselves, We're done for." Gue looked at them calmly and questioned coldly, "What are you doing here?" Qiu He, guilt-ridden and pale, stammered in reply, "A misunderstanding, Commander, Gue. We were just..." Before Qiu He could finish her sentence, her head suddenly spun. Hearing a crack, Gue was startled, realizing something was wrong. But by the time Gue realized it, Qiu He's head had exploded. Blood splattered everywhere, even onto Gue. Gue's eyes widened in shock as he said in alarm, "What?" In a celestial garden, countless flying fish swam about, their colors vibrant and eye-catching. Yun reached his hand out towards them, and they swam around him. Something stirred under Yun's sleeve. Yun raised an eyebrow slightly with a pulling the struggling silk ribbon out from his sleeve and muttering, "This ribbon truly has a spirit." Seeing the ribbon thrashing about angrily, Yun thought to himself, "It seems to really hate me." Yun glared at the ribbon, and it seemed to become frightened, no longer daring to move. Yun thought to himself, "In the Forbidden Land, I investigated that unmarked grave countless times, but never found any clues. The moment Su Lily entered, this ribbon turned into a divine artifact and even sought her out on its own." Yun tied the ribbon and held it in his hand, frowning as he recalled. And then there's Ijima. Flashing back to 2 days ago in the Forbidden Land, Ijima had said, "We haven't seen each other in years, and little brother, you've truly become harder for your big brother to understand. You clearly know there's something wrong with that woman, yet you still protect her. Do you intend to declare war on me in your current state? It's obviously already a struggle for you just to stand here, isn't it, little brother? Why do you care about her?" Faced with Ijima's barrage of questions, Yun said coldly, "Spare me the nonsense." He cursed inwardly, damn it. If only I could recover 30% of my spiritual power, I wouldn't be so helpless here. Yun retorted coldly, "My business is none of your concern. Ijima, I don't care what scheme brought you here. If you want to lay a hand on her, you'll have to get through me first." Ijima scoffed, "If you refuse to step aside." Immediately, Ijima made his move, attacking Yun. Yun prepared to strike, but unexpectedly, Ijima reached out and patted Yun's head gently, saying, "If you don't want me to touch her, then big brother won't touch her." Ijima flew into the air, teasingly saying, Nuwa has really grown up, starting to have secrets of his own." Yun shouted angrily, "Hey, what are you?" Ijima turned into a black hole, not forgetting to say before he left, "It won't be long before we meet again. Don't let yourself get into such a sorry state again." The more Yun thought about it, the more it troubled him. Ijima, the human second princess, Su Lily, the divine ribbon. What is the connection between all of this? At that moment, Gu Huaisu appeared, reporting to your majesty. This subordinate sent people to the Beiyu kingdom to investigate. So far, we have not found any woman named Su Lily. The human clan has naming taboos and rarely uses the character Li, as it is considered unlucky. Yun thought to himself, as expected. Gu Huaisu continued, "Furthermore, the person previously in charge of arranging handmaiden for the second princess was Lady Tianyin." Yun asked coldly, "Tianyin who?" Gu Huaisu replied, "She is the one you ordered to be rescued that year, the eldest daughter of the Zhang Sun family, Zhang Sun Tianyin." "Right, a Gue's older sister." Just as Gu Huaisu finished speaking, a Gue appeared, his body splattered with blood. "Reporting to your majesty, those handmaidens are dead. They died from their spiritual power exploding. It wasn't suicide. suicide. It seems like someone tampered with them. My apologies. It was a Gui's incompetence. Meanwhile, over with Zhang Sun Tianyan. She was thinking, the three of them must have succeeded by now, right? Zhang Sun Tianyan smirked. This excuse of a saintess really is useful. As long as I bring up the saintess's title, there will always be people willing to die for her. Lan Yueshi, oh Lan Yueshi, you are truly lucky to be chosen as the saintess. Without that title, you are fundamentally nothing. Suddenly, a blood-stained bottle rolled across the floor. Zhang Sun Tianyan looked over, her face turning pale. That isn't that. A stranger suddenly appeared behind her, calling her name coldly. Zhang Sun Tianyan, do you know your crime? Zhang Sun Tianyan said in fear, Hi, Lord High Priest. Zhang Sun Tianyan fearfully dropped to her knees before the High Priest. He, however, said coldly, For years, you have used the saintess's name to secretly do evil deeds. It's not that her ladyship, the saintess, doesn't know. She simply can't be bothered with you. But this time, your evil deed was too great. It could make people forget the ultimate goal. You were promoted to this position because your younger brother is a favored person by the Yu Emperor's side. But in your 4 years in the palace, you have barely met the Yu Emperor himself, let alone been assigned any tasks by him. The High Priest said angrily, If I hadn't eliminated them in time today, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Zhang Sun Tianyan, do not let the Holy Temple's efforts in raising you go to waste. Zhang Sun Tianyan trembled and stammered in reply, Yes, Tianyan understands. Meanwhile, with Su Lily, 3 bowls of a foul-smelling concoction were placed before her. Dan Shui and Dan Shui told her, Your Highness, the second princess, His Majesty the Yu Emperor has instructed that you must finish all these bowls of medicine prescribed by the imperial physician. Looking at the bowls of medicine before her, Su Lily jumped in fright. She thought to herself, This smell, is it the same as that marrow-cleansing pill? Su Lily cried out in alarm. I don't want to drink it. Su Lily trembled as she heard Dan Shui say, His Majesty the Yu Emperor has instructed that you must drink all 3 bowls of this medicine. Su Lily tried to act cute. I feel like I'm already very healthy. I don't need to drink this medicine. Unfortunately, Dan Shui gave a small, firm smile and replied, That won't do. The imperial physician just said that your body still needs to recuperate, so you cannot stop taking the medicine. Dan Shui took a candy from her pouch and gave it to Su Lily, a crystal honey candy. If you hold it in your mouth while drinking the medicine, it won't be so bitter. Dan Shui even praised Su Lily. You're really something. Zhang Sun Tianyan has been running rampant in the palace for years. Finally, someone can put her in her place. It's always been her taking things from others. Who would have thought someone could actually get something out of her hands? Dan Shui even teased Su Lily. And to think, this person is just a little girl who needs candy to drink her medicine. Su Lily held the candy and stared blankly at Dan Shui. Dan Shui, beside her, reminded Dan Shui, how can you speak to the princess like that? Know your place. Then Dan Shui turned to remind Su Lily, Your Highness, the second princess, please drink the medicine quickly before it gets cold. Su Lily did as Dan Shui suggested, drinking the medicine while eating the candy, and it really worked. Su Lily praised it. So sweet. The taste of the medicine is really gone. Su Lily obediently finished the medicine. Dan Shui looked at Su Lily and thought to herself, the second princess is indeed still a child. To be sent for a political marriage at such a young age, it truly isn't easy. This time, she has probably thoroughly offended Zhang Sun Tianyan. I'll have to tell her to be careful and on guard from now on. Thinking this, Dan Shui sighed softly. After Su Lily finished her medicine, Dan Shui asked, All right, Your Highness, we have prepared a few outfits for you to change into. Do you prefer a graceful style or a serene one? Su Lily replied, Are there any that are easy to run in, easy to move around in? Hearing Su Lily's reply, Dan Shui and Dan Shui let out a huh, stunned by the rather unusual answer. Nevertheless, they found an outfit that met Su Lily's request. Su Lily put it on and praised it. It really is very convenient to move in. Thank you, sisters Dan Shui and Dan Shui. Dan Shui replied gently, Your Highness is too kind. This is all part of our duties. Dan Shui, on the other hand, praised Su Lily. So cute. Dan Shui approached Su Lily, handed her the Chinquan pouch, and said, "Your Highness, this is your Chinquan pouch. His Majesty specifically instructed that it only be given to you after you obediently finished your medicine." Su Lily took the Chinquan pouch, her expression turning thoughtful. After that, Su Lily inquired about the situation. "By the way, my two sisters, before I came to the U Kingdom, I heard that the local products here are novel. I heard there's a rare blue spider lily. Have you sisters ever seen it?" Dan Shui replied, "A blue spider lily? I've never heard of it." Dan Shui also added, "Aren't spider lilies white and red?" Seeing that the two of them didn't know anything, Su Lily could only laugh awkwardly, pretending to ramble to brush it off. "Ah, then maybe I remembered it wrong. So, do you sisters know where the hostage from the Dark Moon tribe is being held?" Dan Shui answered, "The hostage from the Dark Moon tribe? This servant has never heard of the Dark Moon tribe sending a hostage to the U tribe." Hearing this, Su Lily froze, letting out a soft huh. Seeing that she couldn't get any information, Su Lily pretended to say, "Ahem, I just took my medicine. I'm a little sleepy now. I want to rest for a bit. You two sisters have worked hard. You should go back and rest first." Dan Shui asked worriedly, "Your Highness, don't you need one of us to stay and serve you?" Su Lily made an excuse. With someone by my side, I can't sleep." Dan Shui had no choice but to reply, "Very well then." After they left, Su Lily thought to herself, "Strange, forget about the blue spider lily. But they've actually never heard about Sang Ye's situation. Where am I supposed to find him now? It's not like I can just go and ask the Yu Emperor." As she thought, Su Lily opened the window and climbed out. She said decisively, "I can only rely on luck and wander around the Yu Palace for now." Su Lily instructed Little Rice Cake, "Little Rice Cake, help me keep an eye on the surroundings. Don't let anyone find out." Little Rice Cake replied, "No problem." Su Lily looked around. "I don't know what kind of spell the Yu Emperor put on my head or when it will activate. At least I can still leave the room for now." Su Lily said to Little Rice Cake, "Let's scout the paths around the courtyard first, then gradually expand outwards." Little Rice Cake replied, "Okay." So the two of them walked around the courtyard. Su Lily said softly, "This Yu Palace is just too big. Try to find where Sang Ye is staying is truly like looking for a needle in a haystack." Su Lily looked up at the sky, seeing some kind of figure. There seems to be something over there. Su Lily moved closer, and she excitedly exclaimed, "Heavens! Oh my God! Fish fly in the sky. So beautiful." The system also appeared with an analysis of the fish. This is the flying immortal fish, a level 7 Xian grade spirit beast. It is a rare spirit beast, often appearing on the wondrous immortal mountains. Its attack power is very weak. Note, its edible parts are similar to fish on Earth. The meat is fresh and delicious, plump and healthy, of superior quality, with a yuan power of up to 1500. Upon hearing this, Su Lily immediately caught a flying immortal fish and started roasting it. Little Rice Cake, sitting on Su Lily's head, asked her, "Why did we come back to roast fish? Aren't we looking for Sang Ye anymore?" Su Lily looked at the fragrant and crispy flying immortal fish being roasted, drooling as she replied, Sang Ye can't be found in a short time. A full stomach is more important." Su Lily continued, "From what the Yu Emperor said, Sang Ye is fine for the time being. My going probably won't help much anyway." Little Rice Cake said helplessly, "I'm impressed." Su Lily cheered happily. A fish this plump and healthy must be caught and roasted right away to be delicious. Seeing Dan Shui and Dan Shui approaching, Su Lily called out to them, Dan Shui, sisters, come eat some roasted fish." For some reason, Dan Shui and Dan Shui's faces darkened, and they said tremblingly, Your Highness." It turned out to be a Gue standing behind Su Lily with a murderous expression. Su Lily, completely unaware, asked blankly, What's wrong?" Dan Shui and Dan Shui said, trembling, Your Highness, behind you." Su Lily slowly turned her head around and saw a Gue glaring at her with a murderous aura. Su Lily broke out in a cold sweat, screaming internally, "Damn, oh my God, it's that psycho idiot. A Gue. When did he get behind me? Why isn't he saying anything, just staring at me?" Looking closely at a Gue's eyes, Su Lily noticed something. Wait, that's not right. So Su Lily picked up the roasted fish, moved it back and forth, and a Gue's eyes followed the fish, staring intently. Su Lily pretended to open her mouth to eat the fish, and a Gue drooled as he watched. Su Lily was speechless and asked, "You want to eat it?" Su Lily tentatively asked Ague, you want to eat it? Ague handed some greens to Su Lily and said, add this. The system displayed an analysis. That is yin kue ta, a non-toxic moral grade plant. The taste is strong and pungent, with components similar to aromatic herbs on Earth. Yuan power index is 0. Seeing this, Su Lily cheered happily. But Dan Shui and Dan Shui's faces paled as they thought to themselves, it's the stinky wormgrass. A moment later, Su Lily finished roasting the fish and distributed portions to everyone. It's roasted. Try some. Your two sisters' portions don't have the herb. This one has the herb. For you. Dan Shui and Dan Shui breathed a sigh of relief at not having to eat the stinky wormgrass. They took a bite and praised it profusely. Oh my God, it smells so good. The fish skin is crispy and the meat is fresh and delicious. Ague also took a bite, his eyes lighting up, and he praised it inwardly. So delicious, it's the exact same taste. Dan Shui asked Su Lily, since I was born, this is the first time I've eaten something this delicious. Where did you get this fish? Su Lily replied, go out the door and turn left. There's a small courtyard with lots of flying fish inside. Hearing this, Dan Shui and Dan Shui looked as if they were struck by lightning, saying in fear, Isn't that the flying immortal fish that His Majesty the Yu Emperor raises? Su Lily's face also turned pale in alarm. Huh? Dan Shui and Dan Shui added, It's a rare spirit beast. One costs 100,000 spirit pearls. His Majesty often goes for a walk at the Immortal Fish Pavilion. He must love these spirit fish very much. Su Lily whispered to them, Sisters, don't panic. We'll just say this Ague guy ate it all. Isn't he eating it very happily? Dan Shui replied, trembling. That's not very good. But Su Lily didn't think so. She roasted more fish and offered it to Ague. Commander, Ague, more fish is roasted. All these fish were specially roasted for you. You should eat them all up while they're still hot. Hurry and eat. Ague replied happily, okay. Sanya walked over, allowed a soft cough to get their attention, and crossed his arms, saying, it's quite lively here. He thought angrily to himself, humph, and here I was worried she was too anxious about Sanya, so I quickly changed my identity to come over. I didn't expect that she wasn't anxious at all, and is even here eating. Su Lily happily approached Sanya and asked, Sanya, how did you find your way here? Su Lily thought to herself, why do I feel like he doesn't seem very happy? Ague blocked her, standing in front of Su Lily, as if his face was saying to Sanya, the Yu Emperor has given an order, no suspicious individuals are allowed near the second princess. Who are you? Why have I never seen you in the Yu Palace? Ague's face still had some herb stuck to it, and Su Lily thought embarrassedly but didn't dare to say it out loud. Ague, your mouth. Sanya calmly crossed his arms and replied, is that so? I guess the Yu Emperor also said that you must secretly protect the second princess, right? Sanya's tone was angry, deliberately emphasizing the word secretly. Ague looked as if he was struck by lightning, having been hit where it hurts, and he curled up into a ball in a corner. Su Lily asked Sanya, what's with him? Sanya replied angrily, don't mind him. Su Lily explained to Ague, it's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. He is Sanya, the hostage the Dark Moon tribe sent to the Yu Palace. He's not a suspicious person. We happened to meet once before, so he just dropped by to visit. Hearing this, Sanya was shocked and thought angrily, she's actually describing me as such a stranger. And she said I was her only friend. Su Lily winked to signal Sanya, but Sanya didn't understand at all and even asked, why do you keep winking at me? Is there something wrong with your eye? Ague suddenly stood up and said in a stern voice, I failed to protect her secretly. It is my dereliction of duty. I will go and ask for punishment from His Majesty myself. But His Majesty's order is absolute. You, stay a little further away from the second princess. Resistors will be cut down. As he spoke, Ague drew his sword, assuming an attack stance. Sanya's face darkened, and he thought angrily to himself, so annoying, I forgot this guy is simple-minded. Su Lily frantically tried to stop him. Commander Ague, calm down, it's all a misunderstanding. Before Su Lily could finish her sentence, Sanya had already struck, sending Ague tumbling several times on the ground. Before Su Lily could regain her senses, Sanya had already picked her up and calmly said, it's not convenient to talk here. Let's go somewhere else. Su Lily replied shyly, okay. Dan Shui and Dan Shui watched worriedly, second princess. Then they turned to look at Ague, who was flattened against the wall, and asked each other in confusion, what do we do now? Should we call the imperial physician? Should we pull him down? Dan Shui asked softly. Are you all right? Upon hearing this, a Gue immediately landed on the ground from the wall, startling Dan Shui and Dan Shui. They praised a Gue. Commander, a Gue is so powerful. A Gue cursed inwardly. Bastard, he took the second princess away. A Gue scowled and asked Dan Shui and Dan Shui, where did they go? Dan Shui and Dan Shui replied, they went south. Hearing that, a Gue immediately ran after them. A Gue looked around and thought to himself, damn it, they're not this way. Could they be over there? Zhang Sun saw a Gue and pretended to run over to greet him. A Gue, what a coincidence. I was just about to look for you. I just got some top-grade medicinal pills that aid in cultivation. I was planning to bring them to your residence. A Gue glanced at her coldly and said indifferently, no need, and left immediately. The servant girl beside her quickly made an excuse for a Gue. Commander, a Gue probably has something urgent to attend to. Zhang Sun Tianyin clenched the box in her hand. She cursed angrily in her heart. This ungrateful bastard. It's like this every time, acting all high and mighty just because he's an important person by the Yu Emperor's side. Always putting on airs with me. What biological younger brother? He's just the son of a concubine, raised by a beggar. Good for nothing. He's fundamentally unworthy of the Zhang Sun surname. Saying it took Su Lily to a rooftop. Su Lily looked down and thought in fear. So high. Saying you pointed down and said to her, that's the courtyard where I live. After you got out of the forbidden area, why didn't you come look for? Before Sang could finish his sentence, Su Lily stuffed a piece of fish into his mouth. Sang asked while eating, what is this? Su Lily replied happily, hee, it's roasted fish. I saved it especially for you. Su Lily took out a carefully wrapped fish, showed it off to Sangya, and said cheerfully, hurry and try it. The taste is super amazing. Sangya looked at it warily, then took a bite. His expression immediately changed, and he praised it happily. So delicious, Su Lily said while eating. Of course, this is the Yu Emperor's flying immortal fish. 100,000 spirit pearls each, so eat with peace of mind. That guy Gue will take the blame for it all. Sangya was a little startled and thought to himself, flying immortal fish. So it's this delicious? Tanya, no longer angry, happily devoured the fish. Su Lily saw this and said cheerfully, my cooking skills aren't bad, right? After eating, Su Lily let out a happy sigh. Phew, that was so satisfying. But Tanya was a little regretful. It would have been great if we could have grilled a few more. Su Lily instructed Tanya, all right, Tanya, don't come looking for me so ostentatiously like you did today. Tanya asked, puzzled why. Su Lily replied, Yu Huang's attitude towards me is still unclear. He might just kill me one of these days. Don't get too close to me. Be careful not to get implicated. Tanya asked pensively, are you very afraid of Yu Huang? Su Lily replied bluntly, nonsense. Any normal person would be. Tanya immediately cut in and asked, in a forbidden area, didn't you say you like Yu Huang? Su Lily froze. Tanya stared and asked, you lied to me? Su Lily felt a pang of guilt and thought to herself, crap, I slipped up. I forgot Tanya has Stockholm Syndrome with Yu Huang. Casually bad-mouthing the perpetrator in front of him will, on the contrary, make the victim lose trust. Su Lily quickly tried to salvage the situation. Lie to you? How could I lie to you? Liking His Majesty Yu Huang and also being afraid of His Majesty Yu Huang are not contradictory at all. Su Lily was busy putting on a performance. Although I like His Majesty doesn't like me at all. My identity is special, so it would be perfectly reasonable for His Majesty to kill me. It's only natural for me to feel scared because of that. But none of this can stop me from loving His Majesty Yu Huang's beauty. That perfect face, that perfect body, those captivating eyes. I love every part of his body. Tanya was a little scared. Su Lily continued pensively, especially white hair. I really love white hair. Just as Su Lily finished speaking, a gust of wind blew past, and Tanya's hair fluttered, which was also white. Su Lily quickly turned her head and thought in a fluster. Just now, it seems I said something I shouldn't have. Su Lily's heart wouldn't stop pounding, and her face grew hot. Tanya, however, didn't understand what was happening and saw Su Lily blushing. Tanya also felt a bit shy and thought, it's so embarrassing to hear someone talk about me like that. Su Lily quickly changed the subject. Ahem, right, that's right. I wanted to ask you something. Have you ever heard of the blue lycoris flower before? Tanya was startled and asked back pensively, You mean a lycoris flower with blue petals? Sue Lily replied, I'm not sure either. Maybe it's just a name, not a real flower. Perhaps it's something very expensive. Tanya's face grew pensive, and he frowned. Tanya stammered in reply, I've never heard of it. Then Tanya stood up. It's getting late. I'll take you back. Sue Lily replied, okay. After Sue Lily returned, Dan Shui and Dan Shui asked worriedly, Your Highness, the second princess, are you all right? Where on earth did you go? Commander Ague is about to turn the entire Nether Palace upside down. Sue Lily gave a forced smile. I was just taking a walk in the Nether Palace with a friend for a while. His Majesty Yu Huang gave me permission. Dan Shui and Dan Shui said, It's good that your highness is all right. We were worried sick. Sue Lily spoke up and asked, All right, sisters, could you help me find some books on the history of the tribes? I'll read them to pass the time. Dan Shui and Dan Shui replied, okay. Sue Lily said happily, I'll have to trouble you sisters then. And at the same time, Tanya was on the rooftop, pensively watching Sue Lily. Reverting to his identity as Yu Huang, he frowned and thought to himself, the blue lycoris flower. It's high noon. Hands washed, incense lit. Are the preparations complete? Sue Lily glanced over. Everything was ready. At this moment, the account showed a balance of 3,021 origin power. Eating the grilled fish accumulated over 3,000 origin power. Sue Lily shouted, Activate intermediate reward. Give me a spell and attack one. After a cloud of smoke cleared, the system displayed. Congratulations to the host for receiving. The longevity spell can be used to bestow a longevity blessing on surrounding animals. This is a small spell essential for a happy family life, 3 stars. Difficulty, simple. Sue Lily was so disappointed she collapsed. Why is it a family life skill? Little Rice Cake comforted her. Actually, this skill isn't bad. With it, can't you cultivate spiritual power and raise spirit beasts yourself? It can also speed up the accumulation of origin power. You'll be able to draw an attack spell sooner or later. Hearing this, Sue Lily's mood brightened. That's right, if I can't draw an attack spell, I should still try to avoid direct conflict with Yu Huang. The blue lycoris flower is not urgent for now. After all, I haven't accumulated enough origin power. I can only do my best to gather some intelligence on the blue lycoris flower. She looked behind her. She also had to figure out an escape route in and out of the Nether Palace, and think a way to get out of the palace for a trip. Sue Lily took out a mirror to look, but the urgent matter at hand, she pushed back her bangs sadly, is actually the spell that His Majesty Yu Huang placed on my head. Once it activates, I'll turn into human-shaped popcorn. I must think of a way to make Yu Huang remove it. At this same moment, His Majesty has ordered the second princess to be summoned to Shiqing Hall for an audience. But due to some issues with accent and mishearing, Dan Shui and Dan Shui heard it as serving in bed. It seems to have been misunderstood as something terrible. The two maids blushed. Serving in bed. At this moment, they quickly came in to report. Sue Lily turned around, bewildered. The two of them had makeup tools ready in their hands. Dan Shui said at once, Your Highness, the second princess, quickly follow this servant to change your clothes. Dan Shui continued, What this servant teaches you next, you must remember it well. Sue Lily was confused. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? On Yu Huang's side, he looked disdainfully at the dishes that were brought up. This is the food of the human tribe. Zhu Huaishou replied, Reporting to your majesty, the human tribe reveres cultivation and fasting. Mortals who cannot cultivate see the simple meals of cultivators as a noble thing and eagerly seek it out. So what they eat is actually similar to the Nether tribe. These are most of the human tribe foods this subordinate could find. The tomato and egg noodles your majesty described. I really couldn't find any information on it. Ichiyuan was dejected. I know. You may withdraw for now. Yes. He looked at the food and thought again. Why is it like this? Isn't this the food of the human tribe? At this moment, a voice announced, The second princess has arrived. Sue Lily, covered in sparkling jewelry, wearing a beautiful pink dress, walked in. She curtsied gracefully. The second princess of a human tribe's northern Viet kingdom, Jiang Yuehua, thanks your majesty for the summons. Ichiyuan's eyes widened as he looked at her. He shyly turned away and coughed lightly, his expression a little angry. Who dressed her in clothes for serving in bed and taught her the greeting for serving in bed? Sue Lily, bewildered and confused, remained kneeling there. Could it be that my greeting was wrong? But Dan Shui and Dan Shui taught me this way. A moment later, the two sat at the dining table. Ichiyuan began. Every time the princess and I meet, it seems we are interrupted by something. Speaking of which, I have indeed been late in hosting the princess. I have specially prepared these dishes from the human tribe for the princess. I hope it can alleviate the princess's homesickness. Su Lily smiled faintly and said, Your Majesty has gone to great trouble. She was full of suspicion. What on earth is this Yu Huang trying to do? Then she picked up the bread and took a bite, but it was too hard. Ichiyuan said at once, That's wrong, Your Highness the second princess. This bread needs to have its large outer crust peeled off, then dipped in honey due to be eaten. Has the princess forgotten this as well? Su Lily gave an embarrassed laugh to brush it off. I made a fool of myself before Your Majesty. I haven't eaten bread in a long time. I've forgotten how to eat it. Ichiyuan looked at her and smiled. Oh, is that so? But the way of eating I just mentioned was just to tease the princess. I also don't know how bread should be eaten. Su Lily's face stiffened, and she spoke in an aggrieved tone. Your Majesty certainly knows how to joke. I even thought it was a new way to eat this type of bread. Ichiyuan continued. However, I also made up the name bread. I have no idea what the thing in the princess's hand is called. Hearing this, Su Lily froze. He continued. The dishes on the table are all common foods in the palace of the Northern Viet Kingdom. Why couldn't the princess even see through my little lie? Is the princess deliberately teasing me? Su Lily's face turned pale. She sat motionless, her heart pounding with fear. Ichiyuan continued. Or is it that the princess doesn't recognize these things in front of her at all? Su Lily cried out, I'm done for. It's a trap. Ichiyuan continued to probe. The second princess can't even recognize the food she eats every day. Don't you think that's strange? I've thought and thought, but can't figure out the reason. The second princess should offer an explanation, shouldn't she? Su Lily was terrified. I'm done for. I'm done for. This is serious. Seeing her silence, Ichiyuan said, If the second princess doesn't want to talk, that's fine too. As it happens, I have a magical artifact here to test the bloodline of the Northern Viet royalty. As he spoke, a diamond-like object appeared in his hand. His eyes cold as he said in a low voice, The second princess must think carefully. If you confess yourself, perhaps I can still spare you once. But if this artifact tests that you are not the second princess, how to deal with you? That'll be hard to say. Su Lily immediately thought, Wait, test the bloodline? Aren't I a soul transmigrated? Then she confidently let Ichiyuan test her. He was stunned. The artifact is reacting. How can this be? She really has the bloodline of the Northern Viet Kingdom? Could it be that she really is the second princess? But the air suddenly fell silent. Su Lily raised her hands high, and she began her performance. Your Majesty, Yue Hua is heartbroken. I came 1,000 miles to the Nether Kingdom to dedicate my entire body and soul to you. Yet in the end, you suspect Yue Hua of deceiving. This servant's fate is so bitter. Yue Hua is in so much pain. Ichiyuan trembled all over upon hearing these words. Su Lily continued, But there is one thing I have indeed hidden from your Majesty. Ichiyuan turned back to look at her. In the forbidden area, Yue Hua encountered a terrifying monster. It was 8 zhang tall, looked like a chicken, was entirely purplish-black, had 6 eyes, and 8 pairs of wings. It was extremely ferocious, killed without mercy, and could even devour people's memories. I was unfortunately attacked by this demon chicken and nearly lost my life. It was Yue Hua's love for your Majesty that encouraged Yue Hua. Only then could Yue Hua escape from the brink of death, but many of Yue Hua's memories were eaten by that chicken demon. Su Lily thought smugly. In the forbidden area, it was just you and me. What really happened in the forbidden area? Who could possibly know? Ichiyuan was angry. Liar. Just keep on lying. Do you really think I wasn't there? Then he opened his mouth and asked, You mean you've forgotten many things? Su Lily yoist inwardly. He actually believed it. She nodded repeatedly. Yes. Yue Hua would never dare to deceive your Majesty. Ichiyuan's mouth twitched slightly. Oh, never deceived. Su Lily answered confidently. Of course. At this moment, her expression changed. Ichiyuan led Su Lily to another place. These immortal cloud flying sables. I order my subordinates to find them from the Immortal Mountain's secret realm. Although they are said to be 100,000 spirit pearls each, They are in fact priceless. Second princess, have you ever seen these immortal cloud flying sables? Su Lily, her face pale, stammered. Yes, I've seen them once. Egun tilted his head slightly. Strange, why do I feel like there are quite a few missing? Su Lily was startled. Are there? He glanced at her and smiled faintly. In this world, everyone has their own little secrets, and some people have many little secrets. Egun leaned in close to Su Lily. She stared at him blankly. Huh, he continued, but it's all right. I will slowly uncover them one by one. Second princess, from tomorrow onwards, you will be my personal handmaiden. Su Lily was stunned. Very quickly, this news spread throughout the palace. Have you heard? His Majesty the Ghost King has actually appointed a personal handmaiden. For so many years, His Majesty hasn't even had a single handmaiden by his side. It seems to be the second princess from the human realm. Dan Shui and Dan Shui, hiding to the side and eavesdropping both sides. To think we misheard serving in the hall as serving in bed. Luckily, the second princess is fine. Otherwise, even in death, we wouldn't know how to face the state preceptor. Dan Shui then turned and asked, but sister, isn't the second princess here for a political marriage? Now she's become a personal handmaiden. Is this ultimately a good thing or a bad thing? Dan Shui replied, I feel this is a good thing. Although the second princess is here for a political marriage, she is also a hostage sent by the human realm. The Ghost King needs rituals to marry a wife or take a concubine. His Majesty has not performed any ritual for the second princess. If His Majesty does not want to take her as a concubine, making the second princess his personal handmaiden, the highest position in the palace, is the best arrangement. In the Ghost King's room, Su Lily came out after changing her clothes, feeling apprehensive in her heart. What on earth does he want to do? Su Lily began to imagine and tell a story. This is the story of a domineering CEO and a Cinderella. Egun smiled and said to Su Lily, from tomorrow onwards, you will be my personal handmaiden, of mine. Su Lily continued her story. The two of them, together day and night, had many sweet things happen. Their hearts gradually grew closer, leading to a happy ending. Su Lily stared blankly at Egun. Strangely, the look in their eyes began to change. The Ghost King frowned while Su Lily glared at the Ghost King in annoyance. And so, from then on, Su Lily began to write the Ghost King's investigation diary. 5 a.m., the Ghost King attends the morning court session. When Egun finished changing and came out to attend court, Su Lily was still standing guard outside, asleep. The fan-holding servant hurriedly called her. Second princess, wake up quickly. Su Lily stood outside because the Ghost King did not allow her to help him wash up and change, so she waited outside the door. On the way to the morning court, the state preceptor and the Ghost King discussed the content of the court session beforehand. Su Lily followed behind the Ghost King and the state preceptor, dozing off as she walked and listened to them talk, completely unable to understand what they were saying. So sleepy. 7:30 a.m., the Ghost King dismisses the court. The state preceptor would continue to discuss the court session's content with the Ghost King. Su Lily also followed behind them, listening to them talk while covering her mouth as she yawned. 8 a.m. begins reviewing memorials. The Ghost King sat in the study with a straight back, reviewing memorials. Su Lily stood beside him, watching. 6:30 p.m., the Ghost King was still reviewing memorials as before, his posture still perfectly straight. However, during the time the Ghost King was reviewing memorials, Su Lily continued to doze off beside him. The Ghost King would sometimes go to the Flying Fish Courtyard, continuing to review memorials there. So it was just a change of venue for reviewing memorials. Su Lily followed and saw this scene, silently thinking to herself, at this rate, he really won't collapse and die. Cultivators are truly formidable. In this dry and monotonous life, small episodes would occasionally occur. Su Lily was serving tea when she saw a few ministers coming to seek an audience with His Majesty after the early afternoon. Egun was reviewing memorials when two ministers ran up to him and reported, Your Majesty, the new military uniform should be red. Red is prosperous and boosts morale. Another minister argued back, Your Majesty, that won't do. The Ghost Tribe has always revered the color blue. The military uniforms of the Ghost Tribe's army must naturally be blue. The two ministers immediately sat up and started arguing. The minister who wanted red retorted, What's so good about blue? Of course it should be red. But the minister who liked blue argued, A bunch of grown men wearing red, what would that look like? The minister who chose blue scolded, You wear it then? Don't think I don't know you secretly wear your wife's red dress at home. You. Then the minister who liked red immediately brought up the other's embarrassing secret. Your socks even have little little blue flowers on them. Listening to them argue, Su Lily frowned, with a headache from the noise, and Egun was annoyed at being disturbed while reviewing memorials. So the Ghost King went straight up, tied the two ministers into cocoons, and hung them upside down. After that, Egun continued to sit and review memorials. Su Lily looked up at the two ministers hanging upside down and marveled. Truly simple, brutal, and effective. Besides that, the state preceptor often came to see the Ghost King. Initially, the state preceptor happily brought a stack of documents to Egun, saying, "Your Majesty, your humble servant has finished processing these documents." Egun immediately handed another stack of documents to Gu Huaisu and said, "These are new documents. Take them." After a while, the state preceptor became more haggard and brought the stack of documents over, reporting, "Your Majesty, these documents your humble servant has." Before Gu Huaisu could finish, Egun handed him an even taller stack of documents, saying, "These are new. Take them." After another while, Gu Huaisu, looking extremely haggard, his soul about to leave his body, brought the stack of documents over, trembling and unable to speak properly. "Your Majesty, the documents." Egun continued to hand him documents, saying, "Take them." As soon as the state preceptor took the stack of documents, he immediately collapsed to the ground. The stack of documents scattered everywhere. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly shouted, "State preceptor, hang in there." Su Lily saw this and was terrified. As expected, this is the reaction a normal person should have. Then Su Lily continued to narrate. "Although it sounds a bit narcissistic to say, but I always feel that since I became the Ghost King's personal handmaiden, my life has become full of interest. The interest of tormenting others." Su Lily was using a feather duster to dust a shelf when Egun asked, "Using a feather duster on a cabinet of porcelain vases, if one falls and breaks, can you afford to compensate for it?" Hearing that, Su Lily jumped. When Su Lily was carrying a piece of jade, Egun, while still reviewing memorials, asked, "That is suet jade, and you're actually using a rag to wipe it?" Hearing that, Su Lily was startled again. After a while, Su Lily brought tea and was about to place it on the table when Egun shook his head. "I don't drink tea unless it's 80% hot." Su Lily brought a peach, and Egun glanced at it, then shook his head in disapproval. "This fruit should be cut into 8 pieces. You cut it into 7. How am I supposed to eat it?" Su Lily walked away for a moment, and when she turned back, she saw Egun eating it and gnashed her teeth, thinking angrily, "Didn't you say you wouldn't eat it? The moment I turn my back, you're eating it so enthusiastically. Choke on it and die." After a while, Su Lily stood beside the Ghost King and sighed, complaining inwardly, "Today is really torturing me to death. This Ghost King guy is really always so energetic. He's been sitting here reviewing memorials all day and hasn't even yawned once. Poor me, following him and suffering. I'm dying of sleepiness." After thinking this, she let out a yawn. Egun noticed, sighed, and wrote on a piece of paper, "Limbs are not diligent, spoiled since childhood. Has no understanding of royal and noble etiquette. Su Lily, Jiang Yuehua, gets sleepy when waking up early." So Egun spoke up, "You may be dismissed for now." Su Lily was startled to hear this. Who would have thought Egun would continue? "Clumsy, can't do anything right. Tomorrow, you don't need to follow me to the morning court anymore." Su Lily returned, thinking angrily, "Unforgivable, unforgivable." Little Rice Cake sighed. Such strong resentment. Su Lily slammed the table, gnashing her teeth and cursing. "I've been working like a horse for that guy all day, tired to death, and he dares to say I'm clumsy and can't do anything right. I can't go on like this. I have to take the initiative and make the Ghost King revoke my status as his personal handmaiden. He's forcing my hand." Little Rice Cake was startled and asked, Could it be that Lily, you want to make a big move?" Su Lily gave a cold laugh, flicked her hair, and asked, "Tell me, what in this world is more terrifying? A personal handmaiden who is a pervert?" Su Lily flashed a perverted smile. Seeing her like this, Little Rice Cake thought in fear, it's over, Lily's brain has broken." Meanwhile, Egun, who was reviewing memorials, sneezed. He rubbed his nose, puzzled. Strange, why did I suddenly get a chill down my spine? He had just looked up when he saw Su Lily bringing in a tray of food. Su Lily carried a tray of tea and snacks, smiled, and said, "Your Majesty, you have been reviewing memorials all day. Your health is important. Your servant has prepared tea and snacks for you. Please rest for a while." Egun looked and cleared his throat. This tea. Su Lily immediately put the things down and introduced. The tea was brewed with 80% hot water and has just cooled to 60% hot. The fruits have been peeled and pitted, the persimmon cut into 8 pieces, the yellow fruit cut into 6 pieces. The white fruit is carved into a round shape, and the juicy berries have been squeezed into juice. Please enjoy, Your Majesty. After arranging everything, she stood to one side. As for Egun, he looked at these snacks, so astonished he was speechless. Then Su Lily noticed something. She approached Egun, picked up a strand of hair from the Ghost King's shoulder, and said, "There's a strand of hair on your shoulder." She held the fallen strand and praised it. "Your Majesty's hair is so beautiful. It looks like a silver thread. It must be collected." Saying that, she placed the strand of hair into a small vial before Egun's bewildered and astonished eyes. Su Lily held the vial, her face full of infatuation that T.O. be able to have His Majesty's beautiful hair is just too wonderful. Yuehua will always carry it with me. Egun was deeply shocked to hear this. He gripped the tabletop so hard that it cracked with a snap. Su Lily looked at Egun, holding a strand of hair, and said with a smile, "Having His Majesty's hair with me is like having His Majesty by my side always." Su Lily gritted her teeth and thought irritably, "You forced me to do this." In the following few days, the Nether Lord experienced an unimaginably terrifying life. He came to his desk, confused. "Where's the other half of the fruit I was just eating?" Entering the bathroom, he wondered, "Where's my face towel?" When he went to the bathing chamber, he broke out in a cold sweat. "My inner shirt." And behind it all was the shadow of Su Lily. Little Rice Cake asked her, "Lily, don't perverts steal inner shirts and inner pants? Why did you only take the inner shirt?" Su Lily grimaced and said, "I'm not a real pervert. Taking his inner shirt and inner pants. Do I want to make myself sick to death?" These past few days, the Nether Lord often felt an unusual gaze from the shadows. Turning his head to look, Su Lily was startled at being discovered, then immediately smiled cheerfully and came forward to ask, "Your Majesty, you must be tired from reading, right? This servant has come to massage your legs for you." Egun was startled by this. Su Lily put on an infatuated expression and praised, "Your Majesty's legs are so beautiful, so long and straight, truly worthy of being the most perfect legs in this world. These muscles are so firm yet supple. It feels absolutely wonderful." The Netherlord couldn't believe it and quickly backed away. Su Lily was startled at first, then broke into a perverted smile and advanced, asking, "Is there anywhere else on Your Majesty's body that's uncomfortable? This servant can help you massage it." Egun was utterly terrified. Just then, a knock was heard at the door, and the Grand Preceptor entered, saying, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty, an urgent report has arrived from the front lines between our army and the human clan." "Report," he said, seeing Su Lily about to climb onto Egun. The Grand Preceptor hurriedly tried to leave. "My apologies for the intrusion." As the door was about to close, the Nether Lord immediately ran over, grabbed the Grand Preceptor, and shouted, "Let's go. We leave for the front lines immediately." The Grand Preceptor broke out in a sweat and said, "Actually, the situation at the front lines isn't that urgent." Egun immediately scolded, "Shut up." From behind, Su Lily blew a kiss and called out, "Your Majesty, this servant will be here waiting for your early return." Hearing this, Egun stumbled. The Grand Preceptor quickly said, "Your Majesty, be careful." Su Lily saw this and was happy that her grand operation to disgust him had succeeded. Little Rice Cake praised, "Lily, you're truly amazing." Su Lily spoke up, "Let's go. While the Nether Lord isn't here, we'll search the palace." After a while, Su Lily sighed. "We've searched the palace for half a day, and there's not a single clue about the spider lily. The only place left unsearched is the memorial hall in the deepest part of this palace." Su Lily stepped inside and saw that the door was actually not locked. This room seemed to have been unoccupied for a very long time. She looked around and was startled. This is a memorial altar? Could the two people in this portrait be the previous Nether Lord and Empress? These fruit offerings are still very fresh. It seems someone comes to replace them often. Could it be the Nether Lord? As she was pondering, Little Rice Cake called to her, "Lily, look over there. There's another memorial altar." She looked over and thought, could this be the Nether Lord's master? She muttered to herself, "The late Master Zhongsun Yuanda? The surname Zhongsun. I wonder if there's any relation to that Zhongsun Tianyan. Let's give this room a quick search, but don't touch any of the items inside." She searched inside, while a Gue watched from outside in silence. The next day, Su Lily carried tea and thought to herself, "It seems the Nether Lord has gone to review memorials by the fish pond again." Putting all grievances aside, one has to admit that the Nether Lord is a very conscientious emperor. As she was bringing the tea over, she heard someone reporting, "Your Majesty, for hundreds of thousands of years, the human clan has invaded the vast lands of our Nether clan, killing countless of our people. The blood feud between us is irreconcilable. How can we open a trade market and allow human merchants within our borders?" Su Lily quickly hid behind a wall to eavesdrop. The person from the Holy Temple continued, "How is this action any different from letting a wolf into the house?" Egun, while reviewing a memorial, said, "My mind is made up about opening the trade market. There's no need for further discussion. You of the Holy Temple should just focus on doing your own duties well." The person from the Holy Temple quickly exclaimed, "But your Majesty cannot reduce the people's worship of the Holy Temple just to open a trade market. This action will shake the very foundation of our Nether Kingdom." The High Priest spoke up, questioning, "Your Majesty, everyone outside is discussing it. Your recent words and actions have been abnormal. Is it because of that second princess of a human clan?" Hearing this, Su Lily was startled. Why am I suddenly being dragged into this?" Hearing this, Egun said coldly, "High Priest, you have overstepped." The man from the Holy Temple quickly said, "Your Majesty, please forgive us." Then the two of them left. Seeing them leave, Su Lily peeked her head out just in time to meet the High Priest's gaze. That gaze terrified her. Su Lily had never seen such a terrifying gaze before. Fear, like a venomous snake, slowly slithered up her back. Even a Nether Lord at the beginning had never made her feel this terrified. It was like being prey stared at by a venomous snake from the abyss. A chill ran down to her very bones. Suddenly, the hem of the Nether Lord's robe fluttered as he walked over and stood in front of Su Lily, startling her. He called out, "Second Princess." Only then did Su Lily snap out of it. Huh. She was startled. What just happened? Why did I suddenly? Meanwhile, Egun frowned. The Holy Temple is truly getting more and more out of line. He asked her with concern, "Are you all right?" Su Lily quickly replied, "No, I'm fine." She wondered to herself, could it be that the Nether Lord helped me just now? Egun draped his cloak over her and said, "You look very pale. Next time you see people from the Holy Temple, remember to stay away from them." Seeing this, Su Lily was stunned. Huh? What kind of development is this? Why is the Nether Lord suddenly being so gentle? Seeing her dazed, Egun asked again in a louder voice, "Did you hear me?" Su Lily was startled and replied, I heard you." The Nether Lord turned and said, "I'm tired. Let's go back to the room." Su Lily hurried after him, entering the room. The Nether Lord put down the tea and said, "The tea is hot. Drink it. Help yourself to the fruit on the table." Overwhelmed by the favor, Su Lily replied in a fluster, Thank you, Your Majesty." She trembled and thought, what's going on? Why is the Nether Lord suddenly being so nice to me? The Nether Lord spoke. "You heard quite a bit from around the corner just now, didn't you? Regarding the trade market between the Nether clan and the human clan, what are your thoughts, Second Princess?" She quickly scratched her head. What opinion could I have?" Egun smiled. "The Second Princess is also a human hostage living in the Nether clan. Naturally, you should provide an opinion on matters between the Nether clan and the human clan." So she quickly replied, The trade market is very good. Opening the border between the Nether clan and the human clan, isn't that reform and opening up? Re-reform and opening up can make the country strong, the people rich, and everyone happy." The Nether Lord pondered. Reform and opening up, that's certainly a new phrase. "The Second Princess is quite knowledgeable about politics, isn't she?" Su Lily quickly replied, "No, not at all. It's all things I heard in class. I feel the benefit of a trade market is that it makes it easy to buy and sell. When trade develops, everyone can earn a lot of money. For ordinary people like us, having money for food and clothes naturally means we're happy. Something that can make everyone happy is naturally a good thing." He looked at her and recalled what his mother, the Empress, once said, "If a monarch cannot even ensure the well-being of his own people, then he is better off not being a monarch at all. Our duty is to protect the happiness of everyone in the Nether Kingdom." Su Lily continued, If your majesty is still worried about the trade market, I can go to the streets of the Nether Kingdom on your behalf to take a look. Conduct a field survey to see what industries the Nether clan has an advantage in compared to the human clan. The Nether Lord immediately threw cold water on her idea, asking, "You actually just want to leave the palace, don't you?" Su Lily quickly replied, "No, not at all. I'd much rather stay by your majesty's side." The Nether Lord pondered, suddenly wanting to leave the palace. What is she planning? Forget it. When the time comes, I'll just transform into Zunya and go with her. Just then, the Grand Preceptor and the man from the Holy Temple ran in, shouting, "Your Majesty, this is bad. Your Majesty." The Saintess entered the secret realm 3 days ago and hasn't been seen since. "Please, Your Majesty, help rescue the Saintess." Egun asked coldly, "How did the Saintess mistakenly enter the secret realm? Can't your holy temple send people to search?" The Grand Preceptor replied, "Your Majesty, all the experts of the holy temple have already gone to search. I will also dispatch experts from the palace to help. It's just that the Saintess mistakenly entered the Songlei secret realm." The man from the holy temple said, "Your Majesty, in this Nether clan, only you can enter the Songlei secret realm. The Saintess is related to the successor of our clan. Nothing can be allowed to happen to her. Please, for the sake of your mother, the late Empress, who is also a former Saintess, rescue the Saintess." Hearing this, Egun frowned. The next day, Su Lily was allowed out of the palace and exclaimed, "Away from the sky of the Imperial Palace, the bustling and lively streets, this is the air of freedom." She thought to herself, "If I take this opportunity to run away." Suddenly, a Gue spoke up, "Second Miss, don't run too far. Please don't stray too far from me. Otherwise, it will be difficult to ensure your safety. The Master specifically instructed me to stay by your side to protect your safety, Mississippi. I hope you won't make things difficult for me." Su Lily gritted her teeth and cursed inwardly. "He actually sent someone to monitor me. That hateful Nether Lord." Su Lily walked on, thinking irritably, "What nonsense about the Nether Kingdom sending someone to protect me. It's clearly to monitor me. I didn't expect the Nether Lord to agree so readily to let me leave the palace." She recalled Egun giving her 2 things and saying, "Take these 2 items. After you leave the palace, you must not let them leave your person." She took the 2 items and thought to herself, "Is this the jade pendant and the silk ribbon from the forbidden area?" The silk ribbon suddenly appeared before her. Seeing it, she wondered, wasn't that silk ribbon yellow? The silk ribbon, pleased with itself, immediately turned blue, then pink, surprising her. So it can change colors, how amazing. Then it suddenly turned into 7 glowing colors, attracting everyone's attention. So she quickly grabbed it and said, "That's enough, that's enough." She thought to herself, "To be safe, I should scout the area today, prepare things for my escape, and then find a map to leave the U-Nation." She entered a pharmacy to buy things. "Shopkeeper, this one, and this one too. Wrap them all up for me." As she waited for the shopkeeper to get her items, she muttered in frustration, "The cuisine of this world is truly too underdeveloped. To buy some star anise, I even have to go to a medicinal herb shop." The shopkeeper brought out the items to calculate the bill and said, "That will be 500 spirit pearls in total." Hearing this, Su Lily was startled and asked, what? Why is it so expensive?" The shopkeeper explained to her, "Miss, the medicinal herbs you've chosen are very rare and hard to come by. 500 spirit pearls is already a sale at a loss." Hearing this, Su Lily pondered, 500 spirit pearls just for spices is way too costly. "I've got it." She turned to leave with a sigh. What a pity. It would have been great if I had brought enough spirit pearls today. Adding these to grilled fish can make it 10 times more fragrant. Hearing this, Ague's eyes lit up and he said to the shopkeeper, "I'll take all of it." The shopkeeper immediately got the items for him, all right. Seeing this, Su Lily smiled, "I get it now." Walking down the street, she picked up a jade ring and said, "This is the true soul of grilled fish." Ague, who was behind her, immediately paid shopkeeper the money. Whatever Su Lily called the soul of grilled fish, Ague paid for it. He was already carrying a whole pile of things behind her. After strolling around, Su Lily sat down for some tea and said cheerfully, "Strolling all day has yielded quite a harvest. Let me see. As soon as she opened the map, her face darkened and she cursed. What is this idiotic thing? Suddenly, the people around her urgently shouted, "Run, run, quickly. Crow's beak Ding Shingun is here." Hearing this, Su Lily was stunned. Ding Shingun? From a distance, a person approached, saying, "Summoning wind and rain is too ordinary. I pluck stars and hide them in my head. My home is on the eastern isle of immortality. The immortal nation of mountains and seas is my homeland. I occasionally stroll up to the heavens. When I wander, the moon and stars dare not shine. With one gulp, I drink the entire Milky Way, frightening the Queen Mother into calling the Jade Emperor. To ask me which deity I am a mortal world's fortune teller Ding." The person was holding a flag with the word divination written on it and a fan with the word accurate on it. As he was speaking, he suddenly stopped and exclaimed, "Huh? It's rare for me to offer free readings today. Why is there no one on the street?" Then he noticed Su Lily and ran over, saying, "This young lady, I see that you and I are very fated. How about I?" Before he could get close, Ague had already drawn his sword. Su Lily quickly said, "Ague, don't scare people. You, fortune teller, stop. I am Ding Xuanjin, the #1 fortune teller in the U Nation. Is the young lady interested in a reading?" Su Lily shook her head, "No, I'm a staunch materialist." That fortune teller Ding advised her, "Young lady, don't be so quick to refuse. I have never charged a single coin for my readings. Material whateverism. If the reading isn't accurate, I'll even compensate you." Su Lily, while eating an apple, said, "Fine, I'm free anyway. Go ahead and do your reading." Fortune teller Ding pinched his fingers and mumbled, "I see that the young lady's forehead." Su Lily asked curiously, "Have you figured anything out yet?" Fortune teller Ding exclaimed, "The forehead? Strange. How strange. Why can't I read it? I can neither see the past nor the future. How could such a strange thing exist in this world?" Su Lily smiled and said, "Sir, an inaccurate reading means you have to compensate me. What about not being able to give a reading at all?" Fortune teller Ding was startled and stammered, "Teach this matter." She thought to herself, "This wandering swindler is truly odd. Doesn't he even know how to swindle properly?" Fortune teller Ding suddenly opened his fan and said, "Although I cannot see through the young lady's fate, I have divined what is in your heart. The distance between your eyebrows indicates a desire to return, and the slight darkness in the center of your forehead means you desire something you cannot obtain. Does the young lady wish to return to the place she came from, but has no way to do so?" Hearing this, Su Lily was startled. Fortune teller Ding continued, "It's just at the place you came from. Is it truly the place you came from? To truly return is to go back to the beginning. The one involved is lost in a fog, while the bystander sees clearly. If you wish to part the clouds to see the sun, go 140 miles north, then 50 miles south. Within the Wu Yu Pavilion, a master awaits." Having said that, he left. Hearing this, she frowned. How does he know? Then she stood up and said to Ague, "Let's go, Ague. We're going to meet that master." Su Lily and Ague followed the direction the fortune teller had given and arrived at a place called Wu Yu Pavilion. Su Lily stood before the shop and asked, "Is this the place that fortune teller mentioned? It doesn't look like a respectable establishment." On both sides of the Wu Yu Pavilion hung signs. "No money, do not come. No talent, do not enter." Just as the two of them stepped inside, a voice rang out, 10,000 spirit pearls? This broken jade ring is being sold for 10,000? Besides, this is my own property." A person behind a screen spoke up, who said, "This is yours? Anything that enters this Wu Yu Pavilion belongs to the Wu Yu Pavilion. I can sell it for however much I want." Of course, the Wu Yu Pavilion will not deliberately make things difficult for our guests. If you don't have enough money, there's another way. As long as you agree to let me perform a divination for you, the Wu Yu Pavilion will not take a single coin for this jade ring. That customer immediately cursed. "A reading? Fine. I'll just treat it as you farting." Su Lily was surprised to see that a fortune-telling could be used to pay off a debt. The mysterious person behind the screen said in a rush, "I see that your mountain root is low and your forehead is thin, the features of someone with poor, hard-working ancestors. This jade ring must be your wife's dowry. In addition, your narrow forehead and protruding eyes are the features of a faithless and ungrateful man. You must have stolen your wife's dowry to give to your mistress. Your wife must have asked about the ring, and you only just discovered that your mistress had already sold it. Your ears are uneven in height, and the ends of your eyebrows are scattered, fated to be abandoned by your wife and children. Whether you take this ring back or not, your wife will completely cut ties with you. Furthermore, Your hall of impression is greenish today. When you go out, you will definitely step on a landmine and your head will blossom. Blossom. After hearing this, the customer's face darkened and he shouted, you. Unable to argue any further, he ran off crying, "Mommy, someone is bullying me." She watched him go and thought to herself, so accurate. The person behind the screen spoke again. "This young lady, is this your first time at the Wii U Pavilion? I've pinched my fingers and calculated that you must have come from the Northwest. You have a request that is very difficult to achieve. However, my Wii U Pavilion has everything and can definitely resolve the young lady's worries." Sue Lily was silent for a moment, then asked, "You're the fortune teller who tricked me into coming here, aren't you?" That fortune teller then stepped out, opening a fan with the words "Beckon Wealth" written on it. As expected, I couldn't fool the young lady. I am the pavilion master of Wii U Pavilion, Ding Xuanjin. Fortune telling is just my side job. I genuinely felt a fateful connection with you, miss, and was worried you wouldn't be willing to come to my Wii U Pavilion, so I resorted to a little trick to lure you here. I hope you won't blame me. Sue Lily asked, annoyed, "Who has a fateful connection with you? If you don't start telling the truth, I'm leaving." He quickly said, I'll talk. "The truth is, when I tried to read your fortune, I couldn't see your fate at all. So I performed a divination for you and discovered that today, the Dragon Virtue Star is active. A noble patron of wealth and fortune has arrived on this street, bringing a great surge in financial luck. And you, young lady, are that noble patron. To prevent others from getting to you first, I could only use this lowly tactic to lure you here. To show my sincerity, please choose anything in this Wii U Pavilion as a greeting gift from me." Sue Lily looked around and said, "I have no use for these things. You tricked me into coming here by promising that you have what I want." He smiled and said, "I do have it. Why would I dare to deceive you? It's just that what you seek is not something that can be displayed openly and honorably. If you truly want it, please follow me to the rear court. Special business is done in a special place." Sue Lily followed Ding Xuanjin to the backyard and into a formation array. Ding Xuanjin said, "This soundproofing array is normally used when discussing confidential business matters. Your attendant can enter the array at any time, so there's no need to worry about safety." Sue Lily glanced outside and thought to herself, "A guy doesn't seem to care much about what I'm doing. Could it be that he's not here to monitor me?" Ding Xuanjin fanned himself and said, "The way of business values trust. I won't hide it from you any longer. I am the one who controls the black market in the U-Nation. In the U-Nation, there is nothing I cannot find and no information I cannot uncover. For the second princess of a human clan to grace my pavilion today, it truly brightens up my humble abode. I am truly blessed for 3 generations." Sue Lily frowned and asked, "You knew all along?" Ding Xuanjin laughed and said, "Actually, I just found out. The human clan and the U clan have no difference in appearance. It's just that the U clan members have a U aura, which Your Highness the Princess does not. However, I discovered that the U aura is coming from the jade pendant Your Highness is wearing. The U aura emitted by this jade pendant seems to blur the line between real and fake." Sue Lily held up the jade pendant. It was the one the U Emperor had given her. Ding Xuanjin laughed and said, "If we weren't in this array, I truly would have no way of seeing through Your Highness's human identity. That day, Your Highness the Princess boldly confessed her love to His Majesty the U Emperor at the city gates. Everyone in the U-Nation, from top to bottom, was buzzing about it. I am truly full of admiration." Sue Lily's face darkened as she said, "That's right. I am indeed the second princess of the human clan. But you say you're the one who controls the black market. How'd I know if that's true or false?" Ding Xuanjin asked her, "In that case, how would the princess like me to prove it?" Sue Lily put down her teacup and said, "That's simple. Didn't you say there's no information you can't uncover? Why don't you, shopkeeper Ding, use me as a test case first. Let me see the quality of your information, and then I'll decide whether to cooperate or not." Ding Xuanjin folded his fan and replied, "A fine idea. Then what information does the princess wish to know?" She smiled and replied, "Me? I only need to hear one piece of information. I want secret intelligence on the U Emperor." Hearing this, Ding Xuanjin was stunned. Sue Lily then asked, "What? Is shopkeeper Ding in a difficult position?" Ding Xuanjin said awkwardly, "No, not at all. I just feel that by asking me for this information, you've truly asked the right person. I wonder if the second princess would like to first hear the story of the hero who protected the U-Nation, the god of war, Ichiyuan, or the story of the blood-sucking mad emperor first." Su Lily replied, I want to hear both. Ding Xuanjin began to recount. Regarding the intelligence on the Yu Emperor, Ichiyuan, I will start with a widely circulated version. All right. The incense burner on the table began to emit fragrant smoke, drawing one into an old story. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the Yu clan and the human clan were in an endless war, suffering more losses than victories. Their fertile lands were constantly being invaded by the human clan. For a very long time, the Yu clan could only survive on the remaining barren lands. That is, until the late Emperor Yu Wu and Ichi Yuan, who succeeded to the throne. Under his and the late Empress's reign, the strength of the Yu kingdom grew immensely. And so, the late emperor launched a war to reclaim the lands invaded by the human clan. Ichi Yuan, at that time, although he was the second prince, still rushed to the front lines to fight in person, killing enemies, achieving glorious military merits at a young age. The Yu clan revered him as a hero. The human clan, however, saw him as a demon. But fate had other plans. At a crucial moment in the war, the late emperor's cultivation triggered a heavenly punishment. After enduring 9 heavenly lightning strikes, the late emperor was severely injured and could no longer lead the troops. The Yu army could only suffer successive defeats, and the war dragged on. The people of the Yu kingdom, due to the defeat, once again faced the tragedy of their homes being shattered and families torn apart, while Ichi Yuan, at this time, mysteriously disappeared without a trace. 2 years later, Ichi Yuan returned with greatly increased strength. He fought once more, defeating the human clan with a small force, and expelled the human nations entrenched within the Yu kingdom's territory. He successfully reclaimed most of the Yu clan's land. After that, the late emperor passed away, and Ichi Yuan ascended the throne to become the Yu emperor. He consolidated internal affairs and nurtured the people's livelihood, and was deeply loved by the Yu people. The soldiers of the Yu army also worshipped him immensely. They saw him as the god of war of the Yu kingdom. Tang Xuanjin broke out of the memory, covered his mouth with his fan, and continued with another version. The story above is known by everyone within the borders of the Yu kingdom, but another version, I'm afraid, not many people know about. Next is the story of the blood-sucking mad emperor. Su Lily watched him intently, listening to the next story. Tang Xuanjin continued to tell another tale. Ichi Yuan killed the severely injured late emperor. He also moved against the first heir to the throne, his own elder brother. After being severely injured, the first prince fled the Yu capital overnight, his whereabouts unknown. His mentor who raised him since childhood, Zhangsun Yuanda, also opposed his ascension to the throne as Yu emperor, and was stabbed to death by Ichi Yuan's own hand. The Zhangsun clan was completely wiped out. Any noble of the Yu kingdom who opposed his ascension to the throne would be massacred. For a time, within the walls of the Yu capital, there was immense sorrow as blood flowed like rivers. A mountain of corpses paved his path to the throne. A sea of blood dyed the Yu emperor's platform. This is the other Yu emperor that is secretly spoken of. I wonder which version Your Highness the Princess believes. Su Lily fell silent after hearing the versions of the story. After a moment of contemplation, Su Lily replied, if it's a story, then there must be truth and falsehood in it. You can't believe all of it, but you can't disbelieve all of it either. On the contrary, what are Bosting's thoughts on these two stories? Tang Xuanjin laughed and said, this humble one has always only provided information, not a stance. The truth lies in the heart of the beholder. Su Lily praised, Bosting is truly interesting, but I have a doubt about Bosting. How can Bosting be so sure that I have a means to trade with you? Aren't you afraid of making a losing deal? Tang Xuanjin replied, about that, the most difficult information channels to access are those within the palace. His Majesty the Yu Emperor manages things strictly, so very little information gets out. Your Highness the Princess is someone by His Majesty's side. This point alone makes you someone every merchant wishes to befriend. Su Lily nodded. I do indeed have a piece of news for Bosting. This news will be known throughout the Yu Kingdom soon enough, but I'm sure Bosting understands the importance of getting a head start better than I do. She fiddled with a flower branch placed beside her as she spoke. What I want to talk about is just 3 words. Trademark it. Ding Xuanjin was startled upon hearing this. His eyes immediately lit up with dollar signs. His hands flew across the abacus as he stammered. This news is too valuable. He was so excited he shot up and said, this humble one is truly fortunate. Whatever Your Highness the Princess wants in exchange, Just say the word. My Wio Pavilion will definitely do its best to help and will not treat you poorly. Su Lily replied, if what I'm giving you is a piece of news, then exchanging it for a piece of news from Boss Ding will suffice. The blue spider lily. Has Boss Ding ever heard of it? Tang Xuanjin asked back. The blue spider lily? Then he led her to a cabinet and said, although this map is detailed, it cannot compare to the young lady's news. As for the blue spider lily, this humble one has indeed never heard of it. And here I was, bragging that I knew everything. How shameful. But this humble one will do my utmost to search for it. Su Lily nodded. Then I'll be counting on you, Boss Ding. Then something caught her attention. Is it a chili pepper? She asked, holding up the potted plant. Boss Ding, I think you said before that I could take anything here, right? Ding Xuanjin nodded. Of course. It is this humble one's honor that this item has caught the young lady's eye. Su Lily smiled happily. Then, Boss Ding, until we meet again. Ding Xuanjin watched Su Lily leave and thought to himself, in this world, I have only ever met two people whose fates I could not divine. Could she be her? Su Lily mumbled to herself, spicy hot pot and mala soup. I have clues for them now. Tang Xuanjin watched her and thought, you managed to run into both her and her. You're truly worthy of being my foolish little brother, Anua. Su Lily noticed the person in front of her dropped a scented sachet and bent down to pick it up, but when she looked up to speak, they had vanished. Ague was extremely alarmed by this. Tang Xuanjin thought to himself, these people from the human clan, as expected. Just then, his subordinate appeared and said, reporting to your highness, the first prince. They've made their move. He nodded. I saw. Meanwhile, inside the secret realm, Su Lily called out, Ague, where are you? Where on earth is this? Several men in black suddenly appeared, walking around. Have you found the second princess? The other men replied, no sign. Let's check over there. Inside a large jar, Su Lily peeked her head out and thought, looks like they've gone far. Little Rice Cake asked her, Lily, do you think this is a trap set by that Wuyo Pavilion master? Su Lily pondered, then replied, logically, Boss Ding has no reason to harm me, but the second princess's past is hard to discern. Whether Boss Ding is a friend or foe is still undetermined, but at the very least, the intelligence he gave me about the Yu Emperor doesn't seem fake. So, who exactly set up this barrier is still impossible to guess. Suddenly, the men in black called to each other, search carefully, check every single jar for me. Su Lily thought, I'm in trouble. So she immediately got out of the jar and ran with Little Rice Cake. The men in black immediately shouted in pursuit. Over there, after her. Finding them troublesome, she gathered her spiritual power to attack. Earth control technique. Thorn bush ambush. Thorn bushes emerged from the ground, injuring the men in black, leaving them confused. What's going on? Isn't Jiang Yuehua a good-for-nothing who can't cultivate? Don't let her get away. We must capture her alive. They immediately chased after her and saw a figure ahead. She's up ahead. Immediately, they took out a spirit-binding lock and wrapped it tightly around her. But what was in front of them made them angry. A mud person. We've been tricked. It wasn't easy waiting for her to leave the U Palace to get a chance to strike. I didn't expect her to be so hard to deal with. We don't have much time. Split up and search. We must find her. We just got news from over there that 2 passers-by were pulled into the barrier. Kill them to avoid complications. Our target is the second princess, Jiang Yuehua. Capturing her alive is best, but if we can't capture her alive, a dead one can also be reported. They stomped the mud person to pieces and continued on. Meanwhile, Su Lily was hiding behind a wall, concealed by the transformed silk ribbon. She held it and praised it. I didn't expect this silk ribbon to have an invisibility feature. It's truly amazing. The silk ribbon became smug after being praised. Little Rice Cake reminded her, it's not safe here. Let's go quickly. Su Lily peeked her head out and said, this barrier is indeed aimed at Jiang Yuehua. What's with all this dead or alive talk? Just how many enemies has Jiang Yuehua made? Do you think these people might have been sent by the human clan? Little Rice Cake replied, that's a possibility. Su Lily was puzzled. If this is indeed the work of the human clan, why go to the trouble of dealing with an abandoned child? Could it be that Jiang Yuehua holds some secret that requires her to be silenced? Suddenly, the stone statue behind her moved. Its eyes turned red and shot a beam of light into the sky, startling her. While what? The men in black immediately appeared and shouted, "Over here!" Su Lily hurriedly ran, thinking, "This is troublesome." As she ran, she asked, "Little Rice Cake, how much origin power is left in my account?" Little Rice Cake stammered, "It seems there's only a little over 50 points left." She mumbled, "That little? Forget it. I'll deal with the situation at hand first," she said, then turned around and shouted, "Frost Ice Blade, Frost Ring, Wild Dance." Little Rice Cake announced, "Origin Power Index minus 50. She turned back, thinking happily, "Great, they've all been eliminated." Suddenly, they stood up, making her face pale as she asked, "How? How can I still get up?" The men in black sneered coldly, "This childish trick. Show no mercy." They immediately rushed forward, and Su Lily turned and ran. As she ran, she feared we're not on the same level at all. Just as one of them was about to stab her with a sword, a murderous aura appeared and an explosion occurred. Over here, Ichi Yuan sensed something. A person from the temple came and said, "Her Highness the Saintess has gone missing up ahead, Your Majesty." He frowned and thought, "The spiritual power I left on Su Lily has been activated. She's in danger. Could it be?" On the other side, Su Lily was stunned. The Yu Emperor's spiritual power left in her mind had protected her. As the smoke cleared, all the men in black were lying on the ground. On Ichi Yuan's side, the person from the Holy Temple called to him, Your Majesty, the Tsanglei's secret realm is extremely dangerous. We should hurry." He glanced at him, was silent for a moment, then said, "Got it." After that, he raised his hand and tore open the secret realm, shocking everyone. He actually tore the secret realm open directly. His Majesty the Nether Emperor's power is truly terrifying. He said to the people from the Holy Temple, "This entrance can only be maintained for 3 hours. Surely you people from the Holy Temple aren't so useless that you can't find that person in 3 hours? I have other matters to attend to. I'll be leaving first." With that, he immediately vanished. The people from the Holy Temple called out in alarm, Your Majesty, you're not?" The high priest spoke up, "Don't waste your breath. When His Majesty wants to leave, how many people in this world can stop him?" The relationship between His Majesty the Nether Emperor and the Saintess has been distant since childhood. After all, back then, no one expected it would be the second prince. All right, let's move out. With that, everyone turned and entered the space. Before leaving, the high priest sighed, "The Saintess is also someone who doesn't let others rest easy." After running for a while, Su Lily stopped, heaving a sigh of relief, and said, "It should be temporarily safe here. I thought I was a goner just now." She thought to herself, "The Nether Emperor, why? Never mind. Now is not the time to think about this. I should still think of a way to get out." Just as she stepped back, she bumped into someone. The two of them screamed in unison. Su Lily quickly covered the Saintess's mouth and instructed, "Quiet down. Don't attract those men in black over here. I'll let go, but don't you scream." The Saintess immediately nodded. Su Lily released her hand, and the Saintess asked, "Miss, you are?" Su Lily immediately introduced herself. "My name is Su Lily, and you?" The Saintess replied, "Ah, my name is Lan Shi." Su Lily scratched her head shyly and said, "The situation just now was critical. My apologies." Lan Shi waved her hand, saying, "No, it's all right. It was my fault for being too loud." "Did you also stumble in here by accident?" Su Lily replied sheepishly, "Something like that, I guess. It seems like they were targeting me." Suddenly, something in Lan Shi's clothes rustled, and a small beast appeared. Su Lily praised, "So cute. What kind of animal is this?" Lan Shi introduced it. "This is a little thunder beast." Su Lily asked her, "Is the little thunder beast a pet you're raising?" Lan Shi shook her head. "No, I just found it in the mountains today. It was injured and very afraid of people. I wanted to treat its wounds. As a result, I chased it into a very scary secret realm. There were so many monsters inside, it really scared me to death." The thunder beast looked around in confusion. Su Lily blushed and said, "Ah, I can touch it." Lan Shi was happy. "It actually likes you a lot. It doesn't let anyone else touch it." Su Lily asked Lan Shi, "That place was so scary. How did you get out?" Lan Shi blushed as she recounted, "That's because a kind young master helped me. We ran out of the secret realm together and returned to the city, but we accidentally wandered in here. That young master told me to find a safe place to hide, and he would lure those men in black away from me." Su Lily smiled and praised, "That young master is truly a good person." She thought to herself, "This old-fashioned hero saves the damsel trope." Lan Shi nodded, Yes, young Master Nguyen is truly a good person." Suddenly, a figure appeared, startling Su Lily into shouting, "Oh no, we've been discovered. Earth control technique." Lan Shi rushed over to stop her. Wait a moment. He's young Master Nguyen. But just as she finished speaking, a clump of dirt flew into young Master Nguyen's face. Lan Shi hurried over and asked, "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" Young Master Nguyen sat up, rubbing his head, and said, "No, I'm fine. It's just that dealing with a group of men in black just now was a bit exhausting. That attack just now was too sudden." Su Lily ran over and said, Sorry. I thought you were one of the men in black. I didn't expect to accidentally injure you, young master." When young Master Nguyen saw her, he froze and then called out, Second princess." Hearing this, Su Lily was extremely puzzled. Young Master Nguyen said in surprise, You're actually here, your highness, the second princess." Su Lily was bewildered by this. Young Master Nguyen happily ran towards her, exclaiming, "This is great. I thought I would never see you again. I never thought someone as unlucky as me would have such a fortunate day." Su Lily, however, thought awkwardly, Who is this person? Do I know him?" Young Master Nguyen recounted, "Before I came out of seclusion, I heard that you had been married off to the Nether Kingdom. Your father and the king of Northern Viet were provoked by villains and actually did something as absurd as selling their daughter for glory. It is Nguyen's fault for not being able to stop this. I have made you suffer, your highness, the second princess. This time, I have come to rescue you from the Nether Kingdom. Come with me, your highness, the second princess." Lan Shi asked again, "Second princess?" "Miss Su, you're the second princess that young Master Nguyen traveled thousands of miles to find. This is truly wonderful." Young Master Nguyen turned to Lan Shi and said, "Thank you, Miss Lan, for leading the way. Otherwise, I don't know how long I would have had to search." Lan Shi blushed and replied, Young Master Nguyen, you're too kind." Su Lily looked at Lan Shi's blushing face and thought to herself, this young lady clearly likes young Master Nguyen. It's written all over her face. It's like young Master Nguyen found the person he yearns for, and I'm happy for him too. She began to look at their faces and voice Lan Shi's inner thoughts, but I don't know why there's a kind of dull ache. No, how can I be sad over this kind of thing? Seeing this, Su Lily looked at young Master Nguyen and thought, Hey bro, the beauty next to you is already this heartbroken. Aren't you going to comfort her a little? Where are you even looking? He's looking at me. Seeing this, Su Lily panicked. Stop. This melodramatic plot. If you guys want to play by yourselves. Don't drag me into it. Young Master Nguyen noticed something was off with Su Lily, her whole body radiating a stay-away aura, and called out to her, Your Highness, the second princess. Su Lily said to herself, Calm down. In this kind of situation, She spoke up, It's too dangerous here. Let's get out first and then talk. Su Lily thought to herself, I'm such a quick-witted genius. I have to divert their attention quickly. Young Master Nguyen nodded. It's not suitable to stay here for long. Let's hurry and find the formation core. The others replied, We'll listen to young Master Nguyen. Su Lily looked at young Master Nguyen and thought, This young Master Nguyen must have known the second princess before. It's a pity the memories I inherited are too fragmented. I know nothing at all. If I say one more word in front of him, I'll definitely expose myself. It's better to find a chance to get away from him soon. As soon as we get out of the barrier, I'll find a chance to slip away. On the rooftop, Ichima appeared and said with a smile, It's certainly lively around the second princess. Her personality is so different from the intelligence reports. And that confident attitude, it really piques one's interest. Then, he threw a piece of a mirror. It immediately shone on Su Lily, freezing her. Lan Shi and young Master Nguyen shouted in panic, Miss Su. Ichima thought with a smile, Your Highness, the second princess, are you really the second princess? Jiang Yuehua. Ichima looked into the mirror and asked, Who exactly are you? Your Highness, the second princess. Jiang Yuehua replied, I am the second princess of the Northern Viet Kingdom, Jiang Yuehua. I hate this world. I hate these people. She recalled the gossip around her that she's clearly a princess, yet she's a mortal who can't cultivate, as expected of a lowly birth mother. Does the child she bore really expect to fly up the branch and become a phoenix? The emperor waved his hand. Take her away. The sight of her vexes us. The empress then said, Send her to the cold palace. Don't let her come out and be a disgrace and an eyesore. And the third princess looked at her and laughed. Jiang Yuehua said, I hate this place. 2 palace maids approached. Her Highness the third princess is not feeling well today. The sorcerer said someone in the cold palace has a birth chart that clashes with the third princess. Second princess, don't hold it against us servants. Who asked you to run into the third princess? Jiang Yuehua was bullied by the 2 palace maids. She picked up a piece of stone. The two palace maids continued to beat her and said, "Who asked you to run into her? Jiang Yuehua. Who asked you to be so unlucky? Who asked you to be so unlucky?" Jiang Yuehua clenched the piece of stone tightly. The two palace maids were dead. She panted heavily. She raised her hand, looked at it, and smiled. She turned her head to look into the crack. In this disgusting courtyard, there was also a strange woman. The others gossiped. She was just a lowly dancer who relied on fox-like arts to seduce His Majesty. And what's the result? The daughter she bore isn't just as lowly as herself. Jiang Yuehua narrated, "The woman always sat there quietly with her back to me, never once looking at me." Or perhaps, to a child, that's just what a mother is like, right? Not long after, the woman gave birth to another child, a baby boy with excellent cultivation talent. The woman always held him, talked to him, always smiled while watching him, always looked at him. One day, those two disgusting women came. It was the Empress and the third princess. The Empress held the baby and said, "The prince can only be raised by me." They took the baby boy away. The woman cried and cried incessantly. It was so annoying. Finally, the woman stopped crying. She stood up. This time, she looked at me. She said, "It's all your fault. You shouldn't be alive in this world." Then she smashed things and pushed Jiang Yuehua. Jiang Yuehua lay on the dirty floor with her injured body, thinking, "I hate this woman because she broke everything in the room, making the floor so dirty. I hate her because every day she calls the baby boy's name, making so much noise that people can't sleep." That woman lay on her sickbed, her hand clawing at the air, calling a Zhao. Jiang Yuehua approached and said, "His name is not a Zhao. His name is Jiang Wenyu. He is the legitimate son born of the Empress. You and he have no relationship whatsoever. Even if you die, he won't come to see you. Once. It's all your fault. You shouldn't be alive in this world." That was the second time my mother looked at me. They said she would go to hell. But isn't this place already hell? Now, hell only has me. It's so boring. If you can't bully the strong, then bully the weak. It's troublesome if a human servant dies. So I'll go torment those servants from other nations that no one cares about. Whatever. I don't know how long I had been walking in hell, until one day a beam of light suddenly shone into this desolate darkness. No one had ever spoken to me so gently. Their eyes held no trace of disgust for me. That light was incredibly dazzling, incredibly warm. I carefully hid my rotten, untamable self, just to get a little closer to that light, just a little bit closer. Then, the third princess appeared behind that person. Jiang Yuehua recounted, "My noble younger sister, the third princess, just looked at me in silence. That gaze terrified me. Not long after, I was captured by demons who carved the mark of sin on me. They locked me in a strange container, and every day a strange liquid was poured in. The pain in my body gradually intensified. I couldn't scream, couldn't struggle. It was too painful. I was going mad. Even killing me now would be a release. I can't die. Why can't I die? God or demon, I don't care. Please just grant me release." At that moment, small rice cake appeared and said, "Your wish has been received." Ichimo looked into the mirror, showing Jiang Yuehua's past, as she had just recounted it, and thought to himself, "So this is how the human clan's secret weapon to deal with Ichi Yuan came to be. This memory is indeed Jiang Yuehua's." But Ichimo was still suspicious, thinking, no, this Jiang Yuehua is still very suspicious, especially that final voice. A wish for what? Suddenly, a golden flame appeared within his space. Then the silhouette of a golden woman appeared, startling Ichimo. This is... That golden girl raised her hand, gathering spiritual power to ATT. Ak Ichimo, shattering his space. Back in the secret realm, Ichimo covered his mouth and coughed up blood. That golden figure is indeed her. I can't let her be with Anua. Absolutely not. That golden figure looked at the bound memory of Jiang Yuehua. Then she passed through it, touched Su Lily's face, and said, "Wake up, you are not Jiang Yuehua." In her heart, Su Lily said, "I am Su Lily. I accidentally fell into a lake and transmigrated to this world. Your mortal body is already dead, but your responsibilities are not over, and old debts have not been paid. I grant you a broken body to start a new life. Do not forget to repay your debts of gratitude." In the moment of death, I think I heard 2 sentences. Where is this? Su Lily woke up, escaping from Jiang Yuehua's memory. She looked at the space around her in astonishment. Suddenly, from behind, 2 golden arms appeared and pulled her to face that golden soul. That soul pressed its forehead against hers and said, "You are not Su Lily." Su Lily asked in confusion, "What are you talking about?" The golden soul replied, "You are me, and I am you. Hurry and remember, hurry and remember." With that, the soul gradually flew away, leaving Su Lily to think to herself, "What do you want me to remember?" That voice still echoed, "Hurry and remember that person, that person." The space shattered. A figure appeared and drew near. That person is the Nether Emperor, Ichi Yuan. Seeing who had arrived, Su Lily's eyes shot open. She looked at her surroundings and wondered, "Where's this place now? Why does it feel so familiar?" Ichi Yuan spoke, "I finally found you." Ichi Yuan walked over and said, "The person I saw that day was indeed you. A face I could never forget in this lifetime. 2 years ago, in the palace of the Nether City, we met. Do you remember? Heavens, another god. I am the second son of Ichisho, the 8th generation monarch of the Nether Kingdom. Ichi Yuan. Today, I have come specifically to avenge my father's murder." With that, he drew his sword. Ichi-mo was standing on a rooftop when a voice rang out, "Isn't this Lord Imperial Nether Envoy? My lord isn't staying obediently in his own territory. What are you doing running into my barrier?" Ichi-mo turned his head. The Imperial Kuan Envoy continued to ask, "Could it be that Lord Imperial Nether Envoy has other intentions toward me?" Ichi-mo quickly said, "I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. You're also the first Imperial Envoy under the Venerable Lord, Lord Imperial Kuan Envoy Xiaji. How would I dare have any intentions toward you? Didn't I come to help you catch your prey?" The two looked down below. Su Lily was trapped in a layer of ice, while Ruan Xiaowei and the Saintess were extremely alarmed. Lord Xiaji asked, "The retrospect mirror can see events of the past. Ichi-mo, what are your intentions, really?" Ichi-mo laughed. "The prey that the first Imperial Envoy came personally to capture. This humble one is merely curious. If Lord Xiaji is going to make a move, you must hurry, and do it now. I feel that the Nether Emperor is about to arrive." Meanwhile, outside, a figure flashed by. A Gui hurriedly shouted, "Your Majesty! Your Majesty, it's bad. The second princess, she..." Meanwhile, Ichi Yuan stepped on a Gui's head to launch himself and jump up, unleashing his spiritual power to tear space apart. Inside the space, a beam of light shone in, startling everyone. Ichi Yuan stood majestically in the sky, looking down. Xiaji gritted her teeth and shouted, "Retreat." Su Lily, still unconscious, thought to herself, "Are those memories mine? Did I kill Ichi Yuan's father?" She opened her eyes and saw a head of silver hair, making her think it was Sang Yi. But then she suddenly realized, no, that's not right. It's Ichi Yuan. The Nether Emperor caught her and asked, "Hey, are you all right?" Ichi Yuan helped her down. She let out a cry. The Nether Emperor asked, "You're injured?" Su Lily shook her head. "No, I'm fine. I was just frozen for too long. My legs are numb. I'll be fine if I just sit on the ground for a bit." She hurriedly tried to avoid him. Seeing this, he raised his hand, and a chair made of blue bloodvine appeared. He then told Su Lily, "Sit down." Then he knelt down, using his spiritual power to heal her, and asked, "Which leg?" Su Lily said in a panic, "No need. Thank you, Your Majesty." Seeing the Nether Emperor being so serious, she thought to herself, "Why is he suddenly being so nice to me?" Ruan Xiaowei, wounded and supported by the Saintess, walked over and spoke up to be able to shatter a barrier with a single strike and casually summoned the blue blood essence vine. "If I'm not mistaken, you must be the Nether Emperor, Ichi Yuan, correct? You forced the second princess into marriage. This humble one has come to take her back." Su Lily looked at Ruan Xiaowei and thought to herself, I remember now. He is the top grand disciple of the Yanhua immortal sect, Ruan Xiaowei, a once-in-a-generation young talent of the human clan's cultivators. He's the Prince Charming in the hearts of countless young women. Gentle, kind, and righteous, just a little too upright. He probably doesn't know yet that Jiang Yuehua already died for him long ago. What is this righteous big brother doing? As a human cultivator, you've snuck into the borders of the Nether Kingdom. Is it really okay to jump out so boldly and confidently in front of the Nether Emperor? Meanwhile, Ichi Yuan was confused. Saintess Lan Yuetai, aren't you supposed to be in the Song Lei secret realm? Why are you here? Hearing this, Lan Yuetai was startled and hid behind Ruan Xiaowei, saying, brother A. Yuan. Su Lily was surprised. So Miss Lan is the Saintess. And isn't our current formation a bit strange? Su Lily looked at the scene and wondered, what exactly is the situation right now? The relationship between the four of us is so complicated. The Nether Emperor and the Saintess are childhood sweethearts. Logically, they should be in love with each other. But now, the Saintess seems to like the one who saved her, Ruan Xiaowei. And Ruan Xiaowei seems to have a special obsession with the second princess. As a result, I'm the one disguised as the second princess. To survive, I have to act like a fangirl of the Nether Emperor. In other words, the current relationship between the four of us is like this. The Saintess has weak combat power and probably needs protection. She has a secret crush on Ruan Xiaowei. Ruan Xiaowei has weak combat power, but can fight against the men in black, and Ruan Xiaowei probably likes Jiang Yuehua. And she has terrible combat power, like a fish on a chopping block. And Jiang Yuehua is in love with the fake Nether Emperor, a person with combat power like an unfathomably deep black hole. And the Nether Emperor and Ruan Xiaowei are love rivals, while he and the Saintess are future husband and wife. According to Professor Su's analysis, combining everyone's combat power index, there's only one possible outcome. Su Lily dies, Ruan Xiaowei dies, the Saintess gets captured, and the Nether Emperor, Ichi Yuan, wins. She imagined Ichi Yuan tying up the Saintess and saying, "You dare seduce my woman? You're looking for death. Even the one in your heart will die with you." And the Saintess would cry out, "Young Master Ruan," while Ruan Xiaowei and Su Lily die. She quickly shook her head. No way. It absolutely cannot develop like this. But unexpectedly, at this moment, Ruan Xiaowei pointed his sword at the Nether Emperor and shouted, "Nether Emperor Ichi Yuan, hand over the second princess. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Seeing this, Su Lily's heart skipped a beat. "You idiot, shut up. Are you afraid we won't die fast enough?" So she ran over and called out, "Why, you two, calm down. Listen to my quibble. Ah no, my explanation." But right at this moment, the little thunder beast rushed forward, growling. Seeing this, Su Lily asked, "What's wrong with this little thunder beast?" It was irritable, annoyed, and hostile toward Ichi Yuan, but happy with Su Lily. Ichi Yuan looked at it and thought to himself, "Why do I get a sense of familiarity?" Meanwhile, Su Lily thought, "Why do I suddenly feel a little dizzy?" The insignia on her neck was flashing. Ichi Yuan came closer and asked her, "What's wrong?" He saw the insignia and was startled. That is... He quickly threw his cloak over her head and pulled her into his arms. Su Lily leaned on his shoulder and cried out internally. So dizzy, Ruan Xiaowei held his sword, pointed it at the Nether Emperor, and demanded, What are you doing? Let the second princess go." The Saintess quickly tried to stop him. "Young Master Ruan," the Nether Emperor called out. "Agouei." Agouei immediately appeared and replied, "Your subordinate is here." He ordered, "Take the Saintess back to the Holy Land. Capture the human cultivator. Tell the human clan to prepare a ransom for his return." Ruan Xiaowei shouted, "Stop! Where are you taking the second princess? Get out of the way." The Saintess spoke up and asked him, "Young Master Ruan, your wound." Suddenly, her hand throbbed with pain. She raised her hand and wondered, The Saintess's insignia, why did it suddenly? In the room, Su Lily sat on the bed. Small Rice Cake came over and asked, "Lily, are you all right?" Su Lily asked, "My falling into the water and time traveling wasn't an accident? The so-called system, the so-called mission to return to Earth, it was all a premeditated conspiracy, right?" "Who exactly are you, Little Rice Cake?" Little Rice Cake replied, This question is beyond my authority, but your speculations aren't entirely wrong. The system was indeed created for you, Su Lily. Even I was specially created to protect you, Lily. Whether you believe it or not, I have absolutely no ill will towards you. There are still many secrets that you need to uncover yourself. I don't have the authority to reveal them to you." Su Lily asked doubtfully, And are my memories of Earth real?" Little Rice Cake replied, "Of course they're real." Su Lily asked again, "Then what about those memories of the blonde-haired figure you made me see?" Little Rice Cake replied, "Those are also real, although saying this might be a bit confusing for you. Everything you saw is you. But Lily, don't be bound by those chaotic memories. You are you, just be yourself." Su Lily replied, "You think I need you to tell me that?" She looked out the window and was startled. That's Agouei." She put on a coat, went to Agouei, and asked, "Commander Agouei, why are you still practicing your sword so late?" Agouei stopped and replied, "Your Highness, the second princess, you're not asleep yet? Did I disturb you? I'll move to another spot right away." Su Lily quickly said, No, I couldn't sleep, so I came out. It's not good to practice your sword so late. You must balance training with rest. Agwe recounted. Before, His Majesty the Nether King ordered me to protect the second princess, but I failed twice in a row. I'm too weak. I must become stronger. There absolutely won't be a next time. Agwe said, there absolutely won't be a next time. Seeing Agwe's determined expression, Su Lily said, that's right, Commander Agwe, the things you bought for me in town today. Agwe replied, they're right here. I almost forgot. After a while, Su Lily let out a sigh of relief. Using the earth manipulation technique to arrange the entire backyard is really convenient. The seeds bought in town today have all been planted. Next, let me try the ability I failed to draw in the lottery last time. She gathered her spiritual energy and shouted, longevity technique. The moment she used it, there were results. Su Lily said happily, the plants actually grew up in an instant. Little Rice Cake replied, well, it is an ability that cost over 3,000 spirit stones to draw. After all, Su Lily turned around and said, by the way, I tricked Agwe out of quite a few things this time, didn't I? I'm afraid it cost him half a year's salary. Actually, the first time I met Agwe, when he wanted to execute me, I immediately felt that he wasn't very smart. Hearing this, Little Rice Cake asked, you weren't already plotting against him back then, were you? Su Lily replied playfully, if I didn't plot, how would we have had such a great harvest today? Little Rice Cake exclaimed, Lily, you're terrifying. Su Lily turned around. Forget it. For the sake of this great harvest, I'll treat him a little better. As Agwe was diligently practicing his sword, Su Lily said from his side, add a little more chili. It smells so good. Sprinkle some more dill. Commander Agwe, take a break. Come have a late-night snack. There's grilled fish, your favorite. Agwe replied, I'm not eating. My father once said that grilled fish is a reward. I've failed twice, I can't eat it. Su Lily said quickly, well, that's not good. I grilled so much, it'll be a waste if you don't eat it. To avoid waste, I'll just have to eat it all myself. If I eat too much, I'll get a stomachache. A stomachache will make me feel unwell, dizzy, and prone to falling. If I fall and get hurt, wouldn't Commander Agwe's protection mission have failed again? After listening for a moment, Agwe said, It seems to make sense. Su Lily immediately told Little Rice Cake, see, I told you he's not very bright. Agwe sat down to eat the fish, thinking to himself, although I feel like something isn't quite right, eating fish is really enjoyable. Su Lily urged, eat more, there's still a lot here. She thought to herself, after all, it was all bought with your money. She continued, by the way, since you like grilled fish so much, did someone often make it for you before? Agwe replied, my father used to grill fish for me. After he died, no one grilled fish for me anymore. I don't know how to grill it. I can't do it. Hearing this, she frowned, realizing she had asked a question she shouldn't have. Suddenly, Agwe said, all right, this is for you. He took a jade pendant from his waist and said, this is a summoning talisman with my blood on it. You can call me anytime. It can also block one injury for you. I won't take your fish for free. Su Lily took it, fell silent for a long while, and then asked, Agwe, do you want to learn how to grill fish with me? Meanwhile, the Grand Preceptor held a report and thought to himself, the financial reports for the past few months are here. I must check them carefully. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Agwe recently. Could he be out on a mission? And regarding the second princess, some of the ministers at court seem a bit dissatisfied. As he was walking, he heard someone say, that's not right. Before grilling the fish, you have to remove the internal organs, otherwise it will be bitter. Agwe asked back, is this how you do it? The Grand Preceptor recognized Agwe's voice and went to that courtyard, seeing Su Lily giving instructions. Right. Then use ginger. The Grand Preceptor walked in and asked, what are you two doing? Su Lily waved and greeted, Lord Grand Preceptor, come and have some grilled fish with us. The Grand Preceptor was stunned and replied, Grill what? No need. I still have matters to attend to. But a moment later, he slammed his cup on the table and said, fill our cups. Su Lily quickly poured the wine. Coming. The Grand Preceptor started to complain. Am I not right in saying this job of Grand Preceptor is not fit for a human? Every day, the paperwork is piled as high as a mountain, and I have to struggle between the court officials and the holy temple. My hair is about to fall out. Su Lily nodded and replied, Right. The Grand Preceptor drank a cup of wine, then hugged Agwe next to him and said, and then there's this Agwe, his mind is only filled with sword practice, sword practice. In the Nether Palace, I can't even find a single person to talk to. Su Lily smiled and said, Lord Grand Preceptor, you can come talk to me in the future, but I'll charge for the wine. Your lordship has done so much for His Majesty the Nether King. Many people admire you. Suddenly, the Grand Preceptor said irritably, His Majesty the Nether King, don't mention him to me. The moment you mention him, I get angry. Have you ever seen a king who doesn't even bring his own soldiers and charges in a battle to kill enemies by himself? Those old ministers even scold me for not knowing how to stop His Majesty, as if I could stop him. They tell me all day to urge His Majesty to marry and take concubines. The Holy Temple also tells me every day to matchmake His Majesty and the Saintess. His Majesty doesn't let any woman get within 3 meters of him. His relationship with the Saintess has been bad since childhood. If His Majesty would listen to just one word from me, I'd burn incense in thanks. If it weren't for you, the second princess, I would have suspected His Majesty had some kind of secret illness. Seeing a figure behind him, Su Lily quickly gestured shoo, but it was too late. The Nether King walked over and asked, Oh, is that so? I wonder what kind of secret illness the Lord Grand Preceptor suspects I have. The Nether King's terrifying gaze fell upon the Grand Preceptor. The Grand Preceptor quickly grabbed Ague and fled. Your Majesty, this servant still has unfinished paperwork. I'll take my leave first. Su Lily muttered to herself, so cunning. The Nether King turned to look at her. Su Lily held up a fish skewer and asked, Do you want some grilled skewers? Ichi Yuan shook his head no. But in his heart, he thought, so fragrant. He said disdainfully, You think I'm interested in this kind of food? His heart thought otherwise. If I eat it, wouldn't it look like I came here specifically to steal my subordinate's food? He continued speaking, Wait until you have something decent to offer. Is that so? I understand. She thought to herself, How dare he say my grilled meat isn't decent? A moment later, she brought in a hot pot and said, It's ready. Authentic Sichuan spicy hot pot. This is definitely a decent dish. Your Majesty, please have a taste. The Nether King praised inwardly. So fragrant. He picked up a piece, ate it, and then covered his mouth. What's happening? My tongue hurts so much. My throat feels like it's on fire. My body suddenly started to heat up. This can't be poison. Meanwhile, Su Lily exclaimed, This spiciness is so refreshing. As expected of something only the most powerful people can eat. Someone as powerful as Your Majesty must really like. Spicy hot pot. Ichi Yuan said, trembling. This level of spice is nothing. Su Lily said happily, As long as Your Majesty likes it. She thought to herself, Who told you to look down on my grilled meat? She looked at the Nether King, who was internally screaming so painful, so hot, endure it, and whispered, Now you know how formidable it is, right? Weren't you so majestic just now? Can't be so majestic now. Suddenly, she recalled what she had seen when she fainted, and thought, It's so similar. I've gone too far. After a moment, she called out, Your Majesty, this is a milk tea I specially prepared. It doesn't have a fishy smell and is very delicious. Would you like to try some? Ichi Yuan took a sip and praised inwardly. Tastes good. After drinking it, his body no longer felt uncomfortable. Either. Su Lily asked with concern, Your Majesty, how are you feeling? Are you better? If you want more, I still have plenty. Or if you want to eat something else, you can also tell me. He smiled and replied, Another cup. He thought to himself, She really does like me, doesn't she? The next day, Su Lily called Sanya. Sanya, come quickly and have some 2-flavor hot pot. You should eat the clear broth first. Just add a little chili oil to your bowl. The chili in this red hot pot is very spicy. It's your first time eating hot pot. You can't handle such strong seasoning right away, or the spice will turn you into a pig head. Sanya ate and thought to herself, So delicious, but why do I feel like something's not quite right? Hey, a pig head. Later, Ichi Yuan sat on the dragon throne and asked the Grand Preceptor, I have a friend. A girl once confessed to him, saying she liked him, but he feels that the girl treats others better than she treats him. Tell me, do you think that girl really likes him? The Grand Preceptor thought to himself, That friend is actually you, isn't it? It must be you. So that girl is the second princess. If I say it out loud, I'll die, right? So he tactfully said, Your Majesty, your humble servant believes that the girl probably still prefers your friend. Treating the person next to her well could stem from politeness or friendship. As for your friend, he might be too imposing in her heart, so she doesn't dare to get too close to him. The state preceptor thought to himself, It's not easy for His Majesty to finally take an interest in the opposite sex. I must humor him. So how can they become a little closer? He continued to speak. The books say that giving a few gifts that the girl likes can close the distance between two people. For example, the Saintess and the second princess both really like that little thunder beast. Something like that can probably win a girl's favor. He nodded. So that's how it is. A thunder beast. So she likes powerful spirit beasts. Sue Lily was walking down the road when she was pulled away. The Saintess said, "Shoo, it's me." Sue Lily greeted back, "Miss Lawn." "Oh, Your Highness the Saintess." The Saintess said urgently, "Miss Sue, you must help me. I found a way to help young Master Nguyen leave the U Kingdom." Already, in the room, Dan Shui and Dan Shui spoke up. "Your Highness the second princess, you're awake. Let this servant help you change your clothes." Sue Lily nodded. All right. She thought to herself, the plan must begin now. Yesterday, the Saintess said, "Although I've been grounded these past few days, I still managed to find out where young Master Nguyen is. I can rescue young Master Nguyen, but if we want to return to the human clan, we must pass through the mystic realm that connects the two clans. The Tsang-Lei Mystic Realm. Fortunately, the Tsang-Lei Mystic Realm will officially open tomorrow. At that time, I will disguise myself and bring young Master Nguyen to sneak into the mystic realm. And Lily, you must disguise yourself as the Saintess to participate in the worship ceremony to help us attract Brother Yuan's attention." Sue Lily sat before the mirror and thought to herself, for better or worse, young Nguyen is the only person in this world willing to charge into the U Kingdom to save Jian Yuehua. When we met the masked person, it also counts as him having saved me. I cannot help them. Yesterday, the Saintess drew on her hand and said, "This is the Saintess's symbol. It's covered with enough of my spiritual power to pass off the fake as real. Applying this potion to your hair will turn it the same color as mine. I've also prepared tomorrow's ceremonial dress." She thought to herself, to disguise myself, I must first send Dan Shui and Dan Shui away. Dan Shui asked her, "Second princess, do you want to participate in the opening ceremony of the mystic realm?" Sue Lily spoke up and asked, "Could you two big sisters help me with something?" The three of them went out to the garden. Dan Shui and Dan Shui exclaimed, "Your Highness's vegetables are growing so well." Sue Lily nodded. Yes. Thank you for coming to help." She thought to herself, I roughly get it now. I didn't expect girls in the cultivation world to be so strong. She recalled Dan Shui saying, "Isn't it just 50 caddies of vegetables? I alone am enough, big sister. You stay and take care of Her Highness the Princess." She bit her hand and thought, this won't do. The opening time of the mystic realm is approaching. Dan Shui thought to herself, I wonder what delicious food Her Highness the Princess will make this time. Suddenly, Sue Lily felt her hand itch. As soon as she raised her hand, she screamed, "A spider!" After a while, Sue Lily went into her room to drink tea. Dan Shui asked her, "Are you feeling a little better?" Sue Lily said, "I hate spiders the most. I want to rest for a bit. You go do something else first." She thought to herself, I can use this excuse to lure them away. At this moment, Dan Shui came in and announced, "Your Highness the Second Princess, the Yu Emperor has sent you a gift." The three were curious. What is this? Let's open it and see. It feels so precious. Sue Lily was suspicious. Strange, why would the Yu Emperor suddenly give me a gift? She opened it, and inside was a huge spider. So, without another word, she shouted, "Earth control technique." Dan Shui and Dan Shui shouted anxiously. It ran away, it ran away. Oh no, it's crawling onto the bed. It's charging towards the Second Highness. Help! The Second Princess has fainted. At the rift of the mystic realm, the guide said, for this opening of the Tsang-Lei mystic realm, all clans can send their elite disciples to participate in the trial. The person at the top of the list will receive a generous reward and be personally guided by His Majesty, the Yu Emperor. Suddenly, someone shouted, "The Saintess, Lan Yuexi, has arrived." Everyone immediately started discussing. It's Lady Saintess, so beautiful. Sue Lily sighed in relief. I finally made it to the ceremony in time. That damn spider, it almost scared my soul out of my body. He did it on purpose, right? That guy must be deliberately getting revenge for me, making him eat spicy hot pot. When she went to greet Qi Yuan, he criticized, "Why are you so slow?" The ceremony is about to begin. Sue Lily gritted her teeth and thought, you're very pleased with yourself for bullying me with a big spider, aren't you? You'd better remember today's grudge for me. There will come a day. Qi Yuan turned back and asked, "What's wrong?" Sue Lily quickly said softly, "No." As soon as she spoke, Qi Yuan realized, what the hell is she, Sue Lily, doing here? Sue Lily panicked. I have to imitate the Saintess's tone of voice. calm down. He didn't recognize me, right? He didn't recognize me, right? She replied shyly. It's because I'm a little tired. Brother A Yuan, don't worry. The Yu Emperor then said, as long as you're all right. Then he blushed and thought, this form of address is not bad at all. Meanwhile, Su Lily sighed in relief. It seems I've fooled him. He looked down and understood. So that's how it is? Forget it. I don't want to keep a rat in my own territory either. There are many ways to save that human cultivator. Yet she chose this method, disguising herself as the saintess to stand by my side. Could it be that she wants to be by my side a little longer? Is it because of that gift? The state preceptor's method is indeed effective. Su Lily broke out in a cold sweat and thought, my goodness, that scared me to death. He suddenly looked over here. I thought he heard me cursing him in my head. The guide continued, after the mystic realm opens, the trial will begin. It will open again in 5 days. All contestants may now enter the mystic realm. Lan Yuexi said to Young Wen, Young Master Nguyen, let's go. Young Wen nodded, all right. Suddenly, the little thunder beast emerged from the saintess's body and grew large, startling everyone. Where did this beast come from? Quick, stop it. It's charging towards the saintess. The thunder beast charged at Su Lily and pulled her into the mystic realm, panicking everyone. The saintess has been pulled into the mystic realm. The Yu Emperor hurriedly shouted, Su Lily. After being pulled into the mystic realm, Su Lily saw a golden fragment. Su Lily thought to herself, is this a memory fragment of the little thunder beast? In the fragment was a scene of a golden figure holding it when it was small. Then she held it up to a young, injured Chi Yuan, and a scene of the golden girl running towards a bird that was losing its feathers after being struck by lightning. Su Lily gradually fainted just like that. After a while, Su Lily sat up in the middle of a bird's nest and asked, where am I? The Yu Emperor also followed her into the mystic realm. He frowned. The mystic realm's suppression of cultivation is indeed powerful. The Yu Emperor appearing in the mystic realm would probably cause a lot of trouble. It's better to use the identity of Sanya. Su Lily's aura is nearby, but why can't I see her? Suddenly, there was a scream in the sky. Sanya looked up and saw her being carried away by a bird and was startled. Whoa, Su Lily. He immediately drew his sword and slashed towards the bird. As Su Lily fell, she screamed. When she saw him, she asked, Sanya, why are you here? Sanya told her, don't be afraid, hold on tight. It's just a spirit eagle. Wait, hold on. He recalled asking the state preceptor, if you feel that your friend is always hiding many secrets from you, what should you do to ask about her secrets? The state preceptor replied, this matter. So Chi Yuan stopped his hand and let the bird attack him, causing Su Lily to cry out in alarm. Sanya, both of them fell to the ground. Su Lily hurriedly called out to him, Sanya, wake up. Where are you hurt? He said weakly, I'm fine. He thought to himself, the state preceptor's method seems to have promise. An illusion. I have to make it look a little more real. Then Sanya smiled and said, it's great that I could save you in time. I almost thought I was going to lose the friend I trust the most. After a while, seeing that Su Lily didn't react, he wondered, why isn't she reacting? Su Lily said in a panic, take off your clothes. Sanya said, startled, wait. Su Lily shouted, don't move around. I have a lot of bandages and healing medicine. Don't worry. I'll stop the bleeding for you right away. You'll definitely be fine. Just need to stop the bleeding. Stop the bleeding. Why won't the bleeding stop? She cried as she tried to stop his bleeding. Seeing this, Sanya muttered, I've overdone it. So he quickly sat up and said, don't cry anymore. I'm not that seriously injured. Su Lily wiped her tears and said, Sanya, I'm sorry. Sanya quickly comforted her. The bleeding has stopped, really. Su Lily cried as she confessed, you've saved me so many times. And you even see me as the friend you trust the most. Yet I've never told you a single true word. The first time we met, the things I told you were all lies. I'm not some fangirl of the Yu Emperor. I actually hate the Yu Emperor the most. After hearing her, Sanya was dumbfounded. Sanya asked blankly, what did you say? Su Lily frowned, then took a deep breath and said, Sanya, there's something I've been keeping in my heart for a long time, and I must tell you today. She held Sanya's hand and shouted, there will be no happy ending between you and the Yu Emperor. Stop being so deluded and give up. PCB 55 is very good, but your love for the Yu Emperor, Sanya, is actually you deceiving yourself out of fear. After hearing this, Sanya had a look of disbelief on his face. He was dumbfounded. After a moment of silence, he pointed at himself and asked, you think I like the Yu Emperor? Su Lily immediately nodded happily. Su Lily spoke up to comfort Sanya. I know this is very hard to admit, but this is not something to be ashamed of at all. No matter what, I will be on your side. Senya, you will forever be my good sister. After hearing this, Senya couldn't process any more information. He just froze like a wooden block and was then pulled into a cave by Sue Lily, laid on a mattress, and carefully covered with a blanket. Senya thought dazedly, how did it suddenly turn into this? He stood up, his mind a mess, and thought, Sue Lily has gone out to pick herbs. He was silent for a moment, then recalled Sue Lily saying, I hate the Nether Monarch the most. That sentence was as if she had struck him a blow with a hammer. You and the Nether Monarch will have no future. You will forever be my good sister. Every single word was like being hit with a hammer. His heart now felt as if the little demon Sue Lily was cheerfully shouting while holding a trident, stab you again. He gloomily propped up his chin. I need some time to sort out my thoughts, bit. If I had known, I wouldn't have pretended to be injured. Little Rice Cake was on a rock, keeping an eye on him. Tammy noticed it and asked, what is this? Seeing Tam, looking at it, Little Rice Cake broke out in a sweat. Then it slowly backed away. Tam, walked over, picked up Little Rice Cake, and asked, could this be the spirit bee Sue Lily is raising? It looks foolish and not strong at all. Little Rice Cake played dumb and let out a meow. Suddenly, a bolt of power struck down from the sky. Tam, reacted in time to dodge and block with a shield. The dust gradually settled. A voice rang out. I could smell the stench from afar. It really is you, Kai Yuan. Meeting you here, it seems even the heavens are helping me. The grudges of so many years can finally be settled today. Tam, muttered, Jingshan Demon King. Who is that? Being asked this, the Jingshan Demon King trembled with laughter and said, you truly are yourself, Kai Yuan. Even in a secret realm that can suppress your power, you're still so arrogant. A person like you remembers nothing. You can forget anything. But that's fine. You could just go ahead and die for me without knowing why. After speaking, the Jingshan Demon King gathered spiritual energy in his hand, forming a green flame and striking towards Tam. He felt it was troublesome, clicked his tongue, raised his hand to block, and asked, are we that close, you strange lunatic? Sue Lily returned with a basket of food. Seeing the scene before her, the basket in her hand fell. Looking at the shattered scene in front of her, she wondered what happened. From the rubble, Little Rice Cake crawled out and rushed towards Sue Lily, shouting, Lily, get out of here quickly. Sue Lily hugged Little Rice Cake and asked, where's Tam, Little Rice Cake replied, his enemy came looking for him. Tam, lured him away. The sound of fighting will attract others here. Let's quickly find another place. Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling Sue Lily. You lot, go investigate the surroundings. Just open the seal in this secret realm. Kill everyone who dares to come here. If any mistakes happen later, this princess will definitely not spare you. The group of people with her shouted yes. The third princess frowned and said with disgust, Senior brother is really something else, insisting on coming here to save that little bitch. If I had known, I should have just killed her. Directly in the beginning, Sue Lily hid behind a rock, listening. The third princess's people came forward and said, Your Highness, the third princess. There was a fight here recently, but the people are no longer here. Sue Lily was startled when she heard that third princess. It couldn't be. Suddenly, a red-haired girl looked towards her and shouted there. Immediately, the third princess used her whip to pull her up, then threw her to the ground, saying, Kwang Noyet Hoa, to think you're actually here. What a coincidence. This princess was just talking about you. Strange. Didn't Senior Brother fail? Why did you still appear in that song, Lay Secret Realm? Sue Lily propped herself up, thinking to herself, this person is the third princess. She's just as wicked as in the memories. Hearing what she just said, it seems she can't wait to kill me. I must leave, but her subordinates are all around. Judging by the third princess's confident look, she probably has never taken me seriously. To her, I'm still that mortal who can't cultivate. This is my chance to survive. So, Sue Lily dusted off her clothes and spoke up. You're still as domineering as ever. You treat me, your older sister, so rudely. Aren't you afraid that your devoted senior brother, young Master Nguyen, will be disgusted when he sees this? The third princess was startled upon hearing this, then gritted her teeth and said, Kwang Noyet Hoa, it's been a while, you've improved. Before, you didn't even dare to look up at me. Now you dare to use Senior Brother Nguyen to threaten me? Don't tell me you think you can be so brazen just because you have Senior Brother Nguyen as your backer? Too bad Senior Brother Nguyen isn't here. I'm also the junior sister senior brother Nguyen dotes on the most. No matter what I do, he will forgive me. Even if I kill you here, as long as I dispose of the body, it will just be seen as you being eaten by wild beasts. After she spoke, she even stepped on Su Lily's head. She calmly said, "Who said my backer is young Master Nguyen?" Third younger sister, could it be that you don't know that I, your older sister, am now the favored consort of His Majesty, the Nether Monarch? The third princess was startled to hear this. The Nether Monarch's favored consort. The people following her were also startled. The third princess sneered, "You're just a fake who married the Nether Monarch in my place, and you dare to use the Nether Monarch to deceive me." Deceive you? The matter of the substitute marriage has been exposed. You know that too, right? But for me, a fake, to have survived under the Nether Monarch's hand until now. What do you think is the reason? Third younger sister. Su Lily wiped her hair and said, "To be honest, older sister has to thank you for letting me marry into the Nether Kingdom. If not for you, how could I have leaned on a great tree like the Nether Monarch, a sparrow, turning into a phoenix?" Third younger sister, if you don't believe me, you can go and ask around. Who was the only woman by His Majesty the Nether Monarch's side when the Nether capital was in chaos? Who was the woman His Majesty the Nether Monarch personally saved? His Majesty is extremely worried about my safety and specially left a trace of spiritual power on me. If I die at your hands, sister, and anger His Majesty, you know best how severe the consequences will be. She thought to herself, "I'm talking so much that I'm about to believe I'm the Nether Monarch's favored consort myself." Hearing this, the third princess gritted her teeth and said, "You." Her subordinate hurriedly came over and said, "Your Highness, the third princess." This subordinate has indeed heard such rumors. Hearing this, the third princess sneered. Older sister really has her ways. No wonder senior brother Nguyen was tricked by you, running in circles. As expected of the daughter born from a lowly maid, naturally a base person who seduces people everywhere. Since you've already climbed the high branch of the Nether Monarch, becoming the Nether Monarch's favored consort, then I have even more reason not to let you leave here alive. Su Lily smiled and replied, "I knew from the moment we met that you had no intention of letting me leave alive. No matter what I say, you still want to kill me, right?" The third princess sneered and said, "You're not that stupid after all. Do it." Suddenly, the ground shook violently, startling her. The ground cracked, and they screamed. What is it? A trap." Su Lily held onto a silk ribbon and asked, "So, why do you think I wasted my breath on you?" "It's just that digging a big hole with a spell takes time. You want to kill me? Go eat dirt." The third princess gritted her teeth. When did she learn to use magic? Don't get too cocky. With that, she released a black demon, which startled Su Lily. "Oh my god, what the hell is that?" Just as the demon lunged at her, it was struck back by a stream of golden spiritual power. Su Lily thought to herself, This is the spiritual power the Nether Monarch left on my forehead. It can actually be used." Seeing this, the third princess was also startled. Such strong, protective spiritual power. It really is the Nether Monarch. She hurriedly told her guard, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and—" But before she could finish, the rock above her head made a few cracking sounds. She thought in disbelief, she actually dares. The huge rock fell into the pit. Su Lily breathed a sigh of relief. Success. As she ran, she thought to herself, while she hasn't reacted yet, escaping is what's important. Suddenly, a chain bound her. She was startled. How did they get up so quickly? The red-haired woman carried the third princess up and tightly bound Su Lily with the chain. The third princess gritted her teeth and said, "You bitch, you. You actually dare to make this princess so disheveled. You bitch. I'll kill you myself." Just as she walked over with her sword, Nguyen Thieu Vi appeared and called out, "Junior sister, so you're here. I went to the appointed place and didn't see you. I thought something had happened. What's wrong with you? Why are you so disheveled?" The third princess quickly hid the sword behind her back. "No, nothing. I was just dealing with some trouble just now." Nguyen Thieu Vi asked her, "Your complexion is so pale. Are you injured?" The third princess quickly shook her head. No, I'm just a little tired." "On the contrary, senior brother, why did you only just get here? I was so bored waiting for you." Hearing this voice, Su Lily recognized it, that it's Nguyen Thieu Vi. "As long as he discovers me, I'll be saved." Just as she was about to speak, a sword was thrust right in front of her face. The red-haired woman ordered, "Shush." The third princess thought coldly. "Quang Noyet Hoa, consider yourself lucky. I'll wait until I've lured senior brother away. Nguyen Thu Vi continued, all right, junior sister, let me introduce someone to you. This is my friend from the Nether Kingdom, Lam Noyet Tich. Noyet Tich, this is my junior sister, Quang Lang Noyet. Although she's a bit willful, she's actually a kind-hearted girl. Lang Noyet Tich held Nguyen Thu Vi's hand, walked over, and said with a blush, hello, Miss Quang. Nguyen Thu Vi told Lang Noyet Tich, Lang Noyet is my junior sister. Noyet Tich, from now on, you should also call her younger sister. Lang Noyet Tich blushed and hummed in agreement. Younger sister Lang Noyet. Seeing the third princess say nothing, Nguyen Thu Vi asked, Lang Noyet, why don't you greet your older sister Noyet Tich? The third princess's face immediately darkened. Over here, the Nether Monarch was running and thinking, this secret realm seems to be targeting me. The suppression of my cultivation is very strong. I can't maintain Tang A's form anymore. Another attack came from behind. Tang A quickly dodged it, thinking the suppression on that feathered bird is, on the contrary, very little. Su Lily is in danger. I can't delay any longer. The Jingshan Demon King walked over and asked, why aren't you running anymore? Isn't running your specialty? Wai Kaiyan asked, hey, purple feathered bird, you've been chasing and biting at me for so many years. What exactly is the reason? The Jingshan Demon King sneered. The reason? You still have the face to ask me? Don't you know what you did to her back then? Wai Kaiyan replied, I have indeed lost a part of my memory. I don't know who this or you speak of is. The Demon King angrily cursed. Lost your memory? I spit on that. Do you think you can escape the sins you've committed that way? Look at the Heavenly Tao's curse on you. That is the Heavenly Tao's punishment for you. For killing her. The third princess questioned, Nguyen Thu Vi, who is she? Talai cried out internally, this is bad. The original owner, Quang Noyet Hoa, was killed by the third princess just for having a few interactions with young Master Nguyen. Now that the relationship between young Master Nguyen and the Saintess is so good, the third princess will definitely not spare her. Can young Master Nguyen actually protect the Saintess and save her? Ah, the princess screamed, Senior brother, what is the meaning of bringing this woman of unknown origin here? Nguyen Thu Vi quickly said, Junior sister, don't cause trouble. Noyet Tich also saved my life once. Lam Noyet Tich asked, Thu Vi, should I not have come with you? Nguyen Thu Vi quickly said, Noyet Tich, don't overthink it. You offended the Nether Emperor for my sake. How could I have the heart to let you continue staying in the Nether Kingdom? The third princess screamed, you shameless thing. Is Thu Vi a name you can call? Nguyen Thu Vi stepped forward and asked, Quang Lang Noyet, how could you speak to Noyet Tich like that? The third princess, in disbelief, stammered angrily, Senior brother, you. Nguyen Thu Vi quickly tunto comfort lam with it's anzai. With me here, no one can bully you. This little junior sister of mine has been spoiled since she was young. The Saintess replied, Thu Vi, I'm fine. The third princess angrily took out her whip, shameless wench of the Nether clan. The Saintess was attacked and immediately fainted. Saying this, Nguyen Thu Vi hu didn't kalet o mwiti. What shawudong? The third princess was startled by this. What happened? I didn't use any force. I just wanted to scare her a little. I couldn't have knocked her out. Senior brother, I really never meant to be harsh with her. Come on, what kind of whip knocks someone unconscious with just a touch? She must be pretending. She wants to trick you into sympathizing with her. Senior brother, you have to believe me. Nguyen Thu Vi smiled and said, Of course I believe you, junior sister. The third princess nodded. That's right, I clearly didn't do anything. Nguyen Thu Vi replied, I was the one who made her faint. After all, Noyet Tich has a simple nature. She can't be allowed to see what happens next. Hearing this, the third princess was stunned and asked, Senior brother, what are you talking about? Suddenly, all the guards behind her were killed. Seeing this, the third princess questioned the red-haired girl, what are you doing? Why did you attack the other guards? The woman took out a mask, put it on, and transformed. Her attire, finally, I can change my clothes. Your Highness, the third princess, your guard uniforms are truly awful. Then she stepped forward and greeted Nguyen Thu Vi, sin-punishing Tower's beast tamer master, Hako. Pays respects to the Lord. Nguyen Thu Vi coldly asked the third princess, Lang Noyet, do you know why I brought you here? To open the seal in this place, a sacrifice of someone with a heavenly Tao bloodline is needed, and you, my junior sister, are the most suitable candidate. Talai, who had been hiding behind a rock eavesdropping, was also startled by this plot twist. Oh my God, Nguyen, young Master Nguyen is the master of the sin-punishing Tower. What kind of plot development is this? The third princess, in disbelief, tremblingly asked, "Say, senior brother, but joking with me, right? You're deliberately teasing me." When Thieu Vai approached the third princess and said, "Lang Noi yet. Actually, I quite like you. Your cultivation is not bad. You have a trace of the heavenly Dao bloodline, and you're the beloved third princess of the Northern Kingdom." He raised his hand, choked the third princess, lifted her up, and said with a laugh, arrogant and domineering, with a malicious heart, and incredibly stupid, truly easy to exploit. While being choked, the third princess tremblingly said to Nguyen Thieu Vai, "I don't believe this. This isn't real. You clearly swore an oath. You swore that you loved me, that you would never change in this lifetime." When Thieu Vai let out a long, hearty laugh, nodded, and replied, "Yes, I did swear. Unfortunately, the heavenly Tao has long since declined. Who takes oaths seriously anymore? If you want to blame someone, you should blame your heavenly Tao bloodline for not being as abundant as Miss Lam Noyet Titches. Otherwise, the one dying right now would be her, not you." Then he lifted the third princess higher. Activate formation. Immediately, blood-red magic circles appeared behind the third princess. Her blood was sucked into those circles, completely drained, and her body vanished along with it. Before she could even understand what was happening, she had been sacrificed. When Thieu Vai said with a smile, "Your death can help me with a great matter. You should be happy, junior sister." Then he shouted, "Formation complete." Talai Lai, who had witnessed everything, was startled. "Oh my God, Quang Lang Noyet died just like that." When Thieu Vai turned his head, smiled, and said, "The wicked junior sister who always bullied you is dead. Are you happy, little Noyet Hoa?" When Thieu Vai approached Talai Lai and said, "Little Noyet Hoa, I didn't expect you to have survived until now. It truly surprises me. It was clearly a perfect catalyst personally concocted by this venerable one, yet it had no effect at all. I feel that you become very unusual. Before, your eyes were filled with murky despair, and your sins were struggling in the gutter, but now your gaze is very clear. This is not the gaze you should have. Very strange. What on earth happened?" Seeing his expression, Talai Lai trembled, so scary. When Thieu Vai stood up, turned around, and said, "Ha Ko." Talai Lai frowned and thought, is this when Thieu Vai's true face? Although Quang Noyet Hoa's death appeared to be caused by the third princess on the surface, I'm afraid Nguyen Thieu Vai is the true mastermind behind everything. This person is extremely dangerous. When Thieu Vai went to ask Ha Ko, "Have you found the little beast?" Ha Ko held up the little thunder beast and said, "Reporting to the Lord, it's here." Talai Lai was startled to see the little thunder beast. Suddenly, the little thunder beast discharged electricity. Staling Ha Ko. It then escaped from her hand, moved in front of Talai Lai, and growled while emitting electricity. Seeing this, she thought to herself, is it trying to protect me? When Thieu Vai said, "How rare. This little beast actually wants to protect you. In that case, you were dragged into the secret realm by this little beast. Interesting. The seal of the Forbidden Land has been activated. Little beast, it's your turn to enter the fray." He used his spiritual power to throw the little thunder beast up to block the lightning. He laughed and said, as expected of the guardian beast of the sealed place, "It's truly convenient for blocking lightning. There's no more time. What a pity. Such an interesting little Noyet Hoa, and this venerable one can investigate personally. Truly a pity." He picked up the Saintess and then ordered Ha Ko, "Ha Ko, you must thoroughly investigate the secret on her. After you've figured it out, dispose of her." With that said, he stepped into the void. Ha Ko smiled and said to Lai Lai, "Are you ready, Your Highness, the second princess?" This big sister is not as gentle as the Nether Tamer envoy, Wai Kai Mak. At this moment, the Nether Emperor returned and saw Lai. Lai suspended in the middle of a circle and was startled, calling her name. Ha Ko, sitting on the circle, said indulged in a beautiful dream, unwilling to wake up. Drained bit by bit, what a beautiful way to die. Wouldn't you agree, Your Majesty, the Nether Emperor? It's quite a headache. Right now, both my and Your Majesty's cultivation levels are suppressed to be equal. Even the world-renowned Nether Emperor cannot kill me instantly. I can play with you slowly. The little beauty Noyet Hoa can't wait any longer. What will you do, Your Majesty? With that, she immediately launched iron chains towards Waikai Yuyan, but they were all shattered, causing her to be startled at, well, what? This is impossible. Impossible. How could you crush my power? You lunatic, to actually force a breakthrough against the secret realm suppression. Aren't you afraid of the backlash? You lunatic. Waikai Yuyan coldly replied, scram or die. Waikai Yuyan coughed up blood and thought to himself, the backlash from forcibly breaking through the suppression is indeed powerful. That person from the sin-punishing tower really cherishes her life, running away so quickly. But I don't have time to get entangled with her anymore. The spirit peaking formation can not only probe secrets, but it can also gradually gnaw away at the victims. Spirit. The only way to quickly save Talai is to proactively enter her dreamscape and save her from the inside. Meanwhile, Talai was in the dreamscape. She opened her eyes and said to herself, this is my room. She went out and looked around. There was no one at home. Did Dad go to work? I seem to have forgotten something important. My heart feels empty, as if there's a strong craving. She went out, grabbed some food, and said happily, this is bliss. I'm so happy I could fly. It feels like I haven't eaten these things in a very long time. Hearing this, her friend laughed and said, Lai, you're being too dramatic. If you eat too much and get fat, you won't be able to find a boyfriend. That's right, Lai, you've never told us what type of guy you like. Talai immediately replied, probably the type who is gentle, strong, and handsome, and also white hair. Huh. Her friends immediately said, where in the world would you find a handsome guy with white hair? Lai, you've been watching too much anime. Only old men have white hair. She asked herself, why? Suddenly, a woman with her head completely covered spoke. Do you feel that you've forgotten something very important? Do you believe in past lives, little girl? Talai was bewildered. Past lives. The woman holding a magic orb spoke, neither in the past life nor in the cracks of this life. A white-haired lover who will call your name upon meeting the moment the clock strikes 12. Two worlds of brilliant sun. Faith is the key to waking from the dream. After hearing this, she was bewildered. What is that old woman saying? Someone ran up and asked, how is our great master? The great master replied, you will be lonely until old age. The next person, Ichiyuan, ran into the dreamscape, thinking to himself, I must find Su Lily quickly. But when he looked at this world, he was startled. Huh, strange. Is there such a land within the clan's territory? No, that's not right. It should be in the world I'm familiar with. Does such a scene really exist? The peaking spirit formation is a dreamscape created based on the real world experienced by the person under the spell. Su Lily, who on earth are you? Moreover, in this world, spiritual power can't be used. The methods I know for getting someone out of a dreamscape might not work. This is troublesome. Suddenly, a few girls ran towards him. Hello, handsome. Which big star are you? Can we take a picture with you? Look quickly. There's a big star here. Big brother, you're so handsome. Can I have your autograph? Hold my hand. Handsome, don't run. We love you. Ichiyuan ran, wondering to himself, what is this situation? The crowd behind shouted, sisters, charge. He looked back and thought, the people in the peaking spirit formation seem to all be manifestations of the spell receiver's consciousness. Why are these manifestations of Su Lily's consciousness so crazy? Suddenly, a policeman pointed at him and shouted, over there. The perverted archfiend, an extremely dangerous criminal. Get him. After escaping the pursuit, Ichiyuan cursed, crazy. Are these people made of consciousness crazy? Behind him, a line of people chased him, shouting, Big brother, look over here. Big brother, you're so handsome. You're surrounded. Drop your weapons immediately. He cursed inwardly, damn it. If these people made of consciousness get hurt, Su Lily's spirit will also be harmed. I can only run. He saw a figure ahead that looked like the person he was looking for and shouted, Su Lily. But the person in front turned around with a lecherous look and said, handsome, I accept your proposal. Let's be together. Let go. Ichiyuan shouted urgently. Let go of my hand. Su Lily, where are you? Handsome, don't run. Su Lily was startled. Why does it seem like someone is calling my name? The police chased after Ichiyuan. Wanted criminal ahead. You can't escape. Surrender immediately. Suddenly, at this moment, their eyes met. Ichiyuan was startled. Huh, Su Lily. As soon as she saw him, she immediately recalled what that sorcerer had said. Your white-haired lover, once you meet, will call your name. Ichiyuan called out, Su Lily. She looked at him and wondered, I don't know why I suddenly remembered this sentence. My heart is beating so fast. My body is gradually developing a strange feeling, a very strong desire to live. Then she also started running. Ichiyuin hurriedly chased after her, calling stop. As she ran, she wondered why. Why do I want to run like this? She turned her head to look at the crowd behind her and was startled. Oh my God, what are all these? Ichiyuin shouted, this is all your fault. Su Lily asked him blankly, who on earth are you? Ichiyuin replied, I'm the one who wants to ask you that. I can't run anymore. After running for a while, Su Lily hid in an alley and panted, I can't run anymore. Ichiyuin also breathed a sigh of relief that we finally lost them. Hey, Su Lily was startled that I'm doomed. So she picked up a glass bottle. You don't come over here, or else I won't be polite. Ichiyuin asked blankly. Su Lily, you don't remember anything anymore? Su Lily shouted, remember what? I don't know you at all. Ow, my head hurts so much. Ichiyuin saw the thing behind her and ran forward. Hey, be careful. She immediately smashed the glass bottle on his head. Don't come over here. Ichiyuin calmly took the broken bottle and slashed at the black shadow behind her, startling Su Lily. What was that? Ichiyuin grabbed her shoulders and said, Su Lily, listen to me. This world is not. Suddenly, blood spurted out. Ichiyuin fell to the ground, making Su Lily panic. Are you okay? Don't die. After a while, the Nether Monarch woke up and wondered, where am I? This room is so strange. Su Lily walked over holding noodles and said, you're awake. I've treated the wound on your head. Do you want some tomato and egg noodles? I'm so sorry about just now. I thought you were a bad person. Ichiyuin said urgently, there's no time, Su Lily. This isn't the real world. This is just your dreamscape. We must leave here immediately. Otherwise, you and the real world will be in danger. Su Lily replied, oh, is that so? I see. I'll go to my room to prepare for a bit first. You eat the noodles first. Eat the noodles first. Ichiyuin picked up the noodles and ate, thinking to himself, is it my imagination? Why is the look in her eyes so strange? A voice rang out, she won't believe you. Ichiyuin was startled and asked who. The white cat sitting on the kitchen counter said, this world is the form most familiar to her. Her senses of hearing, taste, and smell have no flaws. And to her, your world is the one that's fake. You don't have much time left. If you don't think of a way to get her out, both of you will die here. And in the room, Su Lily was holding her phone and crying out internally, what should I do? I brought a mental patient home. Why isn't Dad picking up the phone? Inside another space, Lan Yudik was lying down when she was called. Yudik, wake up quickly. She opened her eyes and thought drowsily, who's calling me? Nguyen Thuvai approached and asked, Yudik, are you all right? The saintess sat up and asked, Thuvai, where are we? Nguyen Thuvai replied, this is inside the sealed place. She asked him, where did the others go? They went back first. Yudik, inside this sealed place, there is something that only you can retrieve. Are you willing to help me get it? She immediately replied happily, okay. On Nguyen Thuvai's shoulder, a spider crawled up and spoke, Sovereign Lord, we've investigated the matter of the second princess. Inside the second princess is a soul from another world. The Nether Monarch, to save her, voluntarily entered the Peaking Spirit Formation. The Peaking Spirit Formation is a formation with only a path to death. If the Nether Monarch's entry this time can be an opportunity to eliminate him. Nguyen Thuvai said, don't get your hopes up. Ichiyuin is not that easy to kill. On the contrary, Kwang Noyat Hoa's identity is truly surprising. A person from another world? Interesting. It's a pity that in this formation, she will likely not survive. Forget it. Let this small regret pass. After all, my 100-year grand plan is about to be realized. Ichiyuin approached the cat and asked, who on earth are you? The cat replied, we've met before. You don't remember me. Huh? Ichiyuin, or Tang, relax a little, young man. Although I'm Lily's guardian beast, I won't gossip about things I shouldn't. Compared to this, you should pay more attention to the current situation. This formation is one with only a path to death. The way to break it that you know is useless in this world. Take this. The spell on it can specifically deal with those shadow monsters. With it, the conscious people outside won't pay special attention to you. You can move freely among the crowd. Ichiyuin took it, fell silent for a moment, then asked in Su Lily's consciousness, why does she care about me? And her reaction is so strange. The cat spoke about that. The conscious people outside are all Su Lily's subconscious attitude towards you. As for why it's like that, you should ask yourself. The only way to survive is... In the room, Su Lily cried out internally, What should I do? I called more than 10 times. Why is Dad still not picking up? Or should I call the police? Then she imagined the scene of bringing Ichiyuan before the police. "Officer, he's a mental patient." Ichiyuan pointed at her and said, "Officer, she hit me on the head with a wine bottle." And then she would be taken away. Thinking of this, she cried out, "No, I'd accidentally get myself into trouble. I have to find a way to trick him out the door, take him to a crowded place, and then take the opportunity to run away. But what method should I use?" Just then, Ichiyuan came over and asked, "Sue Lily, where is the amusement park? We must go there immediately." When Sue Lily saw this, she was delighted. "Amusement park? Great idea." After a moment, she said again, "Wait, why? Why is he pulling my hand?" Ichiyuan said, "It's crowded here. Don't get lost." Hearing this, she pouted, "Please, let me get lost. This is so annoying. I can't escape at all. Let's see if I can secretly signal for help from passersby." She looked around, but people were complimenting them. So cute. "It's great to be young. Free couples balloons, miss, take one. Big brother, buy a flower for the pretty lady." Sue Lily was startled. Oh, no way. We're being mistaken for a couple." Ichiyuan handed the flower to Sue Lily and said, "I've never seen this flower before. It's also very beautiful. Does Sue Lily like it? If you like it, it's for you." Sue Lily was startled and asked, Do you know what this flower means?" He asked, "What is it?" Then Sue Lily stammered, It means..." Suddenly an auntie came over and said, "There are free couple photos here." "What a cute couple." Sue Lily shouted, We're not." Everyone started teasing, "The girl is shy." Ichiyuan asked her blankly, "What's a couple's photo?" Sue Lily quickly replied, It's nothing. Let's go. She thought to herself, "No, I can't let this continue." Seeing her like this, Ichiyuan asked, "Sue Lily, have you found the exit of the formation?" Sue Lily shook her head. "I can't be blinded by beauty. He's a guy with a screw loose. I've got it. I'll trick him onto the roller coaster. Wait until he's spun, until he's dizzy, and then I'll take the chance to run away." 10 minutes later, Sue Lily was lying weakly on a bench. Ichiyuan asked her, "Sue Lily, are you still okay?" She replied, trembling, Not very okay." He asked her, "Do you want to drink some water?" She looked at him and wondered, why is this guy completely fine? Ichiyuan helped her up, sit up, and calm down a bit. "When I was learning sword flight before, it wasn't very comfortable either. You sit here and wait for me. I'll go find some water for you." She held the flower and thought, besides saying things I don't understand, he's actually very nice. Why is my head suddenly hurting again? She said to the bear, "No more balloons, thank you." Suddenly, from within the teddy bear, a black shadow appeared and opened its mouth, startling Delilah. What is that? What is that?" Kai Yin rushed over and used the weapon the cat had given him to vanquish the shadow monster. Delilah was surprised. It seems to be the same black shadow she saw today. Kai Yin explained, "That is a shadow monster, a monster that specializes in eating the spirit souls of people within the formation." Delilah, "I know it's incredibly difficult to make you believe this world is fake, but think carefully. In your world, would shadow monsters truly exist? We don't have much time left. Only you know where the exit to this world is." She was startled. How would I know?" Wait. She recalled the sorcerer's words and pointed at the wheel. "The exit is there. The eye of the Ferris wheel in the amusement park." She thought back to what the sorcerer had told her. Neither in the past life nor in the cracks of this life, the white-haired lover. The two of them led each other and ran towards the park's Ferris wheel. Delilah was startled. "The Ferris wheel is broken." Kai Yin said urgently, "Climb up, I'll carry you. Once we meet, I will call your name." Delilah climbed onto Kai Yin's back to climb up the wheel. She looked down, startled, and said, "They're climbing up after us too. The eye is moving to 12 o'clock. The two of them got to the top of the wheel. Delilah panted, It must be here, the top of the Ferris wheel." That sorcerer said, "Two suns burn the world." Delilah looked at the sun and marveled silently. "So beautiful. He really wants to do everything he can to save me." Suddenly, Kai Yin spoke up. It's appeared, the crack in the spirit peaking formation. "Let's go jump down." Delilah was startled. "What? Jump down, are you crazy? We'll die." Suddenly, many shadow monsters appear behind them. Kai Yin reassured her, "Nothing will happen. As long as we jump into the crack, we can get out. Trust me." Delilah looked into his eyes and thought, his eyes, they make one feel at ease, feel like we've known each other for a long time. It's as if as long as I'm by his side, I don't need to worry about anything. She took his hand, and they jumped down together, as the sorcerer had said. Trust is the key to waking from the dream. The space inside immediately shattered. Delilah's father held the wig and spoke. It seems they succeeded. My daughter has grown up and must eventually leave home. From the beginning, when I picked her up, I knew this day would come sooner or later. I specifically named her Lai. It was also to remind myself not to be sad when we part. In the end, it had no effect at all. The kitten comforted him. All right, it's not like you'll never see her again. Her father immediately scolded. I raised my daughter with such difficulty. Can't I be a little heartbroken, you stinky cat? You hurry back to Talai Li's side and protect her. Keep an eye on that rotten kid. If he dares to mistreat my daughter, just you wait. Outside, Talai was startled. Where is this? Your Majesty, the Nether King, why are you here? She looked at him and realized. The you in the dreamscape is. Suddenly, Wai Kai Yin coughed up blood. Talai immediately called out worriedly. Your Majesty, what's wrong with you? He shouted, don't come near me. Talai, you should leave quickly. My curse is about to lose control. Talai looked at the aura radiating from the Nether King's body. It's the Heavenly Tao curse. The Heavenly Tao curse on him has been triggered. Already, Little Rice Cake, didn't you say before that I could soothe the curse? What should I do? Little Rice Cake replied, under normal circumstances, drinking your blood would be enough, but before Little Rice Cake could finish, Talai had already cut her hand to let the blood flow, then held it near Wai Kai Yin's mouth. Your Majesty, drink my blood quickly. I have the Heavenly Tao bloodline. My blood can soothe the curse. Wai Kai Yin grabbed her hand and shook his head, saying, no need. This time, I forcibly broke through the secret realm's limit, causing the curse to erupt. The Heavenly Tao bloodline is no longer effective. I'm sorry about what happened before. He collapsed onto her shoulder, thinking to himself, it's only right that she hates me. Talai said hurriedly, don't worry about those things now. Suddenly, Nguyen Thieu Vi appeared and spoke. My, I didn't expect you to make it out of the spirit peaking formation alive, you fake second princess. It seems the Nether King is truly deeply in love with you. When Talai saw him, she was startled. Nguyen Thieu Vi, where's Miss Lamb? What did you do to her? Nguyen Thieu Vi smiled and said, the Saintess, she is very well. You should worry about yourself. This Song Lei secret realm is about to collapse. You are as interesting as the second princess. I originally want to take you back for research, but looking at the situation, I'm afraid I won't be able to take you with me. As a final gift, I'll give you something. He raised his hand and threw a sphere toward the Nether King and Talai. Wai Kai Yin quickly stood in front to create a shield for Talai. Hide carefully behind me. Then he was startled. That's not right. This isn't an attack. It's nether energy that will quickly cause my curse to erupt. He's a human. Where did he get such pure nether energy? Seeing that his plan had succeeded, Nguyen Thieu Vi left happily. I wish you two a fun time. Farewell. Talai cried out in panic. Your Majesty. The Demon King rushed over. Such dense nether energy. It seems heaven has eyes after all. Wai Kai Yin, you have this day, too. Just obediently die for me. With that, he immediately attacked Wai Kai Yin, but was blocked. He asked angrily, who? Talai appeared and shouted, Earth Control Technique. The Demon King was startled to see her. Just then, the little thunder beast also ran over, grew in size, and stomped on the Demon King. Talai immediately recognized it. It's the big dog that pulled me into the secret realm. Suddenly, it shrank again, startling her. The little thunder beast is so heavily injured. Was it all Nguyen Thieu Vi's doing? Suddenly, little Rice Cake called her Lai. Look beside it. Revealed from within the Nether King's body, a blue spider lily. Lai, rush in quickly. The chance to break the Nether King's curse is here. Talai ran to the Nether King, reaching out her hand and thinking, I just need to get that blue spider lily. She grabbed the spider lily. A ray of light appeared. A burst of golden energy exploded, startling everyone. What happened? What is that? Seeing this, Nguyen Thieu Vi was also startled. No, impossible could it be? The Demon King got up, crying, it's her, she's back. Fragments of memory appeared and then returned. To the time at the Nether Palace, Wai Kai Mak lay on the floor panting. It's no use. I can't beat him at all. Can't beat him. Can't beat him. Wai Kai Yin said, you can't beat me at all, yet you still come to challenge me to a duel. Move aside. I have to continue practicing my sword. Hearing this, Wai Kai Mak stood up and hugged Wai Kai Yin's waist. Hey, you're not allowed to practice anymore. I want to rest with you. Wai Kai Yin's face darkened as he scolded. Let go. Then the two started to argue. Rest with me. Will you let go? Not letting go, not letting go. Truong Tungwin Duk smiled and said, "The relationship between the two princes is really good. The second prince was born with extraordinary talent. His swordsmanship has improved rapidly these past few years. It's just that, ever since the second prince witnessed the queen being assassinated by the Zue Jiulu, he has become quiet and withdrawn. He always blames his mother's death on his own weakness. For these past few years, he has been desperately practicing his sword day and night, often practicing until his whole body is covered in wounds." He remembered Wai Kai Yuan saying, "I don't want to see my loved ones die in front of me again." And so he sighed, "If this continues, I am truly worried that his body and mind will not be able to bear it." Wai Kai Mak stole his brother's sword and said with a smile, "Without your sword, let's see how you practice." Wai Kai Yuan immediately scolded, "Wai Kai Mak, you're asking for a beating, aren't you?" Seeing this scene, Truong Tungwin Duk smiled and sighed in relief. Now, only the first prince can make him relax a little, make him a bit more lively like a real teenager. Wai Kai Thursday Tan replied, "I have neglected them these past few years." Truong Tungwin Duk immediately said, "What are you saying, Your Majesty? The human army has been invading for years. If not for Your Majesty personally leading the troops to resist, how could the Nether tribe be as peaceful as it is today? The human army seems to have dispatched a venerable cultivator. But our Nether tribe, due to our bloodline's constraints, no one can break through the final stage of cultivation. The decisive battle with the human tribe, I'm afraid, is not very optimistic." Wai Kai Thursday Tan smiled and replied, "Unable to break through the final stage, that may not be certain. In this war, the Nether tribe situation is urgent." Then he walked up and called, "You two rotten kids." The two brothers immediately stopped and called out, "Royal Father, Master." "Greetings, Royal Father, Master." Wai Kai Thursday Tan spoke, All right, take it. It's time for you to inherit it. This is Royal Father's Nether Profound Sword." Wai Kai Thursday Tan bent down. "After this war ends, the Nether tribe's border will be stable. Then Royal Father will practice the sword with you." Wai Kai Yuan smiled and replied, "Okay." Wai Kai Mak also ran over and said, "Royal Father, I want to give to look. Last time my experiment blew up half the palace." Afterwards, on the battlefield, the entire army shouted, "We won, we won. His Majesty the Nether King has defeated the human tribe's venerable cultivator. The human tribe has completely retreated." Suddenly, Wai Kai Thursday Tan's body emitted spiritual energy, startling everyone. This is spiritual energy is suddenly gathering around His Majesty's body. Could it be that he's about to break through the final stage? But isn't our tribe bound by our bloodline, unable to break through? Royal Father, as expected of the strongest Nether King ever, there's hope for the Nether tribe's bloodline seal to be broken. Long live His Majesty the Nether King. Wai Kai Yuan frowned. Why do I always have a sense of unease in my heart? But when he saw his father smile, he nodded. Right, I shouldn't overthink it. I must trust Royal Father. Suddenly, bolts of lightning appeared in the sky, startling everyone. What is that? Is it a lightning tribulation? Wai Kai Mak hurriedly shouted, "Everyone, step back so you don't get accidentally injured." But Wai Kai Yuan looked up and frowned. This lightning tribulation looks strange. No, this isn't a lightning tribulation. This is extreme lightning. Getting hit by it means a certain death. Just as the extreme lightning struck, Wai Kai Yuan shouted, "Royal Father." He immediately ran over, but Wai Kai Mak stopped him. "Anawa, don't go over there. Royal Father." Then Wai Kai Thursday Tan died right in front of the two brothers, while in the sky, the goddess spoke. "The violator of the heavenly law has been punished." Wai Kai Yuan recalled. "They all couldn't see it, only I saw it. Father was murdered. So he said, I must get revenge." Wai Kai Mak was startled upon hearing this. "What? Anawa, where are you going?" Wai Kai Yuan ran while growling. "I must avenge Father." After a while of chasing, Wai Kai Yuan cursed in anger. "Damn it, I followed it here and lost the trail." Then he turned to a plowing farmer and asked, "Hey, did you see a golden phantom in the sky?" The farmer asked, "A golden phantom in the sky? Isn't that the goddess?" Wai Kai Yuan immediately asked, "You know her?" The farmer replied, "The person you're asking about is the goddess from myths and legends. How could I possibly know her?" Wai Kai Yuan immediately asked, "What myth or or legend? The farmer began to tell this story. Legend says there's a goddess in the sky called the heavenly Tao goddess. She specializes in using lightning to strike bad people. If the crime is light, she will cast down white lightning to inflict heavy injuries. And for those with extreme sins, she will cast down red lightning to strike them dead. After hearing this, Wai Kai Yin asked, "Where is this goddess? How do I find her?" The farmer panicked. This is just a myth and legend in our village. A god, the goddess. How could a mortal find her? Wai Kai Yin continued to question, "Does the legend say where she is?" The man replied, "Yes, that it does. The legend says the holy goddess lives on the celestial mountain, located at the far western end of the mountains, which is full of celestial magic illusion arrays. It said someone used a parasol tree leaf to cover their eyes, followed the call of the heavenly spirit bird, and passed through. 9981 new trials." Wai Kai Yin replied, "Many thanks," and immediately ran off. The farmer sighed. Young people these days are really something. Suddenly, someone asked him, "Wasn't it hard for you to get this intelligence on the heavenly Tao goddess? Why did you so easily tell that kid?" The farmer replied, "Well, yes. Someone has to scout the path for me, right?" The dark shadow asked again, "So you deliberately waited for him here?" The man took off his hat. When Thieu Vai's face appeared, "Don't you find him very interesting? I plotted against His Majesty the Nether Emperor, causing him to be struck dead by the heavenly Tao. But I didn't expect to lure out a foolish kid who can directly see the heavenly Tao goddess. Someone so special is worth looking forward to, isn't he?" Half a year later, at the Celestial Mountain in the far west, Wai Kai Yun arrived and said, "Heavenly Tao goddess, it really was you that day. I am the second son of the 8th generation monarch of the Nether Kingdom, Wai Kai Thursday Ton, Wai Kai Yuan, and I have come today specifically to avenge my father's murder." Then he charged forward with his sword. But after a while, he was injured and lying on the ground, cursing under his breath, Damn it, I'm no match at all. Is this the gap between a mortal and a god? I can't even get within 1 zhang of her, while her face is cold and indifferent, without a trace of emotion. The way she looks at me is like looking at an ant or a rock on the roadside. Let alone avenging my father. I'm afraid I will also die by her hand today. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. The next day, Wai Kai Yin woke up and mumbled, I'm still alive. My meridians are severed in 7 or 8 places. 2 broken ribs aren't considered fatal. Someone help bandage my wounds. Is this considered bandaging? This place looks like a rural house. Could that goddess have put me here? Outside? The goddess looked down at the mortal world. Why did you come out, moving around with such heavy injuries? Do you not want to live anymore? So she mumbled, moving around with such heavy injuries. Do you not want to live anymore? Wai Kai Yin came out and asked, why didn't you kill me? The goddess replied, I have no reason to kill you. Wai Kai Yin then questioned her, then what reason did you have to kill my father? The goddess answered bluntly, I only punish those who violate the rules of the heavenly Tao. Wai Kai Yin was curious. What rules of the heavenly Tao? The Nether clan cannot break through the bloodline seal to reach the final stage of cultivation. Violators will be killed. Wai Kai Yin's face darkened. My Nether clan is born with a bloodline seal. Our cultivation advancement is limited. Is this a rule of the heavenly Tao? The goddess replied, correct. Wai Kai Yin continued to ask, so does the human clan also have a cultivation limit, and will they be destroyed for exceeding it? The goddess replied, no. Wai Kai Yin questioned, so the human clan has no cultivation limit. Their cultivation gets higher and higher, and for 100 years they have relentlessly oppressed the Nether clan. They seize our territory, kill our compatriots. If not for the Nether clan's bitter struggle, if not for my father, the Nether clan would have been wiped out long ago. These matters, the heavenly Tao's rules also don't care about. The goddess said coldly, it does not care. Wai Kai Yin burst out laughing. Truly unexpected. My Nether clan has endured the bloodline bondage for 1,000 years, always searching for a reason, but never finding an explanation. Despite being oppressed by the human clan and struggling to survive, we still believe the gods were protecting us. I never expected that in the end, the one who wants to destroy the Nether clan is not the human clan at all. It's the heavenly Tao. What damn heavenly Tao? What damn gods? You will pay with your life for my clansmen. With that, he grabbed his sword and rushed to stab the goddess. The goddess said to him, these rules were not set by me. I am merely an enforcer of the heavenly Tao. I also have no right to question the rules of the heavenly Tao. And gods do not die. With that, she stood up, startling Wai Kai Yin. He charged up again, What do you mean do not die? I don't believe it. Thinking this, Kai Yuan exhausted everything he had learned in his life to frantically slash at the goddess. But the goddess let him attack, without even a single strand of her hair being out of place. This is the gap between a mortal and a god. His father's killer is clearly right in front of him, but he can do nothing. The gap between a god and a mortal made him utterly hate his own weakness. The goddess had been silent all along. Suddenly, she spoke. Why are you making that kind of face? I can't quite understand the emotions of mortal beings. Gods are immortal. I have no way of understanding the emotions of mortal beings. After hearing those two sentences from the goddess, Kai Yuan thought to himself, a monster. I'm no match for this monster. He then returned to his room. After realizing this point, his previously over-agitated mind calmed down instead. Father, the Nether clan has always been exploring ways to break through the bloodline seal. Yet no one has ever succeeded, and no one knew that after breaking the seal, they would be destroyed by the heavenly Tao. He recalled once asking his father, Royal Father, if you give me your personal sword, what will you use? The Nether Emperor replied, don't worry, I recently acquired a good sword. He thought to himself, for Father to be able to break the bloodline seal, that sword must have played a major role. And Father has always been cautious. He wouldn't choose to break through right after a battle when his body was weak. He must have been forced to break through because he couldn't suppress his spiritual power. I wasn't too suspicious of that sword before. Could there be a conspiracy behind it? But then there's the farmer I met. A clearly far-fetched legend was able to guide me precisely to the celestial mountain. Everything is too strange. I must go back quickly and investigate. He tiptoed outside, looked towards the goddess, and thought to himself, that monster-like woman, she's always sitting there, looking like she's watching something. Gods don't need to rest, do they? Why build a small farmer's courtyard here? Never mind. I should leave now while she hasn't noticed. It'll be troublesome if I'm stopped. Thinking this, he left. The goddess also noticed and looked towards Kai Yuan. Kai Yuan ran down the mountain, but Kai Yuan soon found out. His worries about the goddess were unnecessary. The thing he really had to worry about was something else. He lay injured on the ground. The goddess came and brought him back. Kai Yuan woke up in bed. Did that goddess bring me back again? I didn't expect the path down the mountain, and the path up would be completely different. That endless wall of strong wind. Each gust of wind was like a full power attack from a high-level cultivator. With bandaging like this, I really don't know if she wants to save me or kill me. I'll circulate my energy to heal myself first. He circulated his energy and then suddenly realized it's no use. The injuries are too severe. My meridians are blocked. I can't circulate spiritual power at all. I have to find a way to get some medicinal herbs. This celestial mountain has dense spiritual energy. There must be no shortage of herbs. It's just if I secretly pick herbs from this goddess's celestial mountain, will she? After a while, he sat in the kitchen boiling herbs and thought. I was overthinking it. That goddess doesn't seem to care about me at all. She's always sitting on that rock, silently looking down the mountain. I feel like she's just an empty shell devoid of emotion. Just looking at her makes one uncomfortable. He removed the bandages to apply medicine to himself, then suddenly realized something and turned around, startled. Since when? When did she get behind me? I didn't even notice. He asked warily, what do you want? Kai Yuan was afraid. This is bad if I fight her now. Who would have thought the goddess would ask? I'm cooking. Do you want to eat? Kai Yuan was stunned. What does she mean? What does she want to do? Kai Yuan never expected to be stared at by the goddess like this. Whether he was eating, cultivating, or even sleeping, the goddess would quietly sit beside him and watch him without. Look away. Kai Yuan lay on the bed, furious. So annoying. What on earth does she want? Even when Kai Yuan was bathing in the lake, he felt his body and saw it was starting to fully recover. If it weren't for that woman harassing him all day, he probably would have recovered even faster. But even if he regained his strength, he was afraid he still couldn't get past that gale. What a headache. I'll just focus on recovering my body first and figure it out later. That woman probably won't go so far as to watch me bathe, right? He peacefully closed his eyes to recuperate. Then he felt a piercing gaze and startled. He grabbed a towel to cover his body, splashing water everywhere and shouting, what on earth do you want? If you want to cut me or kill me, just say it. What's the point of standing behind me and staring? The goddess stared at him angrily for a moment, then turned and left, surprising Kai Yuan. She's gone. Later in the courtyard, he practiced his sword and noticed that he hadn't seen the goddess for several days. What on earth does she want? Then the goddess appeared, carrying a beast, and said, dog, and held up another creature, saying, chicken. Wai Kai Yuan was startled when he saw them. Isn't this the ancient Thunder Beast clan? Dog, chicken, could it be a foe, phoenix? Then she handed the two beasts to him and said, raise them. The Thunder Beast followed her command and barked. The phoenix also let out a squawk. Wai Kai Yuan took the two itching beasts. What? In his heart, he thought, are you crazy? Why the hell should I raise them for you? Although he really wanted to say that, he was afraid and bowed to the power before him. So he had to comply, letting the phoenix peck his head and the thunder beast bite his hand. Accepting his fate, he got food for them and told himself, calm down. For a gentleman, 10 years is not too late for revenge. Then he glanced at the goddess, thinking, although he could read it on that cold, emotionless face. That's right, before, it always felt like something interesting was missing. Then one day, the goddess no longer hovered around, watching him as usual. She returned to her original spot, quietly looking down the mountain. He followed her gaze, wondering, what on earth is she looking at? Could there be some important secret? Taking a peek probably won't hurt, right? Then Wai Kai Yuan cautiously walked over to where the goddess sat looking down and was startled. Oh, that is a small village. The thing she had always been looking at was this ordinary little village. Why? A crazy and strange idea suddenly popped into his head. The reason the goddess of the heavenly Tao kept gazing at this village and the reason she spied on him were the same. The life of mortals had attracted her. Thinking back, she started to get interested in him right when he was starting a fire to cook. Could it be she's admiring it? Then he cursed himself that I'm crazy. A god with terrifying power admiring mortals? Suddenly the goddess asked him, why? Why are they crying so sorrowfully? He looked down and saw it was a funeral. Then he replied, their father is dead. So the goddess asked again, why do they look so sad? When one dies, doesn't the soul return to its resting place? Why be so heartbroken over death? Wai Kai Yuan replied after a moment, because you have forever lost the person you care about most. She asked again, lost? Wai Kai Yuan gave a cold laugh. Humph, that's right. A high and mighty god. Of course you can't understand the pain of loss we mortals feel. The goddess replied, I truly don't understand. I have never experienced loss before. Wai Kai Yuan frowned. Well, you are a powerful and emotionless god. How could you experience loss? He thought angrily. Only later did he realize you never had anything to begin with, so you could never experience loss. Wai Kai Yuan checked his body and felt that after a period of recuperation, his internal injuries had more than halfway healed. During this time, the phoenix, which the goddess had raised like a chicken, suddenly leveled up. The phoenix suddenly transformed into a child and jumped to attack the goddess. Wai Kai Yuan watched and thought, the Phoenix clan has a natural instinct. Once they transform into human form, they will try to challenge the leader of the clan to show their strength. Naturally, it saw the goddess as the leader, and naturally, a beast's IQ isn't very high. This one only remembers to eat, not to fight. Every day, it would find different ways to challenge the goddess. The phoenix even took Wai Kai Yuan's sword to attack the goddess, making him shout, ah, my nether mystic sword. Then he noticed, but the puppy is much smarter than the chicken. Every day, it would pick flowers and fruits for the goddess, currying favor with her. It was truly a smart little puck dog. It's truly a life of chickens flying and dogs running. He watched them fight and sighed. Although my body is recovered now, how to get past that gale, I still have no idea. He was practicing his sword when the goddess suddenly spoke that a mortal has come here before. If he could get down the mountain, you just need to become as strong as him. And you can also get down the mountain. She picked up a wooden stick. Wai Kai Yuan was shocked to see this. She wanted to practice swords with me. Then he sat in the lake, thinking, after several months of fighting each other, my swordsmanship and cultivation have progressed by leaps and bounds. It won't be long now. I might be able to get down the mountain. Just by looking once, she can completely understand my swordsmanship and can even freely transform it to make it more perfect. Is this the realm of a god? I clearly came up the mountain to find an enemy, but ended up being taught swordsmanship by the enemy. Wai Kai Yuan, oh Wai Kai Yuan, you are truly ridiculous. Suddenly, the thunder beast and a little phoenix ran to the pond and splashed. Disruptively, Wai Kai Yuan shouted, hey, what are you two doing? He noticed the goddess beside him holding a flower branch. Then she dipped her foot into the water and smiled, shocking him. She smiled? No, she is your enemy. But the events that followed were beyond everyone's expectations. She was suddenly summoned by the heavenly Tao. The goddess had been gone for many days. Finally, one night, she suddenly returned. When she had suddenly disappeared, those those two fools were worried sick. Seeing her return, they both joyfully pounced towards her. But this time, the goddess who returned, her gaze had become terrifying, cold, indifferent, like a statue without any emotion. The feeling was like the first time they met. The two divine beasts saw her and were too scared to step forward. Wai Kai Yin asked, "You went to execute the rules of the heavenly Tao to punish someone, didn't you?" The goddess replied, "Yes." Wai Kai Yin then asked, "Punish who?" The goddess said emotionlessly, "It's unclear. I am the enforcer of the heavenly Tao." The rules of the heavenly Tao are inherently of vague existence. Just as day and night alternate, and living beings experience birth, aging, sickness, and death. And I am the physical tool of the heavenly Tao's rules. Who to punish? Why to punish? A tool cannot know these things. Wai Kai Yin fell silent after hearing this. Actually, I should have understood sooner. The one who killed my father was the rule of the heavenly Tao. She is just the heavenly Tao's knife. But if it's as she says, the rules of the heavenly Tao are a vague and nebulous thing. It fundamentally cannot bear my sky-high resentment and indignation. Therefore, I went and hated this person called the goddess of the heavenly Tao, because she looks human. She's a physical entity that I can vent all my hatred on. But now, I can no longer convince myself to continue hating her. I don't even know how to face her anymore. Wai Kai Yin lay on the bed, sometimes thinking mortals are destined to die, yet they can experience the bitterness, spiciness, sweetness, and sourness, the love, hatred, and passion of the world. But the goddess, powerful, immortal, and emotionless, lives no differently than a puppet. In the end, who is more pitiful? He closed his eyes and the scene changed, startling him. This place is the spirit pond. He walked into the spirit pond and saw the goddess bathing. She turned and smiled at him. The next day, Wai Kai Yin shot up, gasping for breath out of dream. Why? No. Actually, I know why. It's time to leave. So he left immediately. As he was leaving, these two little ones were very sad. The phoenix and the thunder beast held him back, asking you, "Will you still come in the future?" Wai Kai Yin thought to himself, "I won't come again." He couldn't bring himself to say those words out loud. As for her, she was still the same as before, calm and quiet. What am I still waiting for? This farewell will probably be an eternal one. 2 years apart, I returned to the Nether Kingdom, only to hear a piece of news that stunned people. Wai Kai Mak said, "Father is still alive. You left in too much of a hurry back then. I couldn't call you back." Hearing this, Wai Kai Yin happily asked, "Where's father now? I must go see him." Wai Kai Mak quickly stopped him. "You can't. Father is undergoing special treatment and needs absolute rest. No one is allowed to get close. Father will definitely recover. Trust me, Anna." At that moment, Wai Kai Yin didn't notice anything unusual. He thought to himself, looking at my big brother's haggard appearance, father must be seriously ill. For the past 2 years, he alone has supported the entire Nether Kingdom. All for an immature and impulsive younger brother like me. Wai Kai Yin brought back news about the rules of the heavenly Tao, which shocked everyone. At the same time, they discovered pure Nether energy in the Nether King's sword. The grief had forced the Nether King to break through his cultivation level. But no matter how they investigated, they couldn't find any clues about this sword. The war situation remained as fierce as ever. 2 years ago, having lost both the Nether King and the Second Prince, the two main fighting forces, the Nether Kingdom's army fell into a difficult battle. But the Second Prince, Wai Kai Yin, had returned to the battlefield. The situation abruptly turned. In a short span of 2 years, Wai Kai Yin's strength had far surpassed his father's, becoming the strongest person in the Nether Kingdom. On the battlefield, he fought with abandon, as if to make up for his shortcomings over the past 2 years. As if forcing himself not to remember something. The goddess, along with the phoenix and the little thunder beast, was sitting on a rock and suddenly saw Wai Kai Yin fighting. The phoenix jumped up happily and shouted, "Brother Yin, really? Can we go find him a play?" In the sky of the Nether Kingdom, the two divine beasts appeared, shocking everyone. What is that? Wai Kai Yin saw them and was surprised that it's the phoenix and the little thunder beast. Why are they here? The Yu Kingdom soldiers cried out, "A divine beast has descended. The heavens are helping the Yu Kingdom. The heavens are helping the Yu Kingdom." Seeing this, he thought, "Is that her?" Then he immediately shouted, "Generals and soldiers, hear my command. Charge with me. With two divine beasts aiding us, we will crush the human clan." The soldiers cheered. A divine beast has descended from the heavens. The Yu Kingdom will surely be victorious. A divine beast has descended from the heavens. The Yu Kingdom will surely be victorious. Nguyen Thu Vi, hiding among the Yu Kingdom soldiers, sneered, survived the divine realm, and even grew stronger. It seems I've underestimated you. Those two things also came out of the divine realm. The goddess is supposed to be untouched by worldly affairs, devoid of emotion, yet she's helping him. Whatever. It's about time to wrap this all up anyway. Suddenly, the Yu Kingdom soldiers collapsed in unison, leaving Ichiyuan stunned. Hey, what's wrong with you all? Then he was startled. This scene, it's exactly like when Father had his breakthrough. How can this be? A golden ray of light suddenly appeared in the sky. He looked up, saw the goddess, and whispered, "No!" In the sky, the radiant goddess stood there, preparing to execute the divine punishment. Seeing this, Ichiyuan gritted his teeth and scolded the soldiers. The use of weapons with nether energy was forbidden in the army. Why did you still use them? The soldiers kneeling on the ground mumbled, "We were truly too weak. With His Majesty gravely ill, we couldn't possibly defeat the human clan on our own. This was our only choice. Even if we die, we must risk our lives to protect the Yu Kingdom. Your Highness the Second Prince, we are sorry." They all smiled as the punishment from the heavens descended, gradually striking the soldiers dead. Ichiyuan could only grit his teeth, step forward, and use his spiritual power to form a shield, blocking the descending lightning bolts. This surprised the soldiers. "Your Highness the Second Prince, Your Highness, don't mind us. We brought this upon ourselves. Let us bear the heavenly punishment alone." Ichiyuan angrily shouted, "Shut up." Then, unable to bear it any longer, he was struck by the divine punishment, injured, and fell to the ground. He clutched his wound, looking at the soldiers also enduring the divine punishment, and thought to himself, "I can't save anyone at all. There's only one day left." And the bloodline seal makes it impossible to ever defy the heavenly Tao. Why? He stood up. A soldier hurriedly told him, "Your Highness, please go and treat your wounds." He gritted his teeth and thought, why do the rules of the heavenly Tao want to seal the Yu clan's bloodline? Why is the heavenly Tao so afraid of the Yu clan advancing and breaking through? If it's because a Yu clan member's advancement would threaten the existence of the heavenly Tao, if I can withstand this lightning punishment, successfully break the seal, and advance, could I change this unjust rule of the heavenly Tao? Should I submit to fate and retreat like this, letting the Yu clan barely survive, as in the past? Or find a path to survival in this desperate situation? And so, he held up the nether sword to resist. The soldiers all sensed it. This is nether energy. His Highness the Second Prince is actively absorbing nether energy. He wants to forcibly break through the bloodline seal. Quick, stop him. Quick, go inform the first prince. Above, the goddess looked down and said, "You clans Ichiyuan, for attempting to break the bloodline seal in violation of the heavenly Tao's rules, is sentenced to erasure by 9 heavenly lightning bolts." Then she struck Ichiyuan with heavenly lightning. He gritted his teeth and endured the first bolt. Is this all the heavenly Tao is capable of? The second bolt, the third bolt. Just then, Ichimo ran over, calling out, "A Nua, form a formation to help the second prince block the heavenly lightning." Quickly, the soldiers replied, "Yes." Everyone who still has strength, charge forward. Nguyen Thu Vi, hiding among them, muttered, "What a nuisance." Suddenly, everyone panicked at why is there suddenly so much nether energy erupting? Oh no, His Highness the First Prince. Hearing First Prince, Ichiyuan cried out in alarm, "Brother!" He watched with his own eyes as the heavenly tribulation struck his older brother. In the sky, the goddess continued, the 8th heavenly lightning bolt. Ichiyuan held his sword to defend himself. "Goddess, do you intend to hunt us to extinction?" Mortal beings are very strange existences. They are born and they die. The time they exist is but a fleeting moment. Their short lives are both rich and brilliant. They laugh with joy when eating delicious food, cry when they are hurt, and suffer when they lose something. Have they also lost something? The goddess looked down at the soldiers who were wailing as they held their dead comrades in arms. Ichima was also crying out in anguish as he witnessed his younger brother being injured. The goddess wondered, what is loss? Has he also experienced the pain of loss? Ichiyuan shouted, "Goddess, do you really want to hunt us to extinction?" The goddess raised her hand, and it was the 9th heavenly lightning bolt. Mortals must die. She then struck down at Ichiyuan. Must I lose, lose, lose? She recalled the memories of Ichiyuan by her side, caring for the divine beast together, and suddenly stopped, thinking, I don't want to lose him. And so she stopped. Just then, the heavenly Tao appeared and spoke. Goddess of the heavenly Tao, for willfully stopping the heavenly punishment and violating the heavenly rules, you are sentenced to have your divine body sealed. Stripped of your godhood. The lightning punishment must not be stopped. The lightning tribulation continued to strike down. Ichiyuan watched the lightning bolt descend and cried out internally, "I'm afraid I can't block it this time." Just as he was about to take the hit, the goddess used her spiritual power to block the lightning for him, startling him. "Goddess!" While holding it back, the goddess said, "I cannot stop the heavenly Tao. But if you pierce my heart, you can stop everything and save everyone." Hearing this, Ichiyuan was shocked that The goddess urged, "There isn't much time left. Your clansmen probably can't hold on for much longer. With their power, they will all be dead before the heavenly lightning stops. Hurry, I can't resist the heavenly Tao for too long either. Don't forget, gods do not die." After a while, the dark clouds dispersed. Seeing this, the soldiers were overjoyed. "Look, the heavenly lightning has stopped. We're saved. We're saved." The phoenix and the thunder beast were also happy to see this. But then they saw Ichiyuan's sword piercing the goddess's heart, and the goddess smiling at Ichiyuan, much to his astonishment. This battle between the Yu clan and the human clan was interrupted by the appearance of the lightning tribulation. Although the Yu clan warriors were all severely injured, the lightning tribulation stopped just in time. No one had to be sacrificed because of it. The survivors wept with joy. The goddess gently pulled out the sword, causing it to gradually disintegrate. Seeing that the heavenly tribulation had stopped, Ichiyuan knelt down and thought joyfully, "This is great. Everyone is still alive. The Yu clan is not doomed." Then he suddenly realized, "My sealed bloodline, it's gone." So he murmured, "It was the goddess who saved us. Goddess, thank you." But when he turned his head back, he was shocked. The wound from his sword on the goddess's body was bleeding. He couldn't believe it. "Goddess, why? Why are you?" The goddess murmured, "So this is what it feels like to die." Ichiyuan hurriedly asked, "What do you mean, die? What are you talking about? Aren't you not supposed to die? Isn't that right? Gods do not die." Ichiyuan asked, pulling her close. The goddess's body began to fade away. She smiled and said, "I'm sorry. A god who has lost their divine power is no longer considered a god." Then she vanished in Ichiyuan's arms, causing him to cry out in pain. She watched, thinking to herself, what a pity. It was so hard to finally gain a sliver of mortal emotion. If only I were the most ordinary being in this world. Ichiyuan roared, "What are you talking about? You're clearly an immortal god." Seeing the goddess die, the phoenix also cried out, "Boss! Goddess boss!" The two spirit beasts charged forward, shouting, "You killed her!" Ichiyuan grabbed the remaining piece of fabric and fell to the ground, thinking, "That's right. I killed her. I killed her." Ichimo rushed over, shouting, "Nua! That is Ichiyuan of the Yu clan, who killed the goddess and broke the seal, causing the heavenly Tao to be damaged. You killed her, so you must bear the curse of the heavenly Tao." The sash gradually transformed into a spider lily flower. Ichiyuan watched it. This is the goddess's aura. Meanwhile, on the human clan side, the general shouted, "The immortal venerable truly predicts things with divine accuracy. He told us to lie in ambush here precisely for this moment. Raise the Yu clan to the ground for me. Kill. The Yu clan army only has the second prince left. Kill him for me. Kill." Just as the human clan army charged forward, the general saw Ichiyuan holding the spider lily and thought, something's not right. He quickly shouted to his soldiers, "Fall back. Immediately fall back." But it was too late to retreat. As Ichiyuan lay unconscious, he thought, "Is this my lost memory?" After that, these hands that killed the goddess also killed the master who taught me since I was a child, killed my respected father emperor, and made my older brother hate me to the bone. Why am I still alive? Why does someone like me deserve to live in this world? If only I had been the one punished back then instead of my father emperor. With such thoughts, Ichiyuan gradually succumbed to demonic transformation. His body began to change, with bones sprouting out, causing people to scream. The second prince's curse is acting up. He's undergoing demonic transformation. No, this is bad. The human clan's army is attacking. The Yu clan's line of defense has collapsed. Your Highness the second prince, you can't fall. The Yu clan only has you left. Just as he was about to be unable to hold on any longer, the goddess's remaining consciousness spoke to him. "Forget. Seal the memories related to you and this blue spider lily. This way, the remaining wisp of memory in this spider lily can disappear along with the god-slaying curse." He said to himself, "I'm sorry. Then he woke up. The phoenix, holding a lie, said, "It seems you've remembered everything. Using lost memories to escape the past, you truly are a coward. The goddess has returned. I don't have time to settle scores with you. You from now on, stay away from her. Never appear before her again." Then the phoenix carried Talai away. Kai Yuan remained, thinking to himself he's not wrong. How am I supposed to face her? Goddess, Do Li Li. Talai was placed on the bed. The little thunder beast looked at her, recalling the time it made a mistake, and was angrily kicked away by its father. It could only hide and scurry away, then lay gasping on. Arak. Just as it was about to die, Talai picked it up and mumbled, "It seems no one wants it anymore. It's trash, so I can pick it up." Then the Phoenix clan appeared and told Talai the appointed time between the Phoenix clan and the heavenly Tao is almost up. The Phoenix clan's time is coming to an end. Soon, there will be no more phoenixes in this world. We have existed for tens of thousands of years. We cannot hold any love or hate for this world. But unfortunately, a phoenix was born into the clan. It had just broken out of its shell only to face extinction with the rest of the clan. It is truly pitiful. Only by following the goddess can it escape the shackles of the Phoenix clan and continue to live. Talai, holding the newly hatched little phoenix, asked, "You don't want it anymore?" The phoenix replied, "Not anymore. Soon, there will be no one left in this world to care about it. You must remember, from now on, the goddess is your boss. You must follow her forever." The phoenix asked worriedly, "The boss has been unconscious for 3 days. Tell me, did that Kai Yuan fellow pull some trick? You said he wouldn't do such a thing." I know he wouldn't dare. I've used my spiritual power, but still can't find the cause. If this really doesn't work, then I can only try using my divine sense." Suddenly, little rice cake appeared and said, "Lila is unconscious because she is struggling with another self within her body." The phoenix was startled by this. What is that?" Little rice cake scolded, "How rude. Call me the goddess's Lord Guardian Beast, you foolish pet." Talai, who is also your goddess, is now lost in her own memories. Right now, the only one who can help the goddess is herself. Inside her subconscious, Talai was lost in an empty place. Everything around her was empty. Where am I? Who am I? There seems to be a light over there. Fragments of the goddess's memories appeared from when she met Kai Yuan, the second son of the 8th generation monarch of the Yu Kingdom. Kai Yuan, you're cooking. Then even the moment she faded away. She wondered, were these fragments? A faint yellow. She picked it up, then a sudden flash of purple light startled her. That is. Talai's memories gradually surfaced, with a scene of her as a little girl pulling her dad's hair, saying, "Daddy, I want to ride the train. Why did you find this in the trash can? Happy birthday, happy birthday." She realized, these are my memories. I am Talai, but as the goddess, she has lived for thousands of years, accumulating a huge amount of memories. While as Talai, a dozen or so short years are but a blink of an eye. She will be constantly devoured by her hazy memories, losing herself, but as long as her soul still yearns. Inside, Talai's soul was approaching. The goddess, shouting, "I am Talai." Little Rice Cake said, "She will definitely wake up, so you must have faith in her." The phoenix looked at Little Rice Cake suspiciously. "Who is it, really? Why do I feel a very familiar aura from this strange thing?" The memory returned to when the phoenix and the little thunder beast were crying over Talai's passing. At that moment, a hand appeared in the space. Talai's father appeared and said, "I really can't watch this anymore. Old brother, oh old brother, back when you set these rules of the heavenly Tao, did you ever expect this day? Forget it, for the sake of us being neighbors, for better or worse." After saying that, he collected Talai's divine soul and formed it into a golden spider lily. The phoenix asked warily, "Who are you?" "Release the boss's divine soul." He said, "I will help you clean up this mess, help this pitiful one." The phoenix asked Little Rice Cake, "Hey, you're not the one who snatched the boss's divine soul back then, are you?" Little Rice Cake replied, "Of course it wasn't me. That person is the greatest creator. His Excellency is also my master." "That's right, back then, were you entrusted with protecting the divine bone?" The phoenix asked, "The divine bone, is that the thing the thunder beast snatched back then?" The thunder beast used its own body to seal it in the secret realm of Songlei. Then the phoenix yelled, "What? You've got the wrong person. That thing was stolen by someone else?" You stupid dog. You stupid dog. The two spirit beasts lunged at each other. The thunder beast cried, Pika, implying, you wanted to attack the goddess back then. The phoenix retorted, but I didn't lose that thing. Suddenly, Talai sat up and said, little phoenix, little thunder beast, long time no see. In the human realm's northern kingdom, a disciple of the Neam-Hoatong, Wen Thiu Vai, brought back shocking news. Wai Kai Yin of the Yu clan had murdered Kuang Lang Noyet, the third princess of Northern Yu. The head celestial master came out of seclusion upon hearing his beloved disciple had met with disaster. He was furious, personally leading an army and vowing to level the Yu kingdom to avenge his disciple. The Great War began. Meanwhile, at Talai Li's location, she was grilling meat and exclaimed excitedly, wow, it smells so good. It's cooked. It's cooked. Here, hurry and try it. The phoenix took the meat skewer and replied, okay. While eating, Talai said, it feels like I haven't cooked in a very long time. I don't know if my skills have gotten rusty. Wow, oh my God. After eating, the phoenix also praised it that it's really, really delicious. Little Rice Cake asked her, Lai, how are you feeling? Are you okay? Lai replied, completely fine. I feel even more agile than before. The phoenix looked at her and thought, she is the goddess. There's no mistake, but I feel like something is not quite the same. Lai said happily, it feels like I haven't eaten delicious food in 1,000 years. In those memories, it was like living for 10,000 years all over again. Without any emotions, without any thoughts, it was as if I had never lived. It wasn't until I met them that I gradually felt alive, that I felt my existence in this world. Indeed, the Talai of now is the version the goddess had always longed to be. Let's get reacquainted. I am Talai, also your former goddess. She held out her hand to the phoenix. The phoenix took her hand and said, boss, long time no see. He thought to himself, indeed, I like her current self more. Then she cheerfully exclaimed, all right, now that we've eaten and drunk our fill, let's go to the Yu kingdom to find Wai Kai Yuyan. Hearing this, the phoenix was startled. Huh? Wait, hold on. Why? Why are we going to find Wai Kai Yuyan? He's the one who killed the boss before. I will not forgive him. Besides, after that, he recalled going to Wai Kai Yuyan's place and yelling at Wai Kai Yuyan, get out here. I'm here to get my revenge on you. The subordinate said awkwardly, Your Majesty, you see. Wai Kai Yuyan said coldly, I don't know them. The phoenix shouted, anyway, I hate him. I'm not going to look for him. Talai patted the phoenix's head and said, back then, it wasn't really considered him killing me. And after that, a lot must have happened around him. Although this Wai Kai Yuyan person has a fierce and strange temperament, is narcissistic and arrogant, and always thinks he's right. He's petty, malicious, and utterly detestable. But sometimes he's also very gentle and very reliable. He's generally not a bad person. The phoenix then asked, does the boss like him? Talai was startled. Huh? What nonsense are you talking about? I obviously hate him a lot. We're going to Yu Kingdom to find him. To find him and settle the score. We have a debt to repay, a grudge to avenge. Didn't you, little phoenix, really like Wai Kai Yuyan when you were little? The phoenix retorted, who would like him? Meanwhile, outside, Wai Kai Mak arrived at that palace and said, I've found you. Goddess, you will help me, won't you? Inside the Yu Kingdom, State Preceptor Kakawai, who said to Wai Kai Yuyan, the frontline troops have been arranged and are led by a Kui. Before you and the human celestial master have a decisive battle, they won't dare to act rashly. The human pawns planted within the Yu clan have made no moves. Additionally, there have been quite a few places where corpses were stolen. I have sent people to investigate. Furthermore, our spy planted in the Neam-Hoatong has found Her Highness the Saintess. It's just that Her Highness does not wish to return, and the spy did not force her to. Your Majesty, what are your thoughts? Wai Kai Yuyan, who is currently pouting slightly, replied, I know. Let the holy temple handle the Saintess's matter. The Great War is more important right now. The State Preceptor replied, yes. He thought sadly, His Majesty's main body is clearly fighting the human celestial master, yet he deliberately split off a soul fragment to remain in the Yu Kingdom. This clone has changed its appearance. He probably doesn't want people to discover the soul splitting. After all, the human celestial master is the strongest fighting force of the human race. He must be careful. His Majesty is fighting a dangerous battle, yet he hasn't forgotten the home front. What a great heart, truly a shining example for us, a wise ruler for all ages. Following such a monarch, I must try even harder. However, His Majesty's mood seems to be poor these last few days. He constantly wears a sorrowful expression. It must be because he's been worrying about state affairs all day, overworking himself with concern for the country and its people. I must think of a way to advise His Majesty to pay attention to his health. Suddenly, Talai called out, "Tenga, I found you." The thunder beast she was riding ran to the U Kingdom, then shrank back to its small form. Talai fell from the sky. Tang as terin alam to lili. She hugged him and said, "Safe landing. Long time no see. Tanga, are your limbs all intact? You didn't run into any serious danger, did you? After we left the secret realm together, I was worried sick about you. You weren't hurt in the secret realm, were you? Are you okay? No one bullied you after you returned to the U Kingdom, right?" Tanya blushed and replied, "No, I wasn't hurt." Su Lily said cheerfully, "That's good. I'm sorry, Tanya. I ran into a lot of trouble in the secret realm, so I couldn't find you right away." Tanya answered her, "No, it's okay." The state preceptor was stunned by this scene. Doesn't His Majesty like the second princess? Since when did it change to... Su Lily said, "Tegu Huai Su, State Preceptor, you're here too?" The State Preceptor asked in surprise, "You know me?" Su Lily reminded him, "We've had drinks together before. Have you forgotten, State Preceptor?" The State Preceptor was startled upon hearing this. "Drinks? Could it be that you are Her Highness, the second princess?" Su Lily agreed. "You can call me that, I suppose." The State Preceptor assessed, "Although your appearance has completely changed, your aura is exactly the same. I have heard about what happened in the secret realm. It's wonderful that you were able to return safely. You scare me to death just now. It seems you already know about His Majesty's situation. I don't need to say any more." Su Lily asked him, "Know what?" The State Preceptor replied, It's about His Majesty turning into a fragment, a frag." Ichiyuan immediately glared at him. He coughed a few times. Su Lily ran over and asked, State Preceptor, are you all right?" The State Preceptor replied, "No, I'm fine. The wind is too strong. My throat hurts." The State Preceptor trembled as he looked at His Majesty and silently asked, "Your Majesty, what exactly do you mean, Your Majesty?" Su Lily worried, "Your face is so pale." He wondered to himself, does he not want the second princess to know about his current soul-splitting state? He quickly replied, "I'm fine. It's just that I've been overworking myself these past few days." "Yes, that's right. Second princess, is there any way I can be of service to you?" Su Lily remembered, I was so caught up in talking, I almost forgot my real business." The State Preceptor thought, sweating, yes, quickly changed the subject. Su Lily said, "I came here specifically to see His Majesty, the U Emperor." The State Preceptor was startled upon hearing this. Tanya asked worriedly, Why are you looking for His Majesty, the U Emperor?" Su Lily replied, I have something I need to clarify with the U Emperor." Tanya asked curiously, "Can't you tell me beforehand what you plan to say?" Su Lily shook her head. "This can't be explained in a moment. I'll tell you later." Meanwhile, the State Preceptor felt unwell that I'm doomed. It seems I've learned something I shouldn't have. The State Preceptor quickly tried to salvage the situation. The human clan is leading a large army to attack the U Kingdom. Most cultivators have joined the battle. His Majesty the U Emperor is in a decisive battle with the immortal lord of the Yanhua sect, the leader of the human clan. The immortal lord of the Yanhua sect is the strongest cultivator and cannot be underestimated. His Majesty's duel with the human clan's immortal lord will likely not end in just a few hours. However, I can pass on a message to His Majesty. If the second princess has something to say, I can help relay it." Su Lily nodded. "Yes, that's so. Then there's no other way." Tanya praised him. "Well done." Su Lily said, "Actually, I wanted to tell His Majesty the U Emperor that I have recovered my memories. I originally intended to tell him directly to his face." Tanya was startled to hear this. She's remembered everything? That's fine too. After all, this day was bound to come sooner or later. I've long been prepared for what I owed her in the past, no matter what she wants, money, status, cultivation level, everything I have. Even me, this very life of mine. As long as she wants it, I can give it to her. I will do anything she asks of me. This is not just to atone for my sins against her, but also the only reason for me to stay by her. Sigh. Su Lily spoke up. I want to tell His Majesty that regarding the past, I actually don't mind it at all. It's no big deal. There's no need to dwell on it. Tanya asked curiously, don't mind? Don't mind what? Su Lily said, it's nothing serious. The choices I made in the past were not just for His Majesty the Yu Emperor or for the innocent people. They were also for myself to fight against the heavenly Tao. Besides, am I not standing here perfectly fine right now? Not only have I found myself, but I also have people who love me by my side. So I have long since let go of the past. I'm even very grateful to His Majesty the Yu Emperor. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been able to end my past and start a new life. I hope His Majesty the Yu Emperor can also let go of the burden in his heart and stop tormenting him. Self. Tanya was startled. Let go and not torment. Does she want to sever all ties between us? And so he shouted no. The Yu Emperor bullied you so much in the past. Don't you hate him the most? Vengeance must be taken. How can you let him off so easily? Su Lily said with a laugh, are you talking about the Yu Emperor treating me as the second princess? It's really nothing. His Majesty the Yu Emperor saved this little life of mine several times. The past grievances have long been cleared. Besides, instead of wasting energy and dwelling on the past, it's better to travel the world, find unique delicacies, treat myself to delicious food, and find some joy. But she thought to herself, if Ichiyuan could come along, it wouldn't be impossible to let him freeload. The state preceptor spoke up. Her Highness the Second Princess is truly magnanimous, not holding a grudge about the past. Truly, truly. Suddenly, he saw His Majesty's threatening gesture and changed his words. SEC Second Princess, you can't leave. You are His Majesty's nominal consort. If you leave, how am I supposed to explain it to His Majesty? Su Lily agreed. You're right. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten that. She took Tanya's hand and said, Tanya, you're right. It's better if I don't just swallow my past anger. Come with me and leave the Yu Kingdom, okay? I am the Yu Emperor's consort, and he is the Yu Emperor's lover. The Yu Emperor's wife is eloping with the Yu Emperor's lover. State Preceptor, you can just tell the Yu Emperor that. Seeing the two of them stunned, she burst out laughing. I'm just kidding. The looks on your faces are hilarious. Haha. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the immortal lord said to Ichiyuan, it's been many years. You've become stronger than before. Ichiyuan said angrily, you recognize me? He said, annoyed, enough talk. If you want to fight, then come on. The immortal lord clutched his wound, stood up, and mumbled, you're stronger than before. As expected, this body is no match for you, I suppose. You've regained the memories and power you sealed away yourself, worthy of the power gained from killing a celestial god. Ichiyuan frowned. Who exactly are you? The immortal lord replied, who I am is not important. What's important is what I want to do. Ichiyuan cursed, an idiot trying to act mysterious. With that, he attacked the immortal lord but was blocked by Nether Chi. He burst out laughing. Who would have thought? The human clan has always despised the Yu clan, viewing our bloodline as filthy. Yet the one they've hailed as the supreme immortal lord possesses a Nether Chi even stronger than ours in the Yu clan. This is truly the most ridiculous thing I've seen all year. The Nether Chi laughed and said, stinky brat, that was some fine cursing. This dog of a human immortal lord is a real scumbag, shameless, despicable trash. He has a mother who gave birth to him, but none who raised him. He should have been kicked by a donkey at birth. His heart is truly vicious. What is this thing? You brat with the Nether bloodline. Do you know what this damn immortal lord's biggest secret is? All the evil things he's done were because he wants to become. Then it was suddenly muffled. The immortal lord frowned and said, do what you're supposed to do. After he spoke, its eyes turned red, and its body expanded, startling Ichiyuan. What? Over here, Tanya also saw it and wondered to himself, what on earth is that shadow monster? I've lost contact with my main body again. I'm afraid this soul fragment won't be able to hold on for much longer. Just then, someone came in to reporting to the state preceptor, the high priest of the holy temple requests an audience. Seeing Tanya nod, the state preceptor said, lead him to the hall of righteous governance. Yes. Just as the person was about to withdraw, the state preceptor walked over and said, no need. State preceptor, You are truly at leisure. The country is in peril, yet the state preceptor is idly watching fish here. The state preceptor spoke up, Halt. His Majesty has decreed that no one from the Holy Temple is to set foot in this place. Do you dare to openly defy a royal command? The state preceptor replied, His Majesty's command. How would we dare to disobey? It's just that today's matter is extremely urgent. Surely His Majesty will understand. A country cannot be without a ruler for a single day. His Majesty is on the battlefield facing the human clan's immortal lord. He has no time to attend to state affairs. This time, we have come to wield imperial authority on His Majesty's behalf and share his burdens. The state preceptor said angrily, The great ministers of the Yu Kingdom are handling matters perfectly well. What need is there for the Holy Temple to interfere? The state preceptor explained, when the late emperor was alive, whenever there was a war, he would personally lead the campaign. As the empress, the saintess of the Holy Temple would then wield imperial authority. What? Does the state preceptor wish to defy the rules established by the late emperor? Furthermore, is this His Majesty's will? The state preceptor cursed you. Sigh, if only the late emperor were still here. The late emperor was wise and brilliant. The empress was virtuous, and the first prince was filial. If not for that strange phenomenon, if the first prince were still alive, how could the Yu Kingdom have come to this state today? Therefore, I have come here to restore the old system and save the Yu Kingdom from peril. Su Lily stepped forward and said, Well said. The high priest opens his mouth and speaks of saving the Yu Kingdom from peril. Then why don't I see you on the front lines, sharing His Majesty's burdens? The late emperor and empress were of course brilliant and virtuous. Restoring the old system is also a good thing. But for the high priest to want to wield imperial authority, I'm afraid that is something unprecedented. Tanya was startled by this. Su Lily, what is she trying to do? She continued speaking, If you truly want to imitate the old system, then the woman closest to His Majesty, that would be me, the sole imperial consort of the Yu Kingdom, should be the one to step up and wield imperial authority. That seems more reasonable, doesn't it? Su Lily asked the high priest, Do you think what I've said is right, Lord High Priest? The priest behind him murmured, The Yu imperial consort. The high priest closed his eyes and said, She is merely a hostage sent by the human clan. The state preceptor immediately scolded, High priest, watch your words. The high priest continued to speak. The late empress held imperial power, not because of her position as empress, but because the empress was the holy maiden of the Holy Temple, the heir to the moon relic crown. The empress was the person with the highest authority in the Holy Temple, so she could hold imperial power. A mere woman from the inner palace not only imitates the late empress, but also deludes herself into interfering with court affairs. Seeing Tang Ye's worry, she told him she was fine and continued speaking to the high priest. So that means only the person with the highest authority in the Holy Temple can hold imperial power? The high priest nodded. It has always been so in our Yu Kingdom. Su Lily then asked, State Preceptor, there's one thing I still don't quite understand. Is the person with the highest authority in the Holy Temple the one with the moon relic crown or the Holy Maiden? The State Preceptor immediately understood, so that's how it is. So he said, Your Majesty, the person with the moon relic crown is certainly the one with the highest authority in the Holy Temple. After that comes the Holy Maiden who did not inherit the moon relic crown, and then the High Priest. The High Priest said, The Holy Maiden was coerced by the human clan and cannot return. Therefore, this person with the highest authority in the Holy Temple is naturally, Su Lily finished his sentence, naturally the one with the moon relic crown. The high priest said, The moon relic crown has never. Suddenly, Su Lily used her spiritual power to make the crown appear on her head. Ooh, my apologies. What was the high priest just saying about the moon relic crown? The high priest exclaimed after her. The moon relic crown. The moon relic crown has acknowledged its master. You are the one who can resonate your soul with the moon relic crown. You are the god from the legends, the true heir of the Yu clan. Another priest said, But she is from a human clan. How can a human? The kneeling priest scolded, Shut up, where have all your doctrines gone? As long as one can resonate their soul with the moon relic crown, that person is the descended god of the Yu clan. Tanya was extremely worried. Unexpectedly, the high priest and the other priests knelt down and said, The Holy Temple's high priest, Sikong Shi, respectfully welcomes the god's appearance. To witness your descent is my greatest honor. May the god's light shine upon you. As the high priest of the holy temple, I will be your most loyal and devout subordinate. Right now, the Yu kingdom is in turmoil from within and without. There can be no delay. I invite you to immediately follow me to the Yu clan's holy temple to perform the final step of the moon relic crown's inheritance. The state preceptor reminded her, "Your Highness, please reconsider. The inheritance site is inside the holy temple. The army cannot enter. Going just like this might be dangerous." Just then, Little Rice Cake instructed her, "Lily, the inheritance of the moon relic crown is a big deal. We must win." Su Lily thought to herself, "That's not wrong. But that priest really doesn't look like a good person." Tanya stepped forward, patted her shoulder, and said, "It's okay, I'll go with you." So she smiled and spoke in that case. "An unloyal high priest is of no use. To me, lead the way." Meanwhile, on Phoenix's side, he was angrily kicking some rocks away while thinking, "What's so great about this godforsaken place?" One day ago, Su Lily was surprised to see a crane. "Someone sent me a letter." Ding, could it be from Din? That genius calculator. The letter read, "Behind this letter is a map of the Yu kingdom. I have promised to give it to you. I implore you to send the strongest person on your side to the location marked on the map." Phoenix was annoyed. If it weren't for this weirdo, Big Sis and I wouldn't have had to separate, letting that stinking dog squeeze in. Damn it, I'm so mad, and I don't even know who to be mad at. Whatever. If I don't know who to be mad at, then it's all Ichiyuan's fault. What's that foul smell? It seems to be rotting corpses. Is it the wind? The fog here is so thick, I can't see my surroundings clearly. He turned his head and was startled by the corpses in front of him. This is what happened to these bodies. Su Lily and Tang, you followed the high priest to the inheritance site. She asked, "This is the inheritance site?" The high priest replied, "Whether it is or isn't, what difference does it make?" Just then, several assassins in black flew in, wearing the ghost masks of the Zue Tower. Tanya immediately knocked them back. He said, "Lily, pour your power into the moon relic crown, and you'll be able to open the inheritance." Su Lily nodded. "Okay." The high priest shouted, "Kill them quickly." Su Lily poured her power into the crown. It lit up and pulled her in. The voices of the past holy maidens spoke. "You have finally arrived. We are the guardians of the moon relic crown. We are the residual souls of the holy maidens of the holy temple through the ages, now passing the moon relic crown to the goddess and recounting the history of the Yu Emperor to you." Su Lily was shocked. This is the mother from Ichiyuan's painting. The history of the Yu Emperor tells that in the beginning, the human race was born and thrived. One day, nether monsters poured out from a chasm in the abyss, defiling all living things. No one could stop the nether chi of those monsters. All things in heaven and earth fell into peril. At this time, the second prince of the human clan sacrificed himself. He led a suicide squad to actively inhale the nether chi, gaining the power to fight against the nether beasts. After countless fierce battles, they finally defeated the nether monsters, protecting the world. Afterward, the human clan feared the soldiers carrying the nether chi and refused to let the Yu army return. The Yu army could only station themselves near the abyss chasm, contaminated by the nether chi. This was the earliest Yu clan, but the nether chi in the Yu army's bodies began to backlash. The higher a soldier's cultivation, the more easily they were corroded by the nether chi, becoming terrifying nether monsters. Although the nether monsters were defeated, they still lurked in the abyss, waiting for a chance to counterattack. For the world to have eternal peace, the second prince and the heavenly Tao merged into one, becoming the founding god at the cost of his shattered godhood. He was sealed forever in the abyss fissure. The second prince, the founding god, before being eliminated, left the moon relic crown for the soldiers of the Yu army. He predicted that in the future, heaven and earth would give birth to a goddess. Handing this moon relic crown to her would be the only sliver of life for this world. Su Lily sensed and thought, is this the power left by the founding god? Ichiyuan's mother continued to speak for thousands of years. The Holy Temple has always been trying to find a way to draw out the nether chi from the bodies of the Yu clan people. But because this technique requires sacrificing the souls of others, it was classified as a forbidden art. But the Holy Temple's research seems to have been leaked. You two must be careful. With that, she vanished. Outside, the high priest knelt and asked, with your strength alone, you could kill all the elites of the Zue Tower? Who on earth are you? Tanya replied, you're not worthy to know. He thought to himself, the power of this soul fragment has begun to weaken. Just then, Su Lily appeared and called to him, Tanya, the inheritance is done. Let's go quickly. He immediately nodded. While the high priest trembled, I can't believe it. I can't believe the inheritance really happened. I have failed the Lord. The Lord's plan was so meticulous. It's all because of my carelessness. If only I had planned ahead. Suddenly, from the ground, the dead rose up. The high priest said maniacally, You should feel honored. You are the first group to die on this great day for the Lord. Ichiyuan held his sword and shouted, Be careful. Su Lily covered her mouth and cried out, It stinks so much, there are insects on them. I'm not well. I feel so nauseous. Are these all really zombies? Do we really have to fight them? Little Rice Cake said, Lily, don't be afraid. You can use the moon relic crown to take care of them. She then said, I'll try. Then she used the moon relic crown. Seeing it was effective, she said happily, It's working. They all seem to be very afraid of the moon relic crown's power. Tanya, let's charge. Suddenly, Ruan Xiaowei spoke from behind. Ouch. Second princess, what you're doing will give me a big headache. After all, dealing with this bunch took quite a bit of effort. Then he used nether chi to shatter the crown and said, For it to be broken so easily, isn't that too much of a pity? Tanya pulled Su Lily back. Ruan Xiaowei stood among the zombies and said with a smile, I've never understood why the biggest variable in my plan turned out to be you, Your Highness the second princess. You were clearly my most obedient pawn, yet not only did you fail to complete your mission, you even became the heir to the moon relic crown. You almost destroyed the very people you created with your own hands. Second princess, you've really become not cute at all. Tanya asked worriedly, Are you okay? Su Lily replied, No, I'm fine. She said inwardly, Little Rice Cake, are you still there? Isn't this moon relic crown a relic left by the primordial god? How did it shatter just like that? Little Rice Cake replied, Ouch. The primordial god exhausted his power and thus vanished from the world. He didn't have much divine power to begin with. Plus, after so many years of inheritance, it was surely worn down quite a bit. Su Lily then scolded, Then why did you insist on me inheriting this broken crown? She looked around and said, The zombies are increasing. Then she realized, that's right. When I recovered the goddess's memories, I also regained a portion of the goddess's power. However, the goddess and the primordial god are the same. They both faded away and died. The remaining divine power isn't much. It's better to save it for a critical moment. Tanya said to her, Lily, I've secretly set up a teleportation array. After the array is complete, you leave here immediately. Su Lily was surprised. Huh? Suddenly, the immortal venerable appeared. Ruan Xiaowei asked, The immortal venerable is back? It seems everything went very smoothly. As expected, as long as one knows the weakness, even the invincible Yu Emperor Ichiyuan can be held in the palm of my hand. Then Ichiyuan's body appeared, making Su Lily worried. Tanya understood, so that's what it was, a heart-questioning array. First, it uses the suppression of the nether monster's bloodline. Then it forces me into the heart-questioning array to question my own heart. Regardless of cultivation level, it only asks about matters of a clear conscience. Indeed, this is my weakness. The immortal venerable landed. Ruan Xiaowei asked, Being in seclusion in the valley for so many years, it must have been hard on you. My clone, the feeling of power returning is truly not bad. As soon as he finished speaking, the clone merged into his body. Made Su Lily angrily ask, What on earth did you do to Ichiyuan? Sangya sensed it and completed the teleportation array. He then said, Lily, hurry up and go. Yuan Xiaowei said, Want to leave? That won't be happening. Then the zombies rushed forward and an explosion occurred. Sangya shielded Su Lily and was injured himself. Su Lily called out, Sangya. He then said, The teleportation array is over there. Hurry up and go. She supported him and said, You're too heavily injured. Sangya, your wound is very severe. You go first. I still have a move left by the goddess. I can't just leave the Nether Monarch like this. Sangya gritted his teeth and pushed her hand away. My business is none of your concern. The Nether Monarch doesn't need you to save him either. Su Lily worried, No, I have to. Suddenly, Sangya gradually transformed into the Nether Monarch that I already said, I don't need you to save me. Go. Then he pushed her into the array and said, I'm sorry for deceiving you for so long. Leave this place and never come back. Su Lily knelt by the grave in the illusion and called out silently, Sangya. She recalled what she once told him. Actually, I hate the Nether Monarch the most. The memories they shared flashed by, and she was startled. Sangya is Ichiyuan. Then she slapped her face and thought to herself, now is not the time to think about these things. Egun is still in that dangerous place, but with so little strength left, even if I go back, how can I save him? Suddenly, little Rice Cake appeared and asked her, do you want to try the new function of this new system? Seeing it, she was startled. Little Rice Cake? Little Rice Cake replied, Lily hasn't drawn cards in a very long time. There's a lot of energy in the account. Just use all the energy in the account, plus the father's special offer package gifted by the system, and you can exchange it for a teleportation. Outside, Yuan Xiaowei was annoyed. She got away again. Forget it. DU Pass has been destroyed anyway, and the biggest fish is already in my hands. My plan can finally proceed smoothly. Ejin, just stay obediently trapped in the heart-questioning formation, forever reincarnating in your own nightmare. Trapped in the heart-questioning formation, Egun recalled the memory of when he killed the Saintess. Su Lily followed the path Little Rice Cake provided and was startled. Wow, this path can really lead there. Is this the reincarnation dreamscape that Egun has fallen into? He's over there. His man reported, reporting to your highness, the second prince. The main human army has pushed the Nether tribe back, but a small contingent is still trying to break through again. Su Lily was curious. What is this? What memory of Egun is this? No, could it be the events after I died in my past life? So she approached and touched him. Hey, Egun, can you hear me? Can you see me? But she passed right through him. Little Rice Cake replied, it's useless. Your current self cannot affect this dreamscape. Su Lily was startled. I've never seen him like this before, looking so soulless. His man continued to report, reporting to your highness, the second prince. We have found a reason why your highness was suddenly punished by the heavenly Tao. It was the sword that a noble family in the city gifted to his majesty. That sword was tampered with. Your subordinate also found that they colluded with the human race. Furthermore, the assassination of Her Majesty the Empress back then was also related to them. The mastermind behind these events is the son of the Grand Preceptor, Lord Zhongsun Yunda. He walked outside. Opening the door, he saw his master. He asked, Master, do you wish to stop me? He smiled and said, the Zhongsun clan has been loyal to the royal family for generations, loyal to the EG clan. I, Zhongsun Yunda, as a subject, was fortunate to assist a wise ruler and also serve as the grand preceptor to the prince. I should have served with utmost devotion until death. But I never expected that the rebellious son of my house would be so disloyal and unrighteous, to dare commit such a heinous crime. I'd have no face to plead, and even less face to meet his majesty. I'd have dedicated my entire life to the Nether Kingdom. I have never been ashamed of my actions, only ashamed when it comes to my son. Since his birth, I'd have not been by his side. For over 20 years, I have failed to fulfill my duties as a father. Your Highness, the second prince, today, I, am not the Grand Preceptor, nor a subject of the Nether Kingdom. I, am merely a useless father, standing to shield my son. Draw your sword, Your Highness, the second prince. Egun drew his sword. It pierced straight through his chest. His master praised, not bad. Your swordsmanship has improved very quickly. It seems the sword techniques I taught you, you have already mastered them. Time no longer waits for old folks like us. In the blink of an eye, the little kid from back then has grown up and graduated from his apprenticeship. Back then, you couldn't even hold your sword steady, and you'd run to your mother whining when your hands hurt from practice. Your imperial father refused to admit that you would surpass him in the future, and even made a bet with this old man, Your Highness, the second prince. I know that Jing has committed an unforgivable crime. I am not asking you to spare him. You can throw him in the great prison, beat him, torture him however you wish. I'd only ask that you spare his life. Take my life in exchange for his. This is the only thing this useless father can do for his son. All right. Egun also knelt beside him, crying as he listened, his hands and feet trembling as he felt the pain of having to kill his own master. His man came to report, Your Highness, the second prince, Zhang Sunjing has been captured. How should we deal with him? Egun, keeping his promise to his master, replied, spare his life. We must find out who the other accomplices are. After a while, his man entered and reported, "Your Highness, the second prince, Zhang Sun Jing, and his accomplices have confessed. It's just that Zhang Sun Jing was placed under a silence spell. When he tried to say a certain name, the silence curse activated, and he died." He stammered on, Also, those who participated in the plot against Her Majesty the Empress and His Majesty are connected to many clans, many of which have deep roots. He said coldly, "Kill them all." He was in a magnificent palace filled with the smoke of war, having become cold and ruthless when suddenly a small sprout grew, attracting his attention. Then, medicinal herbs gradually appeared. Su Lily called out, "Freshly made, delicious tomato and egg noodles here. Would the esteemed customer like to try some? Selling noodles here. We also have authentic Sichuan spicy hot pot." She cooked delicious dishes that startled EGUN. Little Rice Cake said, "Just like that, little by little, increase your influence on the dreamscape. In a little while, he will be able to see you." He walked closer to her. Suddenly the scene shattered, startling her. "What's happening?" Little Rice Cake replied, "It's the formation preventing him from leaving the predetermined dreamscape." Su Lily was annoyed. "Damn it, I was so close." Little Rice Cake continued, "The setting has changed to the Nether Palace. In the palace, EGMO said to his father, 'Father, Imperial Father, you haven't fully recovered yet. Hurry back, Imperial Father. Your treatment isn't finished. We can't let others see you in this state.'" Then he saw EGUN and was startled. "Inu, why are you back so soon? Don't look at Imperial Father. Imperial Father still hasn't." EGUN was startled to see his father had become a living corpse. EGMO hurriedly explained, "Imperial Father's condition is not stable right now. A small problem occurred during the treatment. I can fix it. Anu, you should leave this place quickly. Let Imperial Father rest." EGUN used his sword to kill the figure, and EGMO collapsed in anguish. He said, "Brother, you lied to me. In truth, ever since Imperial Father suffered the lightning punishment, he was already gone from this world. The treatment you spoke of was channeling nether energy into Imperial Father's corpse. Why would you do that? Imperial Father is already gone. Can't you even let him rest in peace?" Saying that, he grabbed EGMO's collar. EGMO pushed his hand away and said, "You're lying. Imperial Father isn't dead. Even if he's not breathing and his heart isn't beating, as long as the nether energy remains, he can still live." He was clearly able to stand up, although he's not conscious yet and doesn't fully recognize us. As long as we continue to pour nether energy into Imperial Father, I can keep thinking of a way. I can definitely restore Imperial Father to how he was before. You've ruined everything. It was you who killed Imperial Father. After saying that, EGMO left. EGUN collapsed and mumbled, "Why? Master, Imperial Father, was Anu wrong?" Little Rice Cake panicked. "This is bad." This is when EGUN is at his most unstable. EGUN mumbled, "It's all my fault." Little Rice Cake explained, "The formation is draining all his strength. If he doesn't wake up soon." Suddenly, Su Lily caressed his face and said, "You're not wrong. You've already tried so hard. You don't need to blame yourself like this. Wake up." And she kissed him on the lips. Outside, Yuan Xiaowei smiled smugly. "I've finally waited for this moment. The aura left behind by the previous generation of gods when they fell. The divine bones can only be absorbed by the bloodline of the heavenly Tao. The auspicious time has come." The burning saintess was terrified. Brother Xiaowei, why?" The Nether King said to Yuan Xiaowei, TSK, "You're a true con artist who devours people without leaving a single bone behind. You infiltrated the Nether tribe's sacred hall just to cultivate a love-struck saintess who would be easy to manipulate. Then use the love at first sight she has for you, to make her willingly become a vessel for the goddess's remains. What an unlucky child. I'm afraid, even in death, she never would have guessed that you planned to grind her bones to ash from the very beginning." The burning saintess continuously called out, "Brother Xiaowei." Seeing Yuan Xiaowei smile, the Nether King said, "Only a profound bastard like you could do something like this. Even I, the Nether King, couldn't pull this off." Just then, Yijiwen opened his eyes and attacked Yuan Xiaowei. Yuan Xiaowei smiled. "To think you could wake up from the heart-questioning formation. Too bad it's too late. I am now the strongest in this world." Su Lily came out to support EGUN and asked, "EGUN, are you all right?" He shook his head. "I'm fine." Suddenly, Little Rice Cake said, we're doomed. Lily, look, it's the god's bones and the aura of a god, and also the light of the heavenly Tao. He wants to become a god here. EGUN replied confidently, wishful thinking. The heavenly Tao rejects the netherworld, and you carry pure nether chi. You will not be accepted by the heavenly Tao. Yuan Xiaowei said calmly, you're not wrong. That's precisely why I need you and these lovely creatures. Suddenly, nether chi emanated from his body and shot towards EGUN, startling him. What is this? Su Lily quickly called out. EGUN, Little Rice Cake, explained. Yuan Xiaowei is transferring his nether chi to EGUN. She thought to herself, wait a minute. She recalled what EGUN's mother said. The Holy Temple has researched a way to draw nether chi out of a nether tribe member's body. But this technique requires the sacrifice of another soul and is classified as a forbidden art. This is the Holy Temple's forbidden art. He wants to use EGUN's soul to transfer the nether chi from his own body. Meanwhile, outside, a soldier reported to the Grand Preceptor, reporting a large number of corpse soldiers have appeared at the Nether tribe's border. General A. Gui is leading the troops to fight back. A barrier has been erected near the Holy Land. It cannot be broken. Before His Majesty returns, we must hold our ground. Our borders have always been fully garrisoned. Gather them all to fight back the corpse. Soldiers. Grand Preceptor, corpse soldiers have also appeared within the Nether Kingdom. The Grand Preceptor was startled. What? We're doomed. The army is all gathered at the border. The interior of the Nether Kingdom is now full of defenseless people. Mobilize the troops immediately. Another person reporting Grand Preceptor. The corpse soldiers that appeared within the country have been brought under control. Intelligence says a mysterious purple-haired person appeared out of nowhere and repelled all the corpse soldiers with a single blow. It turns out it was Feng Wang. Nearby citizens ran to his side. Purple-haired hero, we're here to help you. Feng Wang cursed in annoyance. Help? You're just making a bigger mess. Get the hell away from me. Damn it. So that piece of paper lured me here for. This. Damn, these monsters. They get back up even after being knocked down. Watch me beat you to death. A soldier reported again, reporting corpse soldiers have also appeared within the human tribe. The human tribe has suffered heavy casualties. Reporting, the soldiers who died fighting the corpse soldiers have all turned into corpse soldiers. The southern front is in peril. The northern front is in peril. Agoué and the Grand Preceptor thought to themselves, damn it, the situation is getting more and more dangerous. At this rate, we won't be able to hold on for much longer. Elder Mo approached Ejima, who was standing on a cliff, and said, what a magnificent sight. I never thought that in my fortunate years on this earth, I would get to witness such a scene. Whenever I think of the treasures that old fool from the Research Institute invented, my heart can't help but stir with excitement. Lord Ejima, the Nether Tamer, is also a creator of men. You must be feeling the same way, right? Elder Mo continued, for so many years, only you, Lord Nether Tamer, have suited this old man's temperament. If it weren't for your help, Lord Nether Tamer, this old man wouldn't have been able to complete such a masterpiece so easily. Ejima smiled. You must be joking. Infusing human bodies with nether chi to turn them into corpse soldiers. You've been researching this idea for a long time. I just happen to have a similar idea. Elder Mo, even without me, you could still create corpse soldiers. That's true, but it would have taken several decades. All right, let's save the sentimentality for later. We must hurry and complete the mission entrusted to us by the Venerable Lord. Suddenly, Ejima drew his sword and pierced through Elder Mo and the orb, startling him. Xiaji approached and said, as expected, you've betrayed us. Ejima, the Venerable Lord long anticipated your betrayal and had me follow you. Do you think killing Elder Mo and shattering the crystal can stop all this? Ejima asked, did the Venerable Lord only send you to kill me? Xiaji's lips curled. To deal with you, do I, Xiaji, need anyone else? Ejima smiled. You're quite confident. It seems I haven't disciplined my right-hand woman enough. He stabbed the sword through his own heart. I use my heart's blood as a conduit. Xiaji was startled. That is, how does he still have a control? Gem. Ijima continued, I offer my life as a sacrifice. Several black-robed figures charged forward in unison. Kill him, hurry. Suddenly, a giant golden formation appeared. In the sky, startling Feng Wang, what's going on? All the corpse soldiers have stopped. Yuan Shaowei was also startled. Someone is trying to seize control of the corpse soldiers. It's Ijima. What the hell is that useless Xia Ji doing? Little Rice Cake said, the transfer of nether chi has stopped. Su Lily quickly asked, Yun, how do you feel? Yun shook his head. I'm fine. Someone must have stopped his technique, but I'm afraid it won't last long. Let's stick to the original plan. Go! The two of them charged forward in unison. Yuan Shaowei snorted coldly, overestimating your own strength. Then another figure dealt with Su Lily. Yuan Shaowei attacked Yun, piercing through his body, but was suddenly startled as he realized something's not right. Why does he have no cultivation base? Could it be? He looked at Su Lily, then cursed at Yun. Impossible, you madman. You gave her all of your cultivation. Su Lily flew to the glowing platform. Yuan Shaowei shouted, Stop! Stop right there! But it was too late. Su Lily stepped in, and a voice rang out, You are a valid successor to the godhood. Commencing godhood succession. Yuan Shaowei screamed, No, and rushed towards Su Lily. Meanwhile, Yun smiled. The memory returned to the dreamscape. Yun said with a tremor in his voice, Su Lily, it's really you. She said happily, That's great, you're finally awake. Yun said to her, Lily, listen to me. We don't have much time. That Yuan Shaowei will likely infiltrate our side soon. He knows us like the back of his hand. This person's power is immeasurably deep. We have no chance of winning in a direct confrontation. However, it's not like we don't have a chance of survival, because he miscalculated one thing he never expected. I like you so much that I would give up everything for you. Sacrifice my cultivation, sacrifice my life. From the Holy Land, a pillar of light appeared. Everyone exclaimed in surprise, Look, it's in the direction of the Holy Land. Everyone turned to look and marveled. Such powerful pressure. It's like the might of a god. Feng Wang sensed it and was overjoyed. Boss is about to return to her godhood. A voice rang out, The godhood is complete. The goddess has appeared. Her hair turned golden. She said to God Yuanming, I finally understand why you insisted on passing the moon-shifting crown to me. The important thing isn't the moon-shifting crown, but the history you lived through. I have made my own choice. I, Goddess Su Lily, wish to sacrifice all my divine power and renounce my godhood, to shatter the divine seat. May the world be free of nether chi. As she finished speaking, rays of light shot out in all directions, startling everyone. What is that? Yuan Shaowei screamed. No, stop. The Nether King snorted and said, This golden-haired girl has some backbone. This Nether King is finally free. Yuan Shaowei screamed, I haven't lost yet. I am of the human tribe. I won't disappear. The Nether King cursed in your dreams. You enslaved me for so many years. We've long since merged into one. Just die obediently with me. The Nether Chi gradually faded, and the corpse soldiers disappeared with it. The Grand Preceptor was overjoyed. The corpse soldiers have all vanished. His Majesty and the second princess must have won. We're saved. Feng Wang mumbled. Boss gave up her godhood. Yun watched it happen and smiled. I've finally repaid this life to you. With that, he closed his eyes. Suddenly, Su Lily spoke. You owe me. Is one life enough? It's a good thing I kept this blue spider lily and told myself that this portion of the goddess's power must be saved for the very last moment. Otherwise, I would have almost been cheated out of my debt. Yun opened his eyes, startled. I'm not dead. My wounds are also. He smiled and asked Su Lily, Then how can I repay you? Su Lily replied, That's a tough one. Since you owe me so much, why don't you repay me with your body? You paying with yourself is already a discount. Yun smiled and replied, All right. The war quietly ended. The human and nether tribes both withdrew their troops, cleaning up the remnants of the war. The nether tribe people were overjoyed to discover that the nether chi in their bodies had disappeared. The shackles of the heavenly Tao on them were also gone without a trace. Because the nether tribe managed to control the war, their casualties were far fewer than the human tribes. Furthermore, with the nether chi gone, the nether kingdom would only grow stronger. Of course, that was a matter for later. The Grand Preceptor was now busy with the aftermath of the war. The long-standing accusations of treason were dropped. All the spies had been thoroughly investigated. He could finally use the Grand Preceptor's reserve forces with peace of mind. The Grand Preceptor hugged his cat and sighed. With hair and a cat, life is perfect. I don't have to worry about hair loss anymore. Agoué and Feng Wang got along unusually well. Every week, they would fight for 300 rounds in the training grounds for 3 days. So what about the other 4 days? Of course, they were struggling to repair the training grounds they had damaged. Ichi Yuan's older brother. He was lucky enough to be picked up by a nearby phoenix. The phoenix brought Ichi back and called out, "Boss, this person is about to die." Ichi Yuan said, "If he has returned, then let him shoulder the responsibilities he once carried." And so, Ichi had to replace Ichi Yuan as the emperor. Every day, he listened to his ministers argue, "Your Majesty, this subject believes that after the Great War, people's hearts are easily unsettled. It would be better to hold a celebratory banquet to boost the soldiers' morale. At that time, everyone will wear red, celebrate joyfully, and it will encourage the people. Your Majesty, this subject believes that red attire is too common. It will be better to wear blue for more solemnity." What do you know? Everyone must wear red to look good. What are you talking about? Blue is the most beautiful. Therefore, Ichi became the gloomy emperor, suffering from headaches over state affairs every day. Meanwhile, Ichi Yuan became a carefree prince, nowhere to be seen all day. As for where he actually went, Su Lili spoke to her father through the small rice cake. "Ah, I have summoned the divine breath at the ice relic as you said, Dad, but Saint Islan Yushi's soul still shows no reaction." Her father replied, "This method shouldn't have failed. If there's no reaction, it might be because she herself doesn't want to be summoned. Once things are settled over there, quickly accumulate enough elemental power and return." Su Lili sighed. "Oh dear, I know." Her father immediately scolded. "Don't tell me you're still with that rotten brat." "I absolutely will not." Suddenly, Ichi Yuan poked his head in and said, "Hello, father-in-law." Her father immediately scolded. "Who is your father-in-law? Don't you dare." Ichi Yuan smiled and handed a gourd to Su Lili, saying, "For you." Then he said to her father, "Father-in-law must have forgotten. Lili and I already had our wedding ceremony the first time we met." Her father angrily scolded, You just wait for me. I'm teleporting over there right now." Su Lili, eating the candy gourd, said, "Oh Dad, the signal is too weak here. I'm hanging up now." Her father didn't even have time to finish saying wait when Ichi Yuan hugged her and asked, "By the way, wife, when will we have our official wedding ceremony? During the last wedding, we didn't even consummate the marriage." Su Lili scolded, What are you thinking? I'm not even of legal age to marry yet." He nodded and replied, "All right, then we'll wait a few more years. What do you want to eat today? I'll make it." Su Lili was surprised. Since when do you know how to cook?" He replied, "After watching you do it a few times, of course I know how. A long time ago, the primordial god perished. The Nether army fled, and a fragment of the Nether King's soul quietly slipped into the mortal realm. The Nether King cursed, 'Damn that primordial god. I, the Nether King, have not lost. As long as I hide in a human body in a mortal realm and wait a few hundred years, no one in this world will be my match.'" It approached Ruan Xiao Wei and asked, "Do you hate this world? Do you want to become stronger? Do you want to trample on those who bully you? Just make a pact with me. Everything will become a reality. Now, repeat after me. I am willing to make a pact with the Nether King." Ruan Xiao Wei repeated, "I am willing to make a pact with the Nether King." The Nether King continued, "To be a slave to the Nether King and never change my heart." Unexpectedly, Ruan Xiao Wei smiled and said, "To make the Nether King my slave and never change my heart." And he grabbed the Nether King. This made the Nether King scream in shock. What? Time passed, and Ruan Xiao Wei grew up. The Nether King said to him, "I've long known that you humans are cunning and treacherous, but I never expected you to be so vicious. Parents, master, relatives, fellow disciples. You killed them all without batting an eye, yet you still managed to have a glorious reputation. The primordial god surely could not have imagined that someone like you would reach the pinnacle of humanity." Ruan Xiao Wei replied, "It's still not enough. The true pinnacle is over there." He looked towards the goddess and smiled. When he was defeated, he cried out, "No, I haven't lost yet. My flesh is still human. You can't take me away." Suddenly, the saintess hugged him and said, "Brother Xiao Wei, we said we would be together for a lifetime." Ruan Xiao Wei was startled. What? How could you bear to leave me behind to live?" Alone? Let me go. Then each person he had killed appeared, calling out to him, Senior brother, don't. Young Master One, disciple. Senior brother, young Master One, Lord Sect Master, my child, brother, causing him to scream in pain. No, this episode ends here. If you enjoyed it, please give me a like and a share so I have more motivation to make more videos. Remember to follow to watch the next episodes. Wishing you all a day full of energy.